Stations, Peloponnesian PL, B1 for Patras, etc. on the NW side of the town. Piraeus Railway, CP 503. Tickets also at the tourist agencies, C 504. Footnote 8. Money. Greece belongs to the Latin monetary convention. The franc is called a drachm doctor, PL. Drachmas, the centime lepton, LPL. Lepta. The currency is chiefly paper, notes of 1, 2, and 5 doctor, and the chief banks issue also their own notes for 10, 25, 500 doctor, etc. In nickel there are coins of 5L Pandera, a sou or saldo, 10L Decara, and 20L in copper 1, 2, 5, and lepta. The only silver coins of full value are the 5 FR pieces. It is safest to decline all foreign silver. The present exchange, 1911, for the English pound is about 25 paper doctor, for the gold 20 FR. Piece 20 doctor. Equals hotels. Equals at most of the hotels it is usual to arrange for a fixed charge per day. At the chief English and French are spoken. Charges mostly in gold, that is, in francs instead of drachmi. Charges higher during the Olympic Games. Hot. De la Grande Bretagne PL. BF5, Place de la Constitution, opposite the palace, are from 7.5 B2 dage, 5 D6 pens, 17 a 30 FR. GR hot. D'Angleterre PL. A F5, Place de la Constitution, core of the Rue de Hermes pens, 17 a 25 FR. Palace Hotel PL. P, E4, Rue du Stade 18 R510 B1.5 dage, 4D, 5 pens from 12 FR. These three are of the first class. Asterisk Tourist Hotel PL. T, E5, core of the Rue de Hermes and Rue de la Boulée are 3.8 B1 dage, 4.5 D5 pens, 10.15 FR. Grand Hotel PL. DF5, Place de la Constitution, core of Rue du Stade, R36 B1.25 dage, 3.5 D4.5 pens, 8.12 FR. Hot. Desatrangers and Splendid PL. CF6, Place de la Constitution, core of Rue des Philhellines, R57 B. 1.5 dage, 4 D5 pens, 10.15 FR. Hot. De la Minerve PL, GF5, Rue du Stade 5 near Place de la Constitution pens, from 12 FR. Also are from 4 doctor out of the season. Hot. Hermes PL, S, E3, Boulevard de l'Université 46 pens, from 10 FR, also are without board from 3 FR, B1 FR. 20 C dage, 3.5 D4.5 FR. Hot. D'Athens PL. F, E4, core of Rue du Stade and Rue de Corais, R36 doctor, B1 doctor 20L, dage, 4 D5 pens. 10-14 doctor, or less for some stay, are alone out of season from 3 doctor. These 3 are good second-class inns in the Italian style, with restaurants. Hot. Royal PL, R F5, Rue du Stade 9 with garden R410 B1 dage, 3.5 D4 pens, 10-12 FR. Hot pens. St. George's PL, H, EF5, Rue du Stade beside the Parliament House, R35 B1 dage, 3.5 D4 pens, 8.15 FR. Hot. Imperial PL, IF5, Rue Karageorgievich, R210 pens, 8.12 FR. Hot. National PL, Q, E4, Rue du Stade 30, R from 3 doctor and B. 1.5 doctor, only good. In the warm season, a mosquito curtain canupiera should be asked for. Equals pensions equals, recommended for a stay of some time. Mason Merlin, PL, G5, core of the Rues de Canary and de Secari. Pens. Mactagart Rue du Stade 12, opposite the Parliament, pens, from 8 FR. Both English. Equals restaurants. Equals at the Hotels de la Minerve, Hermes and D. Athens, see above, also good in the Rue du Stade. Number 6, Averoff with garden. Number 24, Cité with garden, at corner of the Rue de Patija, Capses, in Rue de Thémistocle, Cintravanes. French usually understood. Equals cafes. Equals Zacaratos, Place de la Constitution, corner of the Rue du Stade, music on summer evenings. Zacaratos, Place Amania, Enside at the Zappian P508, where there is always a cool sea breeze. Tea rooms. Chrysaki's, Place de la Constitution. Equals wine, equals Achea Wine Co., Rue de Nikkei 1 PL. E56. Bars, Papagianakis, Rue du Stade 40, Apatzos, Rue du Stade 9, Skikos, Rue Karageorgievich, Greek beer 30 L per glass. The equals water equals of the aqueduct, P 528, is, especially in the hot months, not above reproach. The hotels and restaurants supply good water from the Marousi spring. The mineral waters of Sareza and Latraki cost about 25 L per half bottle. Equals cabs, equals to or from Peloponnesian Station 2 Doctor, short drive in town 1 Doctor, longer 1.5 Doctor, to the Acropolis 2 Doctor, to the Piraeus with luggage 610 Doctor, drives in town and environs 20-30 Doctor per day, per HR. 3. Afternoon 4 Doctor with 1 horse cheaper. Agreement advisable. Equals tramways equals numbered. Fare 10-15, transfer 15 L, comp. Plan. The chief lines are equals 1 equals from Academy PL. F4 via Place de la Constitution, Amelia Saint, Rue de Falleur PL. D8 Tsitsifies on the coast, and then alternately to the left to Old Falloran and to the right to New Falloran, fare 25 L. From Place Amania. Equals 2 equals via Rue du Stade, Place de la Constitution PL. F5 6 and Rue des Philhellines to the English Church, P 504, equals 3, equals via the National Museum to Patija, comp. PL. E1 equals 4, equals via the Rue du Perret d'Hippolyn Thessian Station, PL. B5 Monastiraki Station and the Rue d'Athena to Place Amania, equals 5, equals via the Rue Constantine to Peloponnesian Station, PL. B1 equals 12, equals from Place de la Constitution, PL. F5 6 via the Rue des Philhellines and Boulevard Olga, PL. FG 7 8 to the Stadion, PL. GH 8 equals 16, equals from the Academy, PL. F4 to the Acropolis. Equals electric railway equals to New Falloran and the Piraeus every a quarter HR. In 18 min, fare 65 or 45 L, return 1 Doctor 15 or 80 L. To Falloran 40 or 30, return 75 or 55 L. 3 stations in Athens, Amania PL, D3 Monastiraki PL, C5 and Thessian PL, B5, fare between these 5 10 L, the ticket clerks speak French. Equals tourist agents, equals those. Cook and Son, Place de la Constitution, corner of Rue de Hermes, Guillaume Bros, TD Rally, both same place. For steamboat agents at the Piraeus, CP 495. Equals banks equals 912 and 35, in summer forenoon only. Bank National PL, D3 Rue Dial Bank d'Orient PL, D34 Rue de Sophocles Bank d'Athens PL, E4 Rue du Stade 32 Bank Ionian PL, E4 same street number 14. Equals Post and Telegraph Office equals PL. D3 opposite Bank National. Letter under 15 grams within Postal Union 25 L, in Greece 20, in Athens 10 L. Registration 25 L, Deltarian or postcard 10 or 5 L. Equals theaters equals NOV. To May, Royal National PL. C2, Rue Constantine Theater Municipal PL. D3, several summer theaters. Equals bands equals play every summer evening in the Place de la Constitution at the Zappian P 508 and at New Falloran P 528. Military band Place de la Constitution Sun and Thurs, afternoons. Equals photographs. Equals Barth and Eleutheraudakis, booksellers Place de la Constitution, Ailinaris and Boisnes's photographs, etc. Ramades, Pinnacotic Hellenique, same square, Simyriotes Rue des Philhellines 2. Requisites. Tavanakes and Jorgantopulos Rue de Hermes 12, Pestarini Rue du Stade 2, Ragnio Rue du Stade opposite the Parliament. Equals legations and consulates. Equals Great Britain, Minister Sir Francis E.H. Elliot Rue de Dragazzani 8 PL, E4, Consul T. Cornish. United States, Minister G.H. Moses Rue Sena 16, Consul General W.H. Gale Rue Regills 6, Vice Consul B. Melicinos. Equals English Church equals St. Paul's, PL. F6 7, Rue des Philhellines corner of Palace Garden, Chaplain W.A. Gardner, Rue du Lycée 1, services at 8 and 10.3 a.m. and 6 p.m. Equals Scientific institutions equals, all under supervision of the General Eforos or Director Dr. P. Cavadias, office in the Minister des Cultes, Rue de Hermes. The Greek Archaeological Society, Rue de l'Université 20 PL. F4 is the central authority for antiquarian research in Greece. British School of Athens, PL. I4 Rue de Spusip, American School of Classical Studies, same street, also French, German, and Austrian institutes. National Library, PL. E3, open 1902, 35 and 811. Equals collections, equals Acropolis Museum, p. 519, and National Archaeological Museum, p. 526, on weekdays from 9 Dec, and Jan. 10 to 12 and from 3 Oct, March from 2 Junog from 4 till sunset, on Sun. And holidays the National Museum is open 10-12 and the Acropolis Museum in the afternoon only. Adam. Free sticks and umbrellas 20L. Numismatic Museum, p. 525, wed and sat. 9 or 10-12 and 3-6 free. Historical and Ethnographical Museum, p. 526, daily except on holidays 2-5 Adam, 50L. Equals plan of visit, equals 3 days, first. Acropolis, p. 512, Acropolis Museum, p. 519. Afternoon, Lycabettos, p. 528. Second. National Museum, p. 526. Afternoon, Stadion, p. 509, Olympian, p. 509, Monument of Lysocrates, p. 510, Theatre of Dionysos, p. 510, Odeon, p. 511, Areopagus, p. 512, Acropolis by sunset. Third. Bowel. De l'Université, p. 525, region to the N of the Acropolis, pp. 520 et sec. Afternoon, Thessian, p. 521, Dipolin, p. 522, Hill of the Phoenix, Tomb of Philippapos, p. 524. If 1/2 day only be available, we first drive to the Acropolis, p. 512, to which we devote 2 HRS. Then visit the Odeon, p. 511, the Theatre of Dionysos, p. 510, the Monument of Lysocrates, p. 510, the Olympian, p. 509, with Hadrian's Arch, p. 508, and the Stadion, p. 509. We then drive past the Tower of the Winds, p. 520, the Market Gate, p. 521, and Hadrian's Stoa, p. 520, to the Thessian, p. 521, and if possible also to the ancient cemetery outside the Dipolin, p. 523. Lastly, in half a day, we may drive through the Bowel. De l'Université, p. 525. Glance at the chief modern buildings and visit the National Museum, p. 526. Athens, 130,492 ft. Pop. 167,500, modern Greek Athenae, lies 3¾ m, from the Saronic Gulf in the Great Attic Plain, which is closed on the W by Aigilios and Parnes, and on the E by Hymettos and Pentelicon. The city is bounded on the SC by the Ilissos and on the W by the Kephizos. The valleys of these streams are separated by the Turkavuni Hills, whose S-spur, the Lycabettos, rises abruptly above Athens on the E. A broad saddle separates the latter from the rock of the Acropolis and a group of hills farther to the W. These include the Philippapos or Museon, the Phoenix, and the Nymphs hills, and slope gently down to the sea. The Athens of antiquity circled round the Acropolis and included the hills on its SW and W sides, see plan, where traces of ancient walls and the probable direction of the streets are indicated. The modern city extends to the N of the Acropolis, far towards the plain of the Kephizos. Down to 1834, Athens was a poor village. Now, as the capital of the Kingdom of Hellas, it has developed into one of the finest cities of the Mediterranean, and is quite European in character. The main street is the Rue du Stade, connecting the Syntagma Square, Place de la Constitution, PL, F5-6 with the Amania Square, Place de la Concorde, PLD2-3. This street and the broad E end of the Rue de Hermes, see below, contain the principal shops. The Syntagma Square forms the center of traffic. Parallel with the Rue du Stade runs the Bowel, de l'Université Pampistemian, in which the chief public buildings are situated. This new E-quarter, known as Neapolis, is adjoined to the W of the Rue du Stade by the older business quarter, the main arteries of which are the Rue de Hermes, PL. B5, P520, running to the W from the Syntagma Square, and the Rue d'Athena, PL. D35, running from the Place de la Concorde to the S and intersecting the Rue de Hermes at right angles. Parallel to the latter is the Rue Dial, P520, which leads to the N, past the National Museum, to Patija, and is prolonged to the S to the Tower of the Winds at the foot of the Acropolis. The Piraeus is the chief seat of industry and the wholesale trade. History: the Athenians prided themselves on being the aboriginal inhabitants of the country, whose earliest kings are said to have been Cecrops, builder of the Acropolis, Erechtheus, Pandion, and Aegeus. Research, however, attributes the earliest settlement on the Acropolis to the Pelasgians, afterwards expelled by Ionian invaders. Theseus, the fifth king, is regarded as the actual founder of Athens. To him Thucydides assigns the Synokismos, in 1259 BC, it is said, or subordination of all the Attic communities to Athens as their capital. Originally consisting of the Acropolis only, the city gradually extended in all directions. After the self-sacrifice of Codrus, 1068 BC, the kings were succeeded by archons, first of the house of Codrus and afterwards elected from the ranks of the Eupatridae landed nobles. Internal dissensions and the capricious rule of this aristocratic oligarchy led at the end of the 7th cent to the codification of the existing law of Athens by Draken, a measure succeeded in 594 BC by the democratic reforms of Solon. Eligibility for the highest offices was henceforth to depend, not on birth, but on the possession of property and the payment of taxes, timocracy. The judges were to be chosen by lot, and a council boule of 400 members bouleuti was placed over the archons as the supreme governing body. In 561 BC, however, while Solon was still alive, Pisistratos, an ambitious but humane man and a patron of art, succeeded in usurping the position of tyrant. He and his sons Hippias and Hipparchos brilliantly developed the city. Roads were made to the various deme, or communities of Attica, and a copious supply of water was brought by a subterranean conduit from Hymettos. The Olympian was begun, the ancient temple of Athena on the Acropolis, the Hecatompedon, was enclosed with a colonnade, and other large buildings were erected. All this splendor, however, did not compensate for the want of a free constitution. In 514 Hipparchos was assassinated by Harmodios and Aristogiton, and in 510 Hippias was banished with the aid of the Spartans. After further democratic reforms, and after various wars with adjoining states, which led to the development of the Athenian fleet, the little Attic state obtained the leadership of the whole nation in the Persian Wars. In order to punish Athens for supporting the revolt of the Greek towns in Asia Minor, 498, Darius I, king of Persia, sent an army of over 200,000 men with a huge fleet, under Datis and Artaphernes, across the Aegean Sea in 490. Contrary to all expectation, the Athenians under Miltiades, assisted by the Plataeans only, defeated the immense Persian army on the plains of Marathon. Even more glorious, and still further confirming the hegemony of Athens, was the result of the campaign of Xerxes against Greece in 480. After the heroic resistance of Leonidas and his Spartans at Thermopylae had been overcome by the slaughter of the devoted band, the whole of the huge army and armament of the great king bore down upon Attica to avenge the defeat of Marathon. The Athenians took to their ships. The city was occupied by the Persians, the Acropolis captured, and the temples burned down. But the decisive naval victory won at Salamis, 480, and due to the unflinching courage and pertinacity of Themistocles, broke the power of the Persians. The citizens had scarcely re-entered Athens when they were again compelled to retire before the army of Mardonios, but their great victory at Plataea in 479 finally relieved them from the menace of a Persian yoke. Having taken the most glorious part in these terrible struggles, Athens now became the natural leader of the Greeks in the War of Retaliation. In 474, this leadership found expression in the foundation of the Attic and Delian Naval League. The zenith of the Athenian power coincided with the rebuilding of the city, which progressed rapidly in spite of the opposition of the Spartans. The fortification both of the city and its harbor, which the genius of Themistocles had removed to the Piraeus, was taken in hand with special vigor, and in 460–445 the long walls were erected, stretching from the Piraeus and from Phaleron to Athens itself. Next, under the rule of Pericles, arose the magnificent buildings on the Acropolis. A colossal statue of Athena Primachos in gold and ivory, by Phidias, was erected out of the Persian booty in 438, when the cella of the Great Parthenon also was probably completed. In 432 were erected the stately Propylaea, and lastly the Erechtheion, begun probably soon after the Peace of Nicaeas, 421, but not completed till 407. The Athenian democracy had attained its fullest development and its widest sway when the long-standing antagonism of Sparta led to open war between the rival states in 431. In the second year of the war, Athens was visited by a terrible plague, which carried off, among many others, Pericles, the only man of genius powerful enough to control the democracy, the deterioration of which may be dated from his death. After many vicissitudes, including the disastrous campaign in Sicily undertaken by the advice of Alcibiades, Comp. p. 163, the Peloponnesian War ended in 404 with the utter humiliation of Athens. The fortifications of the city and the Piraeus had to be demolished, the fleet to be given up, and an oligarchic government, that of the 30 tyrants, to be endured at the bidding of Sparta. In 403, Thrasybulos restored the democracy. In 393, Canaan won a naval victory over the Spartans at Knidos and rebuilt the long walls. But all this was but a brief and feeble reflex of the ancient glory of the state. In vain, Demosthenes exhorted his fellow citizens to vigorous resistance against Philip of Macedon. When they at last roused themselves, it was too late. In 338, Greek independence received its death blow on the battlefield of Chaeronea. Although Athens never again recovered her political importance, her material prosperity survived almost unimpaired for several centuries more. In the year of the Battle of Chaeronea began the judicious financial administration of the orator Lycurgos, who completed the theater previously begun on the sea slope of the Acropolis, built the stadion, and filled the arsenals and harbor of the Piraeus with military stores and with ships. After a fruitless revolt in 322, the Lamian War, Athens was garrisoned with Macedonian troops. Yet Athens continued to live and thrive on the intellectual heritage stored up within her walls ever since the days of the Persian and Peloponnesian Wars. As the home of the greatest poets of antiquity, as the seat of the far-famed schools of philosophy and rhetoric founded by Plato, Aristotle, and Zeno, and as a great center of art and architecture, she still had many visitors and admirers. Foreign patrons lavished gifts upon her or erected sumptuous buildings in the city. To Ptolemy Philadelphos of Egypt, 281–246, she owed a gymnasium with a library, to the Pergamenian king's handsome colonnades, and to the Syrian king Antiochus Roman IV. Epiphanes, 175–164, the Olympian. The dominion of Macedonia was followed by that of Rome. In spite of the nominal declaration of the independence of Greece made by the consul Flamininus in 196 BC after the overthrow of the Achaean League, of which Athens was a member, and the destruction of Corinth in 146, Greece and Macedonia were formed into a Roman province. Athens had to pay heavily for the ill-considered help it afforded Mithridates, king of Pontus, who chose Greece as the battlefield on which to contest with Rome the sovereignty of Asia. The city was stormed and sacked by Sulla in 86 BC, and the fortifications of the Piraeus were finally demolished. The city was, however, favored by Caesar and the Roman emperors. The chief buildings of this period are the Tower of the Winds, the Market Gate owing its origin to donations made by Caesar and Augustus, the statue of Agrippa, the round temple of Roma and Augustus, the new marble steps of the Propylaea, and the monument of Philopappos. A new period in the history of art was inaugurated by Hadrian AD 117–38, the friend of Greece, to whom countless statues were erected under the titles of the Olympian, the Founder, the Liberator. A whole quarter of the city, to the sea of the castle, was called after him, as may still be read on Hadrian's Arch. In this quarter rose the temple of Zeus completed by him. In the old town he founded a library, a gymnasium, and a pantheon, and Athens is still supplied with water by his aqueduct. At the same period Herodes Atticus, 101–77, a rich citizen, built the Odeon named after him. Lastly Marcus Aurelius, 161–80, from whose time dates the description of the city by Pausanias, summoned new teachers to the Athenian school of philosophy. From that period begins the gradual stagnation and decay of the city. In 267, Athens was captured by the Heruli and Goths. In 395 and 396, Alaric with his Visigoths appeared before its gates, but spared it on payment of tribute. From the 5th cent. Onwards, numerous works of art were removed from Athens to Constantinople, as had been partly done by Constantine himself to grace the buildings of New Rome. In 529, Justinian gave the death blow to the intellectual life of Athens by closing the schools of philosophy. Athens sank to the position of a Byzantine provincial town. In 1019, Basil Roman II held a triumphal festival in the Parthenon, which had long been used as a church. In 1040, the Northmen under Harold Hardrad took the Piraeus by storm. After the conquest of Constantinople by the Latin Crusaders in 1204, p. 542, Athens fell into the hands of Frankish nobles known as dukes after 1258. At length, in 1456, after a vigorous defense, Athens was captured by the Turks, and thenceforth belonged to the Pashalik of Negropont, Euboea. But two events in the next 3 centuries and a half deserve mention. It was attacked by the Venetians in 1466, and it was captured and occupied for a short time by their general Francesco Morosini in 1687. On the latter occasion, the Parthenon, hitherto uninjured, was blown up, while the Propylaea had already been destroyed by an earlier explosion. Comp. p. 513. Athens then fell into complete oblivion and had to be rediscovered by the explorers and scholars of the 19th century. The Greeks began their War of Independence in 1821, and in 1822 captured the Acropolis of Athens. The Turks, however, stormed the town in 1826, and in 1827 took the Acropolis also after a brave resistance. The whole of Hellas thus fell again under the Turkish yoke. But the great powers now intervened. In 1833, the Acropolis was evacuated by the Turks and entered by the Bavarian troops of the new king, Otho. In 1834, Athens was made the capital of the new kingdom, and since 1835 has been the seat of government. This distinction it owes to its historic fame, its site being geographically and economically unfavorable for a great modern city. It has attracted neither wholesale trade nor industry, and Attica itself is by no means productive. Books. Of the extensive literature on Athens, the following books may be useful to the traveler. Stewart's and Rivette's The Antiquities of Athens, 4 vols. Reverend ed. 1825-30. Leake S. Topography of Athens, London 1821. Wordsworth S. Athens and Attica, 4th ed. 1869. Dyer S. Ancient Athens, London 1873. Harrison's and Verrall S. Mythology and Monuments of Ancient Athens, London 1890. E. A. Gardner's Ancient Athens, London 1902. A Walk from the Palace round the S side of the Acropolis. The Place de la Constitution or Syntagma Square PL. F56 p. 505 with its hotels and cafes is bounded by gardens on the E, beyond which rises the equals Royal Palace equals PL. FG56 built of limestone and Pentelic marble 1834-8 with a Doric portico. The trellised walks of the palace garden PL. FG6 enter. To the right in the Rue de Fija, Adam, Wed and Frid. 4-6 in winter 3-5. Smoking prohibited afford shady promenades. From the S part, with its fine palms, we get picturesque glimpses of the columns of the Olympian, the Acropolis, and the sea. From Syntagma Square, the broad Rue des Philhellines leads to the S, past the Russian Church and the English Church, PL. F6-7, a tasteful Gothic edifice, to the beautiful grounds of the Equals. PL. F7, an exhibition building opened in 1888. The 2 statues adorning the flight of steps represent the brothers Zappas, who founded the building. At the W angle of the grounds is a pleasing statue of Byron PL. E7, Café on the Terrace P503. To the S we have a view of the sea, to the E left rises Hymettos. In the foreground, adjoining the Olympian P509, is *= Hadrian's Arch = PL. E7, erected either by himself or his successor. This gateway 14.5 ids, broad and 59 ft. High, marked, as the inscriptions record, the boundary between the older quarters and the new town of Hadrian, p. 507. It was adorned with projecting Corinthian columns, of which fragments of the bases and the entablature alone survive. Above the gateway rises an attica with 3 window-like apertures and a pediment in the center. The equals Olympian, PL, EF78 or Temple of the Olympian Zeus has been entirely destroyed with the exception of 15 huge marble columns. The original temple dates from the time of Pisistratos, ca. 530 BC, p. 506, but scarcely more than the foundations were then built. The work was resumed, ca. 174 BC, by Antiochus Roman IV. Epiphanes, to whose edifice the existing ruins belong, but it was completed only by Hadrian. When the temple was consecrated, ca. 129 AD, the Athenians showed their gratitude by erecting a statue of the emperor next to the gold and ivory statue of Zeus. The temple rose on a basis, 118 by 45 ids, approached by 3 steps, and was the largest Greek temple in existence after those of Ephesus and Selinus. The W and E ends were flanked with triple rows of 8 columns, and the N and S sides with double rows of 20. In all, there were 104 Corinthian columns, 56.5 ft. high and 56.67 inches in diameter. The precincts of the temple consisted of a large leveled platform created by Hadrian, 224 by 141 ids, which had to be backed up on the W side and at the SE corner, where it is buttressed with huge substructions. On the N side, in a line with the E front of the temple, an entrance with 4 columns has been unearthed. The view stretches from Hymettos to the sea, with the islands of Aegina and Hydra and the coast of Argolis. The Olga Boulevard PL, EG78, on the bank of the Ilissos, generally dry, leads to the E from the Olympian to the Stadion Bridge. Opposite the bridge is the old Protestant cemetery. The asterisk equals Stadion equals PL, GH8 atom. 20L, the scene of the Panathenaian Games, situated in a natural basin, was planned by Lycurgos p. 507 in 330 BC. The seats and balustrades in Pentelic marble were added, about 140 AD, by Herodes Atticus, p. 507. The great size of the stadion and the height of its rows of seats produce a very imposing effect, and this is enhanced by the rich marble decorations, which were renewed in 1896–1906. On its completion, the building was inaugurated in 1906 with Olympic Games, which are to be held here every 4 years. The entrance consists of a Corinthian propylaeum. The race course, ascending slightly, is 224 ids long as far as the semicircular space at the SC end, sphendon, and 36.5 ids in breadth. Exclusive of barriers and corridor, the actual course was 600 Greco-Roman or 584 angle, ft. 195 ids long, and was divided into sections by medae or goals consisting of double hermi, 2 of which have been re-erected at the semicircular space. The course is separated by a marble parapet from a corridor, 3 ids wide, affording access to the lower tiers of seats. These are 24 in number, and higher up, separated from them by a broad passage, are 20 rows of benches, above which runs another passage overlooking the whole and protected on the outside by a parapet. There is accommodation for 50,000 spectators. From Hadrian's Arch, the short Rue de Lysicrate leads to the NW to the beautiful Choragic asterisk equals monument of Lysicrates equals PL. E7, resembling a small round temple. This is the oldest well-preserved monument in the Corinthian style, and once served as the library of that French Capuchin convent where Lord Byron spent a night. According to the inscription above the half columns on the SE side, it was erected in 335–334 by a certain Lysicrates who had won the victory in the Dionysian Games. On a cubic basement rises a round building in Pentelic marble, 21.5 ft. high, with 6 Corinthian half columns which support a tripartite architrave and sculptured frieze. The conical roof, consisting of a single slightly convex block of marble, is crowned with a vigorous acanthus flower, on which once stood the bronze tripod won by Lysicrates. The frieze, which dates from the prime of the school of Praxiteles, represents in very low relief, partly obliterated, the punishment of the Tyrrhenian pirates who had robbed Dionysos. Before the god converts them into dolphins, they are being tormented in every possible way by his attendant satyrs. We return by the Rue de Byron to the S to Amelia Street, in line with which the Dionysios Areopagite Street, PL. DC7 ascends to the Acropolis. The asterisk equals Theater of Dionysos equals PL. D7, whose entrance we soon reach, was once the center of the dramatic art of Greece, the spot in which the masterpieces of Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, and Aristophanes first excited delight and admiration. From the early 5th cent, this site was occupied by a round enclosed orchestra dancing place, while for each performance a stage had to be specially erected, the audience being seated in a leveled hollow in the Acropolis hillside. In the 4th cent, mainly in the time of Lycurgos, p. 507, tiers of stone seats and a permanent stage were erected for the first time. The present semicircular orchestra, paved with marble, and the remains of the stage building belong to Roman restorations. The Roman raised stage rested on a wall adorned with good sculptures of the time of Nero. During the Greek age, the actors and the chorus, the former wearing the raised cothurnus, performed on the level space in the orchestra, while the skene or stage served them as a kind of booth. The proscenium, or wooden front of the stage, formed the background of the play, and was only superseded by a stone wall with columns at the close of the late Hellenistic period. Between the rectangular wings of the stage, paraskenia, and the lowest seats for the spectators opened the entrances for the chorus paradoi. The auditorium was divided by narrow flights of steps into 13 wedges, curcides, and by 2 cross passages, diazomata, into 3 main sections. The seats, originally for 14,17,000 spectators, are only partly preserved. In the front row were marble seats for the priests and state officials. That in the center, set apart for the priest of Dionysos, is adorned with reliefs. The pedestal to the right, behind it, bore the throne of Hadrian. Adjoining the theater was the sacred precinct of Dionysos Eleutherius, the wine-dispensing god, with whose festivals the dramatic performances were connected. The walls of his temple, 5th or early 4th cent, are still partly preserved between the stage of the theater and the modern street. Behind the stage ran a colonnade offering shelter in rainy weather. At its SW end once stood an older temple, the NW corner of which has been discovered. The ancient buildings to the W of the Theater of Dionysos skirt the hillside in 2 terraces. The E half of the upper terrace, on the steep slope of the castle hill, above the conspicuous arched wall, is the site of the famous equals Asclepian equals, or sacred precinct of Asclepios, Aesculapius, Hygeia, and kindred deities, with which institutions for the treatment of the sick were connected. Of the temple, founded in 420, the foundations only are left. The perpendicular side of the Acropolis is here faced with masonry, in which is the entrance to a round well-house converted into a chapel. In front of it ran a colonnade towards the W, leading to a round pit, once roofed over, which is supposed to have been used for sacrificial purposes or as the abode of the sacred serpents. On the lower terrace from the theater to the Odeon ran the stoa of King Eumenes Roman II. Of Pergamon, BC 197-159, 180 ids, long, with its back to the masonry supporting the upper terrace. The asterisk equals Odeon of Herod's Atticus equals PL. C. 7, keys kept by a pensioner in the red hut at the W entrance. 2550L, founded by a rich citizen, p. 507, about 160 AD, dominates all the other ruins at the foot of the castle hill. Unlike the usual Odeon or theater for musical entertainments, this building was constructed with a view to dramatic performances. The yellowish-brown facade is constructed in the Roman round-arched style and consisted of 3 stories. The usual entrance is by the westmost of the 3 doors. A niche here contains the statue of a Roman official. The interior affords a good example of a Roman theater, comp. p. 510, the stage, Logion, raised 3.5 ft. Above the orchestra is 38.5 ids, in breadth but only 6 ids, deep. At the back of the stage is a massive wall, broken by the usual 3 stage doors and relieved by niches and a row of columns. The orchestra, 20 ids, wide, was paved with party-colored squares of marble. The auditorium, 83 ids. In diameter, could hold 5,000 spectators. The tiers of seats rise in a semicircle, one above the other, on the rocky slope of the Acropolis. The lower 19 tiers were divided by steps into 5, the upper, probably 13, above the transverse passage, CP 510 and above, into 10 sections. The seats, like the whole of the masonry, were coated with pentelic marble. The lowest tier had backs. The whole edifice was covered with a superb roof of cedar wood. From the Dionysios Areopagite Street, P 510, where it passes the Odeon, there diverges to the W the avenue leading to the Acropolis, immediately to the right of which a steep path ascends on the W side of the Odeon to the Acropolis Gate. Halfway up, we diverge to the left to visit the summit of a rocky plateau, 377 ft. Separated from the Acropolis by a depression and descending abruptly to the NE, still called as in ancient times the Areopagus PL. BC6. A narrow flight of steps in the rock, partly destroyed, ascends to the site of some ancient altars, for which platforms were hewn in the rock. Here met the time-honored court of justice, composed of noble and aged citizens who wielded supreme criminal jurisdiction. The cleft in the rock below the NE corner was probably connected with the cult of the avenging Erinyes, Furies, or Eumenides, the benevolent, as they were euphemistically called. This was the scene of Aeschylus's famous tragedy of that name. To the SW of the Areopagus rock, and below to the E of the modern road from the Thessian P 521 to the Acropolis, the oldest quarter of the lower town has been partly excavated, comp. PL. B7 and P. 524. Descending at the W point of the Areopagus rock from the modern to the ancient road, we reach on the left the Dionysian N Limnies, PL. B7, a triangular space enclosed by an antique polygonal wall of limestone. This was the sacred precinct of Dionysos Lenios, the inventor of the winepress, and once contained a temple of the 7th or 6th cent. BC, a winepress in the NW angle, and a large hall of the Roman period in the NE. Half. To the S of the temple precinct lay the city well of Calari. Pisistratos connected it with his aqueduct from the upper Ilissos valley and provided it with 9 spouts, whence it was called Anikrunos. B. The Acropolis. The abrupt limestone plateau, 512 ft, on which stands the Acropolis, or Castle of Athens, has formed from hoar antiquity the nucleus of all the settlements in the Attic plain. The legendary Pelasgi are said to have first leveled the top of the hill, enclosed it with a wall, and erected the so-called Enipolin, an outwork with 9 gates, to defend the sole approach on the W side. The Acropolis contained the residence of the kings and the chief sanctuaries of the state. The kings afterwards transferred their seat to the lower city, Pisistratos alone preferring to reside in the Acropolis. The ancient buildings were destroyed by the Persians in 480–479. Themistocles and Cimon rebuilt the walls, and Pericles then became the chief founder of those magnificent buildings, which, even in their ruins, still present the finest picture of the unrivaled art of antiquity. Tramway, CP 503. The avenue mentioned above, which ascends to the W at the Odeon of Herodes Atticus, brings us to the so-called Bulle Gate, on the plateau below the last steep W slope of the Acropolis equals. Carriages stop here, visitors admitted till sunset. The Bulle Gate, named after the French savant who discovered it, was entirely built over by bastions down to 1852, but since 1889 has formed the chief entrance to the Acropolis, side entrance under the Nike Bastion. The towers flanking the gateway were built about 50 AD. The gateway itself dates from 160 AD and is embellished with fragments from a choragic monument erected by Nicias in 319. From the Bulle Gate we ascend a flight of marble steps with many gaps to the Propylaea. This staircase, which also was made in the first half of the 1st cent. AD, replaces the steep ancient track. The tower-like pedestal on the left, below the Propylaea, once bore a statue of M. Vipsanius Agrippa, the general and son-in-law of Emp. Augustus, erected between 27 and 12 AD. To the right of the Propylaea projects a bastion, 26 ft. high, from which a small flight of marble steps descends, stopping short of our staircase. On this bastion rises the *= temple of Nike Athena Nike, erroneously called Nikeapteros, which was reconstructed with the ancient stones in 1835–6. Its date is uncertain, probably between 440 and 410 BC. Like the Propylaea, this little temple, 27 ft, long and 18 ft. Wide, is built entirely of pentelic marble. It stands on a basement of 3 steps and is preceded at the E and W ends by a portico of 4 Ionic columns 13 ft. High. Above the tripartite architrave runs a sculptured frieze 85 ft. Long and 18 inches high. At the E end, it represents a council of the gods, among whom are Athena with her shield, in the center, and Zeus sitting next to her. On the sides are battles of the Greeks with the Persians, some of them mounted. At the W end is a conflict between Greeks and Greeks. Only a few fragments of the roof have been found. It ended on the E and W impediments which were unadorned. The entrance to the cella is formed by 2 pillars. On the marble cornice of the temple bastion, there once rose a balustrade adorned with reliefs outside and bearing a bronze railing. These admirable reliefs, remains of which are preserved in the Acropolis Museum, p. 520, represented goddesses of victory erecting trophies and presenting offerings in presence of Athena. The asterisk view from beside the Temple of Nike is justly celebrated. In the picturesque intermingling of land and sea, we descry the Bay of Phaleron, p. 528, the peninsula of Manikia, the Piraeus, p. 494, Salamis, and its adjoining islet of Citolea, p. 494. A little farther to the right, beyond the Bay of Eleusis, appears the dome-like rock of Acrocorinth, backed by distant mountains. To the right of this, but in the immediate foreground, rises the Phoenix Hill with its rock steps. The plain is overgrown with fine old olive groves. Above it rise Mt. Aigilios and the hills of Megara. To the SW, to the left of the tower-like monument of Philippapos, stretches the Saronic Gulf, bounded by Aegina with Mt. St. Elias and by the Argolic MTS, and the island of Hydra. To the left runs the Attic coast as far as the islet of Gaidarnasi, off Cape Colonna. The asterisk equals Propylaea equals, the greatest secular edifice in ancient Athens, composed entirely of pentelic marble, were erected in 437–432 BC by the architect Nesicles. This highly artistic building consists of 3 parts, a central gateway with wings on the N and S. The central building, ruined by an explosion in 1645, consists of a wall pierced with 5 openings and preceded by Doric colonnades on the E and W sides. Each colonnade has 6 columns in front, above which ran a frieze of triglyphs and metopes, crowned by a plain pediment. The W colonnade, to which 3 huge steps ascend, is 19 ids, wide and 17 ids, deep. Its front columns belong to the Doric order and consequently rise directly from the ground stylobate. Without bases, they are 29 ft. High, and each is fluted with 20 grooves separated by sharp edges. Behind the 2 central columns, which are 12½ ft. Apart, and flanking the main passage, there are on each side 3 slender Ionic columns, 33 ft. High, resting on their cushion-like bases, and grooved with 24 flutes separated by broad fillets. The ceiling was divided into sunk panels, adorned with painting. On the N and S sides, the central building was bounded by massive walls, 17½ ids, long, ending in huge buttresses ante. Between these extended the gateway proper, consisting, as above remarked, of a wall with 5 openings. 5 marble steps ascend to the threshold, composed of black Eleusinian stone, on which the side gates rest. The broad central gateway is without steps. All the gateways were once provided with massive folding doors. The E colonnade is as broad as the other, but only 23 ft. Deep. Of its 6 Doric columns, 5 still have their capitals, and 2 are connected with their architrave. The well-preserved north wing consists of a porch or vestibule, open towards the S, with 3 Doric columns between ante, and an inner hall connected with it by a door and 2 windows. This was called the Pinacotheca, from its use as a receptacle for votive pictures, pinax, on marble or terracotta. The south wing, of which 2 columns and the back wall only have been preserved, was never quite completed. Passing through the E colonnade of the Propylaea, we enter the inner ward of the Acropolis and ascend a gradual slope, now covered with profoundly impressive ruins. When we picture to ourselves the mighty Parthenon, on the right, and the exquisite Erechtheion on the left, in the full glory of their sculptures and coloring, surrounded by smaller sanctuaries and a forest of statues, we may well understand the enthusiastic pride of the Athenians in their unrivaled Acropolis. From the central gateway of the propylaea, a broad pathway ascends along the main axis of the citadel. The rock has evidently been much cut away to facilitate the ascent, as we see from a glance at the rocky terrace on the right, which has a precipitous face 6.5 ft. In height. Fragments of pedestals and square hollows in the rock indicate the ancient sites of numerous votive offerings. The terrace of rock just mentioned, to which 9 low steps ascend farther on, once bore the temple of Artemis Brauronia, but is now strewn with beams and fragments of ceiling from the propylaea, panels with traces of blue coloring. The terrace is bounded on the W by a fragment of a broad wall belonging to the original Pelasgic fortifications, p. 512. Another rock terrace, about 2.5 ft. Higher, and also cut perpendicularly to the E of the Brauronian, is supposed to have been the place where, without any actual temple, Athena was worshipped as Ergane, the mistress and inventor of every art. To the S of this terrace we observe traces of walls which, together with the S wall itself, seem to have formed a gigantic building. It was perhaps the Chocotheca, an arsenal where not only implements of war, but also bronze votive offerings and other objects were kept. Towards the Parthenon, the terrace had 9 narrow steps on which votive offerings were deposited. About 40 paces from the propylaea, straight on, we come to a large cutting in the rock, the supposed site of the bronze statue of Athena Primachos, about 26 ft. High, by Phidias, erected with the booty of Marathon. The goddess was represented in full armor, with shield and lance. The gilded point of the lance, gleaming in the sun, was a landmark for sailors rounding Cape Colonna. The principal roadway, once used by the festal processions, passes between the Erechtheion and the Parthenon to the E front of the latter. The asterisk equals Parthenon equals, the most perfect monument of ancient art, once far surpassing all other Athenian buildings in the brilliancy of its plastic and polychrome decoration, and even in its ruins a marvel of majestic beauty, stands on the highest S-margin of the Acropolis precincts. On this site, as early as the middle of the 6th cent, a large temple was begun, adjoining the ancient Hecatompedon, p. 518, in Poros or Parian stone, and after the Battle of Marathon down to the Persian occupation was continued in marble. In the time of Pericles, after 447, the whole edifice as it now stands was rebuilt in Pentelic marble. The architects were Ectinos and Callicrates, but Pericles himself presided over the works and provided the funds. The external sculptures are attributed to Phidias and his pupils. The temple was probably opened for worship in 438, on the occasion of the erection of the statue of Athena at the Panathenaian festival. This marvelous work must therefore have been completed within 10 years. Its decoration alone included 98 columns, 50 life-size statues for the pediments, a frieze 524 ft. Long, 92 metopes, and a gold and ivory figure of Athena 43 ft. High. On the massive basement in 3 steps, whose stylobate, or platform for the colonnade, measures 75.5 by 33 ids, rise 46 Doric columns averaging 34 ft. High, 8 at each end and 17 on each side, the corner columns being counted twice. On the abaci of the columns rests the undivided architrave or epistyle, above which runs a triglyph frieze, the most characteristic feature of the Doric order. This consists of triglyphs or triple grooves, alternating with metopes or flat spaces, which in this case are adorned with reliefs. Above the frieze is the jason, or lowest flat molding of the cornice, while below each triglyph hang reguli gutty, or drops, corresponding with drops above it. The triglyphs and drops were painted blue, the ground of the metopes blue or red, and the lower surface of the jason and the continuous molding above the frieze and architrave red. The smooth spaces in front were left white, as were also the columns, with the exception of the 4 rings or annuli below the capitals. The gable roof rose at an angle of 13 degrees. At each end is a pediment, framing the tympanum, or receding space for statuary 91.5 ft. Long, 3 ft. Deep, and in the center 10.5 ft. High. It was painted red at the back so as to throw the statues into strong relief. The raised edges simi of the external members of the pediment, 18.5 inches high, are intended to prevent the rainwater from escaping over the front. They were adorned with wreaths of foliage. The pediment was crowned with a boldly executed palmette, and at each corner was placed a golden oil jar. The roof, resting partly on timber and partly on stone framework, consisted of slabs of Parian marble 1/4 in thick. It was edged with artistic antefixy, or hollowed tiles, between which the rainwater escaped. The lions' heads at the ends of each side were purely ornamental. The cella, or sanctuary proper, enclosed by the outer colonnades, is raised 2 steps above the stylobate. At each end a portico is formed by 6 Doric columns, 33 ft. high, and by the projecting sides. Above the architrave, round the whole building ran a frieze, of which hardly any traces remain except on the W side, comp. p. 517. The porticos were closed by high bronze railings between the columns. From the E portico, massive folding doors led into the interior, which was divided by a partition into an eastern and a smaller western section. The former, the inner sanctuary, was known as the Hecatompedon, being 100 ft. long, comp. p. 518. It was divided into 3 aisles by 2 rows of Doric columns, 9 in each. On a square of darker stone in the pavement stood the famous gold and ivory statue of Athena Parthenos by Phidias. The ceiling was of wood in lacunars, which were doubtless richly colored. Light was admitted by the door alone. The walls were painted dark red, but no adequate idea can now be formed of the original wealth of coloring. Between the partition and the W portico, which is supposed to have formed a kind of treasury, opposite the domos, lay the W section of the cella, 14 ids. In depth, sometimes called the Parthenon in the narrower sense. The crowning glory of the Parthenon consisted in its plastic decoration, executed under the direction of Phidias. Most of the sculptures still preserved were taken to London by Lord Elgin in 1823 and are now in the British Museum, but there are several others in the Acropolis Museum, CP 519. The E tympanum was devoted to the Nativity of Athena. All that remains of its sculptures in their original position consists of 2 horses' heads belonging to the chariot of the rising Helios, on the left, and remains of a horse's head of the chariot of the setting Selene, on the right. In the W tympanum, which illustrated the victory of Athena over Poseidon in their contest for the possession of Attica, are still seen, near the left angle, a half-recumbent male figure, round whose neck is the arm of a kneeling woman, Aesculapius and Hygeia. And in the right angle a female figure supposed to be Callirai, p. 512. The metope reliefs are of inferior artistic value. Of the 92, there still exist the 28 at each end and 12 on the end side. They represent the conflicts of the gods with the giants, E, of the Lapithae and Athenians with the centaurs, S, of the Athenians with the Amazons, W, and lastly the siege of Troy. The high relief in some cases assumes an almost entirely rounded form. The masterpiece of Attic bas-relief is the frieze of the cella wall, 175 ids, long and 39 in high. On the W front the greater part of it has been preserved, but on the S side there are only scanty fragments. 22 slabs are now in the Acropolis Museum, CP 519. The reliefs represented the festal procession in which every 4 years, at the close of the Panathenaea, the maidens of Athens presented the goddess with a magnificent woven robe. Over the chief entrance is the presentation of the robe to Athena. To the right and left of it are the assembled gods. On the sides and at the back are Athenians. The figures were executed in low relief of 2.5 in. Only, in order to prevent strong shadows being thrown by the light entering the covered hall from below, the effect was enhanced by painting and mountings in metal. In the hollows on the S side of the Parthenon, far below, may be traced the line of the Pelasgic wall, p. 512, which was covered up when the terrace of the temple was formed. Excavations here, and notably also to the NW of the Erechtheion, brought to light a number of archaic statues and architectural fragments dating from the Persian destruction. Near the end margin of the Acropolis precincts, but in a slight depression, rises the asterisk equals Erechtheion equals, the temple of the tutelary goddess Athena Polias and the other deities of the city. The building was probably begun soon after the Peace of Nicias, 421, but only completed in 407 or after 400. It contained chambers for the cult of Athena and Poseidon Erechtheus, while the vestibule had an entrance to the salt spring produced by Poseidon. But the temple is now sadly ruined, having served in the Middle Ages as a church and afterwards as a Turkish harem. Since 1902, however, the ancient fragments have been pieced together, and they now afford a fairly complete idea of the exterior of the building, which differed from that of the ordinary temples. The nucleus of the edifice, 24 by 12 ids, rises on a threefold basement in steps, and the sanctuary was entered by 3 porticos, E, S, and N, of charmingly varied type. The E portico was formed by 6 Ionic columns in front, the northmost of which has been broken down. Their rich capitals bear the tripartite epistyle, P 515. Above it are dark blocks of stone to which the relief figures of the frieze were attached. Between the E portico and the Acropolis wall, 12 broad steps, partly modern, descend to the terrace of rock, about 10 ft. Lower, on which stands the N portico. Its 6 columns display a still greater wealth of sculpturing than those of the E portico. The ceiling is relieved by lacanars. The great main doorway is specially rich and well preserved. The 3 holes in the rock below the end side of the N colonnade were pointed out in ancient times as the indentations made by Poseidon's trident during his contest with Athena for possession of Athens. Above them, the pavement and roof were left open. The W facade of the temple, in front of which lay the Pandrosian, or shrine of Pandrosos, daughter of Cecrops, was originally articulated by 4 columns, resting upon a high parapet. The existing arrangement, of pilasters engaged in a wall with windows, dates from the Roman period. The colonnade of the Caryatides at the SW angle is particularly charming. Instead of columns, 6 statues of virgins, over life size, 7.5 ft, placed on a parapet, support the roof, the weight of which they bear with ease and grace. The ancient Athenians called them simply the Korai maidens. The second figure from the W is a copy in terracotta. The one standing back in the E row has been restored. To the S of the Erechtheion are the foundations, 37.5 by 14.5 ids, of the so-called equals hecatompedon equals early 6th cent, on the site of the palace of Erechtheus. The name, 100 ft. long, is evidenced by an inscription. Pisistratos and his sons embellished it with a colonnade. After its destruction by the Persians, it was probably restored without the colonnade. Opinions differ as to its object and as to its history after the completion of the Erechtheion. It had a front E chamber of 3 aisles and a narrow chamber at the back W, with 2 small rooms between them. To the palace of Erechtheus, the ancient residence of the Attic kings, belonged the foundations to the E of the Erechtheion. So also did the poros, Parian stone bases of columns, lying opposite the SE angle of the colonnade of the Caryatides, 5 ft. Lower, their extremely archaic form, with the shaft of the column embedded in the base, points to the Mycenaean period. We now return to the Parthenon. To the E of it once stood a small round temple of the goddess Roma and the Emp, Augustus, round the foundations of which lie fragments of its architrave. Opposite the N, E, corner of the Parthenon are the remains of a sacrificial altar of Athena. At the SE angle of the precincts, the huge masonry of the Chaemonian wall, P 512, may be seen. The equals belvedere, equals at the NE angle of the Acropolis, affords the best survey of the city. To the SE are the columns of the Olympian with the distant Hymettos. Nearer rises Hadrian's Arch. In the foreground is the monument of Lysicrates, then the royal palace and its gardens. Beyond them are Lycabettos and the gable-shaped Pentelicon. In the town, a little to the left, shine the dazzling marble buildings of the Academy, the University, and the Library. To the end of these runs the Patizia Road. More to the left rises the lofty Metropolis Church, with the small metropolis nestling beside it. In the center of the end slope of the Acropolis rises the Tower of the Winds. Adjacent is the bazaar with Hadrian's Stoa, to the W is the Thessian, and beyond it the Kephisos Valley with its olive groves, and MT Parnes with its S-spur MT, Aegilios. The asterisk equals Acropolis Museum equals, erected in 1878, contains all the sculptures of the Acropolis, except those previously removed and the yield of later excavations. Besides works of the Golden Age, it comprises valuable examples of the earlier periods of art. Adam, CP 504. From the vestibule, containing antiques of various ages, we enter, left, room I, where the chronological order begins. Room I archaic sculptures in Poros, 6th cent. Straight before us no. 3 bull attacked by 2 lions above this, and by the right wall 1, 2 tympana with statues of Hercules with traces of painting. By the window wall 9, 10. Deities enthroned from a tympanum of the pre-Peysistragian Hecatompedon, p. 518. Room Roman 2. Remains of the tympanum groups in Poros from the Hecatompedon just mentioned, 36. Hercules with the Triton, 35 figure with 3 bodies, Typhon, 40. Remains of 2 large serpents in Poros stone, showing abundant traces of painting, comp. Watercolor on the wall. Room Roman 3. Figures idols, tablets, and architectural fragments in terracotta, some with admirably preserved painting. Specially noteworthy at the entrance, number 67. A warrior 6/5 cent. Room Roman 4. Fragments of marble sculptures, architectural ornaments in terracotta, poros, and marble, some of them painted. On the right, the tympanum figures from Peisistratos's colonnade round the old Hecatompedon, p. 518, Athena fighting with the giants. Room V archaic marbles, 6th cent, Inkel. On the right of the entrance, 624, calf-bearer, youth bringing a calf to the altar. Room Roman 6. Archaic draped female figures, erected in the Acropolis in the second half of the 6th cent, as votive offerings, but buried in the rubbish after its destruction, 480, also with interesting traces of painting. Number 681 is by Antenor, author of the Tyrannicide group, comp. p. 506. Number 686 is the most recent. Room Roman 7. Later archaic marbles, notably in the center under glass no. 689. Beautiful head of a youth, also 2 graceful reliefs, 695, Athena and 702. Hermes and 3 women above along the walls, metopes from the Parthenon, p. 517, few of them original, the finest, a centaur carrying off one of the Lapithae. Room Roman 8. Sculptures from the Parthenon, statues from the tympana and reliefs from the frieze, those in the British Museum being represented by casts. In the center of the room, a reconstruction of the tympanum groups, according to Furtwängler. By the wall on the right are remains of the E-tympanum, p. 517, 2 torsos only being originals. Number 880 in the center. Hephaestus, on the right, 881, Selene. Above are remains of the W tympanum. In the center, 885, Poseidon. Most interesting of all is the better preserved ** Parthenon frieze, of which nearly 28 ids are almost entirely original, partly replaced by casts. To the right of the entrance, 856, 3 deities, Aphrodite, Apollo, and Poseidon. Below these, 857, 3 youths with cows for sacrifice. Then, on the right, 877, 4 women with silver or gold basins, 875. 3 men with musical instruments. We note also several slabs from the procession of horsemen and chariots. To the right of the entrance, 860, youth with sacrificial sheep. Room Roman 9. On the right, beautiful reliefs from the Nike balustrade, p. 513, in the center of the front row, * 973, Nike loosening her sandal. On the left, nose, 1071-78, fragments of the relief frieze of the Erechtheion. See Walk from the Palace to the Thessian. Dipolin, Hill of the Nymphs, p. Nix, Monument of Philippapos. The upper or E end of the Rue de Hermes, pl. EB 5, which leads to the W. From the Place de la Constitution, is one of the chief business quarters of Athens. Among the wares sold in the shops here are oriental silks and woolen stuffs and antiquities, the latter dear and sometimes spurious. A few paces to the S of the Rue de Hermes rises the Metropolitan Church pl. E. 5, erected in 1840-55 with the materials of 70 smaller churches and chapels, and sumptuously fitted up in the interior. Adjoining it on the S is the so-called * Little Metropolis or Church of Panagiogourgopiko of the early 9th cent, the oldest extant Byzantine edifice on Greek soil. The walls, composed of antique blocks of stone, contain many ancient and Byzantine sculptures. Halfway along the Rue de Hermes is the Kapnikaria Church, pl. D. 5, a complex Byzantine building 9th cent. Just beyond it we cross the busy Rue d'Al, pl. D. 63, the second main street of the Old Town, where men in Greek costume are often seen. Following it to the S towards the Acropolis and passing the place Panteleimon, we come to the Old Bazaar, PL. D5, where tailors, shoemakers, and smiths ply their crafts in their open workshops. Adjoining the bazaar on the S is equals Hadrian's Library equals, PL. D5, with its back to the Rue Dial, a massive edifice of 134 by 90 ids. A gate, keys at the provision shop opposite, leads from the Rue Dial into the quadrangle, once bordered with a colonnade. The columns still standing, and the building in the middle are restorations. On the wall of the large hall on the east side are seen the places where the bookshelves were attached, as in the Pergamon Library. On the W side of the library, reached from the outside, still stands the N half of the main facade, known as Hadrian's Stoa. The marble wall is embellished with 7 monolithic columns, 28 ft. high, with rich Corinthian capitals. An 8th column with the wall of the antebelonged to the colonnade of the chief portal. Near this is the Stoa of Attalos, p. 521. At the S end of the Rue Dial rises the so-called equals Tower of the Winds equals, PL. D6, Custodian 2030L, a well-preserved octagonal marble edifice of the 1st cent. BC, more accurately named the Horologion of Andronikos of Kyrhos. On the upper spaces of the 8 walls, which are turned towards the different points of the compass, are reliefs representing the various winds. Below are seen the lines of sundials. The round channels in the pavement inside, into which water flowed from a semicircular cistern outside, belonged to a water clock. Lanes and steps ascend here to the S to a path skirting the end slope of the Acropolis and leading to the right to its entrance, 10 min. p. 512. A large paved quadrangle to the W of the Tower of the Winds is supposed to have been a Roman Macelum agora or market. It is entered from the W by the equals market gate equals Port de El Agora, PL C6. 4 slender Doric columns, 26 ft. high, support a massive architrave with a frieze of triglyphs and metopes and a fairly well-preserved pediment. According to the inscription on the architrave, the gateway was erected about the time of the birth of Christ. In line with the end central column is a tablet of Hadrian's age, inscribed with regulations about the prices of oil, salt, etc. From the market gate, we follow the Poikal Street to the W to the Stoon Street and descend the ladder to the right. The second crooked side street on the right then leads to the entrance, red door on the right, Keeper 20L of the equals Stoa of Attalos equals, PL. C5-6. This grand 2-storied market hall was erected, as the inscription on the architrave, pieced together in front of the colonnade records by King Attalos Roman II. Of Pergamon BC 159-138. It was 123 ids, long and 22 ids, deep, and formed the boundary of the Kerameikos market, p. 522. The ground floor contained 21 closed chambers 16 ft. deep, in front of which ran a long colonnade. The traders probably had their stalls in the hall, while the closed rooms were used for storage. We now descend to the N, across the railway cutting, to the Rue d'Adrian, follow the ladder to the left for 100 paces, and turn to the left S into Eponymon Street. Here, on the left, 60 paces farther, is the Stoa of the Giants, PL. G. C5, a ruin so named from its 3 great Atlantes, beam-bearers. A little farther to the W, on the ancient Kolonos Agorios, Hill of the Market, CP 522, rises the asterisk equals Thessian equals, PL. B5, the best preserved of all the ancient Greek buildings. The massive construction, the lifelike sculptures, and the dark golden hue of the Pentelic marble are singularly impressive. The temple, commonly called Thessian, and converted into the Church of St. George in the Christian period, is now supposed to have been dedicated to Hephaestos and Athena. The style of the building and its sculptures have led different authorities to assign its erection to a date a little before or a little after that of the Parthenon. At all events, it was completed by 421 B.C., as an inscription records the setting up in that year of the 2 sacred images. The temple stands on a marble basement in 2 steps, 35 by 15 ids, and is enclosed by 34 Doric columns, 18 ft. high, 6 at each end and 13 on each side, the corner columns being counted twice. They are rather more slender than those of the Parthenon, and like them lean slightly inwards. Above the architrave, which is undivided, runs a Doric frieze of triglyphs and metopes, encircling the whole building. The metopes, however, are adorned with sculpture only on the main facade and the immediately adjoining spaces on each side. In front are depicted the exploits of Hercules, on the sides those of Theseus. The building is crowned with a cornice and pediments. The statuary of the tympana has disappeared. The nucleus of the temple consists of the cella, 13 ids, long, at each end of which is a vestibule, formed by the ante and 2 columns between them, and opening onto the colonnade. The vestibule now has a modern wall with a built-up door instead of the columns. The coffered ceiling on this side has been preserved intact. The W vestibule retains its original aspect, except that a door has been broken through the wall at the back. The upper part of the cella wall is embellished, as in the Parthenon, with a relief frieze in Parian marble, which here, however, is limited to the 2 facades and the eastmost part of the sides. The part of the frieze represents a battle between the Athenians and the Pelasgians, witnessed by the gods. The W frieze portrays the struggle of the Lapithae and Athenians against the centaurs. The interior of the temple contains nothing of special interest. Many Englishmen were buried within this temple in the Turkish period. To the E and N of the Thessian lay the Kerameikos, or potters, quarter, to which, in the 6th cent, the equals market equals was transferred from the SW slope of the Acropolis. This, like the Forum at Rome, was the center of classical Athens. The market was adorned with statues of great poets and orators, such as Pindar and Demosthenes. Around it rose the chief public buildings. Among them were the Stoa Basileus PL. B5, seat of the Archon Basilius, the foundations of which 6th cent, are supposed to have been discovered at number 14 Poseidon Street. Also the Metroon, or Temple of the Mother of the Gods, the Buleutirion, or Town Hall, etc. To the NW of the Thessian, a bridge crosses the Piraeus Railway, P495, to the Thessian Station, PL. B5. To the W of this we reach the continuation of the Rue du Perret. Following the latter for 150 paces to the NE towards the town, and just before reaching the conspicuous yellow and red chapel of Hagia Triada or Trias, PL. A4, we come to a gate on the right leading into the ancient cemetery at the Dipolin, small gratuity on leaving. Here we follow an ancient side street, bordered with tombs as far as the walls CPL. A4, which we skirt to the left. At their any end we reach the outer Dipolin. The equals Dipolin equals PL. B4, the only ancient double gate of Athens end of 4th cent, was the chief entrance of the city. Here converged the roads coming from Megara in the Peloponnesus and Eleusis, and from Plataea and Thebes in Boeotia. And from this gate ran the Dromos, a great colonnaded street, to the SE below the Thessian hill, to the Kerameikos marketplace, P 522. The left side of the gateway has wholly disappeared, but a few blocks attached to their base of the right S wall are still visible. In front of these rises a considerable part of the S gateway tower. In the center are traces of the pier between the 2 passages. This outer gateway was connected with an inner gateway, on precisely the same plan, by walls 38 ids, long, thus forming an enclosed court. The SE tower was adjoined on the E by A well house. To the SW of the Dipolin, the city wall, here only 6.5 ft. Thick, has been brought to light. The carefully jointed blocks of blue limestone rest on the hastily built wall of Themistocles, 479-478. The upper part was built of sun-dried brick. Outside this wall once rose a rampart, probably coeval with the Dipolin, 14 ft. Thick, consisting of 2 walls with earth between. Beside the city wall, 5 paces to the SW of the Dipolin, is an ancient boundary stone. 70 paces farther are remains of another gateway, probably the funeral gate. This, like the Dipolin, consisted of 2 gate buildings enclosing a court, though it had only a single passage. Through it, by the roadside, flowed the little brook Eridanos. To the W of the Dipolin, in the direction of the Hagia Triada chapel, we soon reach the *= burial ground outside the Dipolin equals, the principal cemetery of ancient Athens. As at Rome and Pompeii, the tombs border the highroads outside the gates. In this case, the more durable monuments have been left by the excavators in their original positions. Some of these are artistically executed, others seem to have been merely rectangular walled spaces. In ancient days, as now, the ground was very uneven. Some of the tombs close to the road were raised on terraces 5-8 ft. Above it. Before reaching the Hagia Triada Chapel, we observe on the left side of the road 2 stelae on Doric substructures, the tombs of the Ursandros and Similos, 375 BC, and of Pythagoras, 5th cent. Ascending to the left, beyond a depression in the soil, we come to a temple-shaped tomb, with figures of Demetria and Pamphile, dating from the middle of the 4th century. Close to the Hagia Triada Chapel is a large block of marble resembling a sarcophagus, the tomb of Hippolyte, middle of the 4th cent. To the left, on and beyond the stone wall of the side street mentioned at p. 522, are rows of tombs, arranged in order of families and phylli or tribes, and extending down to the Roman period. At the corner is that of the family of Lysanias, with a relief of Dexilios on horseback, who distinguished himself before Corinth in 394–393. The weapons and bridle were added in bronze. Next come the tombs of the family of Agathon, 4th cent. That of his wife Corallion represents a family group, then a temple-shaped tomb, the interior of which was adorned with paintings now almost completely erased. Farther on is a monument crowned with a huge bull. In front of it is another little temple-like monument with traces of painting, then a great Molossian hound. Beyond it, a tomb relief with a boat. Opposite the hound is the tomb of Hegiso, perhaps the finest of all, a lady at her toilet attended by a maid, 4th cent. About 20 paces short of the keeper's house, and 30 paces to the s of the path, is a graceful hydrophoros or female water carrier, 5/4 cent. The range of hills to the W of the Acropolis and Areopagus, now uninhabited, was a favorite residential quarter of the ancient city, as is evidenced by countless remains of steps, cisterns, conduits, walls, and streets. From the Thessian, 223 ft. We ascend the broad avenue of the Apostle Paul, PL. B6, where, immediately on the right, rises the Hagia Marina Hill, thickly strewn with relics of ancient dwellings. Above it rises the Hill of the Nymphs, crowned with the Observatory, PL. A6, 345 ft. To the s of the observatory, a road descends into a slight hollow, and then ascends the long Phoenix Hill PL. B7, 358 ft. The structure on the NE slope of which is distinctly visible from the Areopagus and Acropolis. This consists of a terrace or platform, 131 ids, long and 71 ids wide, the upper margin of which is cut out of the rock, while the lower part is buttressed by a massive wall of huge blocks of stone, forming a slightly flattened semicircle. In front of the abrupt back wall of the terrace, about 13 ft. high, rise 3 steps bearing a cube of rock. This has been identified with the Pnyx, the place where, before the tiers of stone benches were erected in the theater of Dionysos, p. 510, the Athenians held their political assemblies. The orator's tribune, bema, is supposed to have been attached to sockets on the platform in front of the cube of rock. The space occupied by the listening throng of citizens sloped gradually up to the supporting wall, which at that time was much higher. Above the cube once ran an upper terrace, where there rose a similar rock halter, now much damaged. From this point we obtain a very striking view of the Acropolis. To the s of the Pnyx Hill in a depression is the chapel of Hagios Demetrios Lumpardiris, PL. B7, to the s of which we now ascend the Philippapos Hill, the ancient Museum. On its crest we recognize many fragments of the ancient city wall, which was joined by the long walls, p. 506, on the heights near the monument and near the observatory, see above. The equals monument of Philippapos equals PL. B8 was built in 114–16 AD. The upper part, in Pentelic marble, 2/3 preserved, had a frieze in high relief, crowned with 3 niches separated by Corinthian half-columns. The statue seated in the central niche is that of Antiochos Philippapos. To the left is that of his grandfather Antiochos Roman IV. Epiphanes, p. 507. The relief is supposed to represent the ceremonial progress of Philippapos in his consular capacity. The square chamber behind was the burial place. Very beautiful, especially at sunset, is the asterisk view from the Philippapos Hill. The Acropolis is visible in its full extent. At its base are the Odeon and the Theatre of Dionysos. To the right of these rise Hadrian's Arch and the hills of the Stadion and Hymettos. To the left of the Acropolis are the Thessian and the Hill of the Nymphs, and beyond them the Athenian plain, bounded by Aigilios and Parnes. Above the Acropolis rise Mt, Lycabettos, and part of Pentelicon. Towards the S stretches the Saronic Gulf. D. The modern quarters. From the Place de la Constitution, two broad streets lead to the NW to the Place de la Concorde, the Rue du Stade, PL, FD 53, and the Baule de l'Université. In the former, immediately to the right, are the Royal Stables, then on the left, standing a little back, the Parliament House, PL, E5. In the Boulevard de l'Université, the first house on the right, PL, SF5, is that of Dr. Schliemann, 1822-90, the famous discoverer of Troy, Mycenae, and Turin's. Farther on the right are also the Roman Catholic Church, PL, F4, and the Academy of Science PL, F4, built of Pentelic marble in 1859-84. The style is classic Grecian, with Ionic porticos, tympana embellished with sculptures and rich coloring, thus resembling a classic edifice in its palmy days. The tympanum group of the main building, Birth of Athena, and the statues of Plato, left, and Socrates, right, opposite the entrance, are by Drossos. From the vestibule, a passage to the right, descending a few steps, leads to the Numismatic Museum, Adam, P 504, containing a valuable collection of coins, chiefly from countries influenced by Grecian civilization. Adjacent is the University PL, F 3-4, founded in 1837. It also has an Ionic portico and is enriched with coloring. The organization is similar to that of the German universities. There are about 100 professors and lecturers and 2,800 students. The buildings contain also the natural history collections. The adjacent library PL, E3, National and University, united in 1903, a handsome edifice in Pentelic marble, contains 314,000 vols and 2,530 MSS. The Rue du Stade and the Boulevard de l'Université cross the Rue d'Al P 520, and its prolongation the Rue de Patija, see below, and end at the Place de la Concorde, Platia Tes Ammonias, PL D2-3, tramways P 503, planted with trees and much frequented in the evening. From its S side runs the Rue d'Athena PL D35, and from its SW angle the Rue du Perret PL DA34, fine view of the sea in the evening. To the W runs the Rue Constantin, with the handsome new Constantine Church, PL, C2, and the new National Theatre opposite, P504. At the end of it, the road to the Peloponnesus station, P502, bends round to the right. In the Rue de Patija, PL, DE21, near the outskirts of the town on the right, are the Polytechnic and the National Museum. The Polytechnic Institute PL. E1, built in 1858 of Pentelic marble, consists of a two-storied central edifice in the Doric and Ionic styles and two Doric wings. The upper floor of the main building contains the Historical and Ethnological Museum, Adam, CP 504, a collection of memorials of the Greek War of Independence, costumes, etc. Beyond the next side street is the museum. E. The National Archaeological Museum. The National Archaeological Museum, PL. E1, erected in 1866-89, contains the collections of antiquities belonging to the state, other than those of the Acropolis, Olympia, Delphi, etc. Adam, CP 504. In the central rooms are exhibited the Mycenaean and Egyptian antiquities. In the left, N, wing the marble sculptures, in the E, annex the bronzes, and in the S, wing the vases. From the vestibule, we go straight into the central building. Room of the Mycenaean Antiquities, about BC 1500-1000, Comp. P. 416. The cases Nos. 141 in the middle contain the objects found in the richly furnished royal tombs in the citadel of Mycenae, the traditional burial place of Agamemnon and his family. They comprise trinkets, bronze weapons, vessels and utensils of gold, silver, and clay, etc. Thus, in stands 20 and 24 are golden masks used to cover the faces of the dead bodies. In stand 27, a double-handled beaker with doves, like that of Nestor described by Homer. The 5 reliefs on limestone slabs, Nos. 51-55, in the center of the side walls, were found above the tombs. Number 50, a case in the center, shows the sixth tomb exactly as when discovered in 1878. The other cases contain relics of the same period from Mycenae, and also of rather later date from other places in Greece, where the tombs were more plainly fitted up. At the end of the room, on columns, asterisk 1758, asterisk 1759. Gold goblets from Vafio near Sparta, with lifelike embossed scenes of browsing cattle and a bull hunt. In the center, in the detached glass case number 4, are chased and inlaid asterisk daggers. Adjacent straight on is the Egyptian room. We return to the vestibule and enter the N wing, containing the equals marble sculptures equals. Room of archaic art 7/6 cent. To the left in the anteroom, no 1. Female statue votive offering of Nicander, primitive, and nose 657. Female seated statues. In the chief room are the so-called Apollo figures, nude, some of them probably of deceased persons exalted into heroes, of this series number 10 by the right wall and Nos. 1904 and 9 by the left are followed by many others, progressive in style. Also in the chief room, in front of the column on the right, no. 21. Winged Nike. By the right wall, 2687, 1959. Tomb Stele, by the left pillar at the entrance, and also to the left farther on 3086. Painted Stele and 29. Stela of Ariston with the painted relief of a warrior. Room of the Athena 5/4 cent. In the center, 129. Varvakian statuette, a copy in marble, 39 inches high, of the ivory and gold statue of Parthenos by Phidias p. 516, appearing somewhat heavy in its reduced size, as the original was intended to be viewed from a distance. To the left of the entrance, asterisk 126. The Lucinian relief, Demeter and Cori presenting the young Triptolemos, father of husbandry, with grains of corn 5th cent. By the pillar, 177 female ideal head. Left wall, 178. Boar's head and 179, 180. Heads of youths, probably by Scopas, 181. So-called Eubulius, resembling the Hermes of Praxiteles, 182. Head of Aphrodite, 159, 161. 3 graceful figures of Nike. Wall of exit, 128. So-called Lenormant statuette of Athena, another copy of Phidias's Parthenos, more faithful in detail base, shield, etc. than the Varvakian statuette, 1783. Votive relief 2-sided. By right wall, 136, 174. Sculptures and architectural fragments from the temple of Aesculapius at Epidaurus, 4th cent. Room of the Hermes 5/4 cent. Left wall, 218. So-called Hermes of Andros, similar to that of Praxiteles, to the left of it, 221, 222, frieze from Lamia, a procession of tritons, nereids, and cupids, to the right, asterisk 215, 217. Marble pedestal from Mantinea, with the contest between Apollo and Marsyas of the school of Praxiteles. Then, in front of the pilaster, 1733, square pedestal, probably by Bryaxis, 4th cent. In the right half of the room are 4 works by Damophon, 2nd cent. BC, from Lycurgera, to the left of the entrance, 1736, head in the style of the Zeus of Otricali in Rome, on the right and left of the exit, 2 female heads, near the former, 1737. Fragment of drapery with grotesque ornamentation. Also in front of the window wall, asterisk 1463. Triangular tripod base with Dionysos and 2 female figures of the school of Praxiteles. By the window wall, 1561, 1583. Sculptures from the Herion at Argos, about 400 BC, Incal. Number 1571, a fine female head. Straight on, we pass through the Poseidon room to the left. Room of Themis. Right wall, 231. Colossal statue of Themis, about 300 BC. 2 marble statues found in 1901 among others at the bottom of the sea in the Strait of Kythera. One, by the wall of entrance, a wrestler, about to kneel, Hellenistic style. The other, in the right corner, figure of a youth coated with shells. Room of Poseidon, Hellenistic and Roman periods. By the entrance, 235. Colossal figure of Poseidon. In the center, 261. Maenad asleep. By the left wall, 239. Satyr from Lamia, 240. Hermes of Atalante, 244. Youth from Eretria, head recalling the Hermes of Praxiteles, 234. Colossal head of Athena, 243. Hermes with the ram, 262. Aphrodite with transparent drapery. To the right of the exit, asterisk 247. Celtic warrior, fallen in battle, recalling the Pergamenian groups. Right side, 1826. Copy of the Diagumenos of Polykleitos, 252-251. Statuettes of Pan, 257. Silenos with the young Dionysos on his left shoulder, 258. Aesculapius. Room of the Cosmati. To the left of the entrance, 249. Hadrian, right 420. Head with long hair and Semitic features, recalling heads of Christ. Near the exit, 417-418. Antinous. Near the left wall, 384-416. Hermi and heads of Cosmati, officials of the Ephebic Gymnasia of Athens, of the early centuries A.D., Mosaic from the Piraeus. 3 rooms of tomb reliefs, chiefly of the golden age of Greek art. Room of tomb vases, massive marble vases of the Greek ages, mostly tall, slender lachithi, for perfumes and amphorae. Room of the sarcophagi and of sepulchral decorations of the Greek and Roman ages. To the left is the annex, containing the equals bronzes equals. Bronze room. In the center, 13,396. Statue of a youth over life size, stretching out his right hand, a good work of the 4th cent. Reconstructed. This is the finest of the sculptures found in the Strait of Kythera. To the right of the entrance, archaic bronzes from the Acropolis, votive offerings, implements, and utensils, mostly found in the rubbish left by the Persians, p. 506. The finest are nose. 6447, 6448. Statuettes of Athena, 6445. Statuette of a youth, 6446. Bearded head with eyes inserted. To the left, bronzes from Olympia, primitive and archaic little figures of animals and men, weapons, and implements on columns, 6439. Realistic head of an athlete, Hellenistic, 7474. Statuette of a youth. Roman II. Bronze room, containing bronze figurines, statuettes, implements, and utensils, vases, lamps, mirrors, helmets, strigils, bracelets, rings, brooches, surgical instruments. To the left of the entrance of the next room, 11,761. Statue of Poseidon, early 5th cent. Roman III. Bronze room, rotunda contains the other bronzes found in the Strait of Kythera, comp. RI. To the right of the entrance, 13,399. Figure of a youth in the style of the older Argive school, still on its old pedestal, 13,397 and 13,398. Statuettes of youths, 13,400. Hellenistic head. We return to the sarcophagus room and pass to the left through the room of the Roman tomb reliefs to the room of the votive reliefs. By the entrance wall and on the left are votive reliefs from the Asclepieion, p. 511. The most elaborately executed is number 1377, near the middle of the left wall, 4th cent. Adjacent is number 2565, in the form of a stele. The Kerapanos room is chiefly devoted to relics from the Zeus oracle at Dodona. On the S side of the museum is the equals collection of vases equals. The finest are mostly from Attica, the chief seat of the vase painting of the 6th cent, such as the black-figured vases, with their silhouette-like figures painted in black 6th cent. Room I, cabinets 1323. The red-figured vases, vessels entirely covered with a black glaze, the figures alone, on their original red ground, remaining free, after middle of 6th cent. Room Roman II, and the lachithi, slender vessels for perfumes, with colored figures on a white ground after the Persian Wars. Room Roman III, cabinets 40-150. Adjacent are 3 front rooms containing the equals terracottas equals, including fine sets of figurines of the best period, 4th cent. In the last room are exhibited also antique trinkets and vessels. Walks. The ascent of equals Lycabettos equals 909 ft. The finely shaped hill to the E of Athens is specially attractive by early morning or late evening light. We diverge to the N from the Rue de Kayphysia at the end of the Palace Garden, PL. G5, cross the Kolonaki Square, PL. GH5, and in 6 min reach the reservoir of the water conduit of Hadrian, now utilized anew, PL. H4, 445 ft. Where there is a small cafe commanding a fine view. Hence we proceed to the Luciano Street, from the N end of which an easy path ascends through young plantations. After the first zigzags, a level path, PL. H3 diverging to the left affords almost finer views than the top of the hill. The path straight on ascends to the Giorgio's Chapel, PL. H3 on the summit in a half HR more. The view embraces the city of Athens, with the Acropolis and the Attic Plain, the Piraeus, the Bay of Phaleron, and the Saronic Gulf, with Aegina and Salamis and the distant mountains of Argolis. To the right of Salamis are the hills of Corinth and Megara. In the foreground, concealing the Bay of Eleusis, rises Mt. Aigilios. Farther to the N is Mt. Parnes. Between the latter and Pentelicon, which rises to the N. E. extends the upper plain of Attica. To the E is Mt. Hymettos. A fine view of Athens and the Acropolis is obtained also from the Kolonos Hill, the legendary home of Sophocles. From the Place de la Concorde, PL. D2-3, we follow the tramway to Kalakithu Comp. PL. A1 and reach the hill in a half HR. It rises to the right of the road and is recognized by the conspicuous monuments of the antiquarians Ottfried Müller, D1840, and Chas. Lenormant, D1859. Adjacent lay the Academia, the grove where Plato taught. The most popular resort on fine summer evenings is New Phaleron Tramway and Piraeus Railway, CP 503, on the Bay of Phaleron. A band plays in the evening on the broad coast terrace with its cafes and bathhouses, Bath 40L. A branch of the tramway runs to the quieter sea baths of Old Phaleron, Comp. P 503. The Piraeus, CP 494. From Athens via Smyrna to Constantinople. M steamers agents at the Piraeus, CPP 494-495, at Smyrna, P. 531, at Constantinople, pp. 538-539, equals 1, equals North German Lloyd, Comp. RR. 23-24-77, Mediterranean and Levant service, in either direction every other Thurs. From the Piraeus to Smyrna in 1, to Constantinople in 2.5 days, fare to Smyrna 40 or 28, to Constantinople 72 or 48 marks. Equals 2, equals Messageries Maritimes, Comp. RR. 2377, N Mediterranean service from the Piraeus every other mon. From Constantinople Thurs, to Smyrna in 1, to Constantinople in 2 days, fare 90 or 60 fr. Also the Marseille, Constantinople and bottom line from the Piraeus Thurs. From Constantinople 2s, to Smyrna in 1, to Constantinople in 3 days, fare 80 or 40 fr. Equals 3, equals Khedivial Mail Steamship Co. Comp. R76 from the Piraeus Frid, from Constantinople 2s. Aft to Smyrna in 18 HRS. To Constantinople in 2 days, fare 52 or 39 and 91 or 61 fr. Equals 4, equals Austrian Lloyd, Comp. R78, Greek Oriental line from the Piraeus Frid. Even from Constantinople Mon. To Smyrna in 2, to Constantinople in 5 days, fares 54 or 38 and 132 or 93 fr. Line Xi of the Societa Nationale, pp. 493, 563, touches at Smyrna on the outward voyage only, Piraeus to Constantinople 3.5 days. To Constantinople direct, equals 1, equals Romanian mail line from the Piraeus Sun, aft in 24 HRS. Returning from Constantinople Frid, aft in 23 HRS. Equals 2, equals Societa Nationale line Roman 12 from the Piraeus Thurs, night in 32 HRS. Returning from Constantinople Wedforn, in 31 HRS. Fares 101 fr. 30, 70 fr. 70 C, equals 3, equals Austrian Lloyd, fast steamers between Trieste and Constantinople from the Piraeus Sat, aft in 35 HRS. From Constantinople Sat, Forn in 29 HRS. Fare 90 or 60 fr. Athens and the Piraeus, CPP. 502-494. We first steer to the S. E, across the Bay of Aegina, P 494, past the 3 pinnacles of Cape Zoster, the southmost spur of Hymettos, and near the islets of Fleva Ancient Fabra, Lighthouse and Gaiderenici. Beyond Cape Colonna or Colony's ancient Sunion, on which the columns of the Temple of Poseidon are conspicuous, opens the Strait of Key, between left and right, the lonely Macronici 922 ft. Long Island, ancient Helena and the fertile island of Chia, 1863 ft. Formerly Chios, with its lighthouse on the headland of Hagios Nikolaos. On the left are the Patali Islands, Petalii Insulae, in the bay of that name, and Hagios Ilias, 5264 ft. The S point of Euboea. We next steer through the Straits of Douro, 7.5 m in width, Idle, Canal Douro, where a strong NE. Current prevails and storms are frequently encountered. They lie between Euboea and Andros, 3199 ft, 156 sq. M, the largest of the Cyclades, P 492, with the lighthouse on Cape Fassa. Beyond them, we are in the open sea. Halfway between Andros and Chios, P 492, are the Kalogeros cliffs belonging to Greece. Most of the vessels leave them to the right and steer to the ENE. To the passage between the rocky island of Sara, ancient Syra, notable for the revolt of the modern Greeks against the Turks, and Chios, with the bold and conspicuous MT, Hagios Elias, 4134 ft. Pelinion, at its N end. To the N appears the S coast of Mytilene, P 533. Beyond the N end of the Straits of Chios, P 492, the Levant steamers RR 75-76 round the steep limestone rocks of the Anatolian peninsula of Kara Buran with the Boz Dog 3920 ft. Ancient Mimas, and come in sight of the *= Gulf of Smyrna = the ancient Sinus Hermias, which runs 34 m inland. The entrance between right and left, the headlands Kinlu Buran and Arslan Buran, Greek Cape Hydra, is 15 m broad. On the left, to the S of Arslan Buran, near the islets of Drepenin and Oglak Lighthouse, lies the little bay of Phokia Turk, Foja. This was the ancient Phokia, the northmost Ionian town, whose bold mariners first opened up the W Mediterranean to the Greeks. Comp. P 121. Farther to the S, beyond Cape Miaminghi Lighthouse, is the new estuary of the jetties Chai, Hermos, flanked with swampy alluvial soil and saltworks. After rounding the island of Kiosteni, Gr. Macronissi, which lies in front of the east slope of the Boz Dog Sea above and masks the bay of Gulbigche, we sight to the S, beyond the Marathusa Islands, the houses of Hagios Joannes, quarantine station, on an islet in the bay of Verla. Here once lay the Ionian town of Klazomni. The plain of Verla is famed for its wine and Smyrna figs. Opposite the hills of the two brothers, Dio-Adelphia, Turk, Iki Kardesh, 3252 ft. We pass the narrow old channel of the jetties Chai Lighthouse. On a peninsula on the right lies the Turkish fort Sancak Kalsi. Farther on is the suburb of Gaztepe, P 532. To the NE, the imposing Yamenler Dog, P 533, and the lofty Manissa Dog, 5905 ft. Ancient Sipillos beyond it become more conspicuous. To the S of the latter is a depression, beyond which rises the Tactili or Nif Dog. Beside the sea rises the Pagos, P 532, with its old walls and many cypresses. On its slopes, far to the SW and NE, extends Smyrna. Smyrna = arrival. As soon as permission to land is obtained, the hotel agents, guides, and boatmen come on board. Landing or embarkation with baggage 1.5 fr, but 2-3 fr, when the steamer anchors in the outer roads. As to the examination at the custom house, PL, B3, Comp, P 537, the porter Hemal expects a few silver piasters. Hotels Gr Hot, Creamer Palace PL, CB3, Passage Creamer P 532 with American Bar etc. R620 B1.5 Dage, 4D5 Pens 1225 FR, Gr Hot Huck PL, a B4 on the quay nearly opposite the Douane Pens, 1025 FR, Hot de la Ville PL BB3 Idle, Host on the quay Pens, 1012 D3 FR. In the season March-May, rather dearer. Cafes all on the quay. Creamer, see above also restaurant, beer etc., Clonarides in the Hot. De la Ville, Café Costi, Café High Life, both Quai Anglais, etc. Post offices. British PL, 9C4, French PL, 8B4, etc. Telegraph offices. Turkish and Eastern Telegraph Co. on the quay, adjoining the Douane first floor. Cabs at the hotels and railway stations, bargain necessary. Drivers often ignorant and exorbitant, drive 1 fr. To a half medjity HR, 1 mej, a half day about 2 mej. Horses in the place Fashula, PL, C3, about 2 mej per day. Tramway from Konak, PL. A6, along the quay to Punta Station, Gare de la Pointe, PL, E2, 7 Metalix, from Konak to Göztepe, P 532, 4 Metalix. Local steamers to Cordelio, Göztepe, etc. Steamboat agents, offices all on the quay. North German Lloyd van der Zee, also for German Levant Line. Austrian Lloyd, Pussich, Khedivial Mail, Cohen, Messageries Maritimes, DG Alevra, Societe Nationale, Fratelli Missier, German Levant Line, Milberg Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co., Baglary. Banks Bank Ottoman PL, B4, Crédit Lyonnais Rue Frank, P 532, Bank de Salonique and Bank d'Athens. Money changers in front of the Hot. Huck and the Honischer Passage, PL, B34, a charge of 25 Metalix is made, according to amount. Perforated coins should be rejected. Consulates, British, Consul General H.D. Barnum, Vice Consul C. E. Heathcote Smith. United States PL, 3, C3, Consul General E. L. Harris, Vice Consul E. A. Magnifico. English Church PL, E2, near Gare de la Pointe. Smyrna, Turk. Izmir, the seat of the Vali or governor of the Turkish province of Aden, lies in 38 degrees 26 in lat, and 27 degrees 9 e long, in a bay between Sanjak Kalsi, P 530, and the Punta La Pointe, PLD E1. As all the older harbors on the W coast of Asia Minor have been choked by alluvial deposits, Smyrna has developed into the chief seaport of Anatolia and the largest city in Turkish Asia after Damascus. Population Excal. Suburbs about 200,000 Inkle. Over 100,000 Greeks, 60,000 Turks, 20,000 Jews, P 542, 12,000 Armenians, and 15,000 Europeans and Levantins. The chief languages are Greek, French, and Italian. Smyrna was founded in the 11th cent. BC on the N side of the Bay of Bernabod, P 533, about 2 m to the N of the present city. The Ionians of Colophon, P 491, captured it for the sake of its trade in the 7th cent, and added it to their League of 12 Cities, about 575 B.C. It was taken by the Lydian king Aliats, who destroyed it and settled its inhabitants in villages. A new Smyrna, as planned by Alexander the Great, was founded later on the Pagos, P 532, by the Diadochi Antigonos and Lysimachos, and soon developed into one of the finest towns in Asia Minor. After the havoc wrought by terrible earthquakes in 178 and 180 AD, the Emperor Marcus Aurelius caused it to be rebuilt. For a time, it was wrested from the Byzantine emperors by Turkish pirates, 1084, and the Seljuks, P 542. During the Latin domination in Constantinople, P 542, Smyrna remained under the scepter of the Greek emperor at Nicaea. In 1344, the Genoese and the Knights of St. John took the city under their protection, but in 1402 they were unable to save it from the ravages committed by Timur P. 485, nor could they in 1424 prevent its capture by the Osmans. This, Eye of Asia Minor, as the Turks have called Smyrna, has risen to wonderful prosperity of late years. The quays were built in 1868 AD, and at the same time the harbor of 50 acres only was protected by a breakwater 1,400 ids, long and 19 ids, in breadth. The entrance is between the NE end of this breakwater and the N. Pier PL, B3-4 near the passport office, passengers' custom house, and telegraph office. The local steamers, P 531, are berthed between the N and the S mole, PL. A45, Chief Custom House. The great business thoroughfare is the Quay Street, Greek Prokimia, Ital. Marina, over 2 m long, skirting the Frank Quarter, see below. In the S part of this street, among the motley throng of sailors, dock laborers, and traders of every nation, are often seen picturesque trains of camels, headed in some cases by a donkey. The N part of the quay, with its theaters, cafes, and many handsome dwelling houses, is of an entirely different character. From the quay, several alleys, the Creamer Passage, the Honischer Passage, PL, B3-4, and others, and the busy street Galazzo Sokak, PL, B-C3 lead to the Frank Quarter. The main streets here, running parallel with the quay, are the so-called Parallel Saint, the Quai Anglais Turk. Eski Balik Basar, PL, B-C3-4, the Maltese Quarter, and above all the Frank Street, in sections bearing different names, Rue des Verreries, Rue Frank, Rue Trace, etc., and lined with many European and other shops. To the E of Rue Frank, passing the Rom. Cath, Cathedral of St. Jean PL. C4, we come to the Greek Quarter, to which the lively streets Bella Vista PL, D2 and Oroman Sakak PL, D2-3 also lead. The Greek Cath, Cathedral of Hagiophotine or Ai Fotini PL, B4 lies near the SW end of the Frank Street. A little beyond Ai Fotini the street ends at the Asterisk Bazaar, PL, B5, open till sunset, which vies in its picturesque variety with the Great Bazaar of Constantinople. Smyrna carpets, mostly from the interior, old embroidery, and modern silks may be bought here at reasonable prices. The so-called antiquities, however, are generally spurious. The bazaar is within the Turkish quarter, on the site of ancient Smyrna, with its quiet streets ascending the Pagos, see below, and extending to the S.W. to the Moslem and the old Jewish cemeteries. Near these, but difficult to find, are traces of the temples of Asclepios and Vesta, PL. A7. Within the Turkish quarter lies the very unsavory Jewish quarter, PL. BC56. From the Church of Ai Fotini, we may walk through the Armenian quarter, past the Armenian Cathedral of St. Etienne, PL. C5 and the Basma Kane Station, PL. D5 to the Caravan Bridge, PL. E5, which the busy traffic with the interior crosses. From the Moslem cemeteries, PL. AB7 mentioned above, or from the Caravan Bridge, we ascend in a half HR. To the top of the Asterisk Pagos, 525 ft, which affords a superb view of the city, the bay, and the hills around. The extensive outer wall of the old castle, dating from the Byzantine and Genoese periods, consists partly of the substructures and masonry of the Acropolis of King Lysimachos, p. 531. Of the Roman Theatre, PL CD6-7, and the Stadion PL. BC7, p. 509, on the hillside hardly a trace is left. Excursions. To Gaztepe, p. 530 by tramway or by local steamer, p. 531, by local steamer or by railway from the Basma Kane Stat. CP 532 to Cordelio Cafés, Sea Baths, a little town prettily situated among gardens on the end bank of the bay. From the steamer to the E of the Punta, p. 531, we see the bay of Bernabod and the plain of that name, beyond which, on the Yamenler Dog, 3202 ft, is the site of ancient Smyrna, p. 531. Leaving Smyrna, the steamer passes the Kara Buran, p. 530, and usually steers to the W&W out to sea. Astern, we obtain a fine view of Chios. We soon skirt the beautiful S-coast of Mytilene or Mytilene, 3084 ft. Ancient Lesbos, 673 sq. m, the largest island in the Aegean Sea, and past the narrow entrance of the far-penetrating Bay of Calone. Beyond Cape Sigri, Sigrium Promontorium, and the islet of Megalonace Lighthouse, we sight the distant coast of Troas, see below. Some of the vessels, beyond Arslan Buran p. 530, steer to the N close to the Anatolian coast, and pass the finely varied scenery of the Bay of Shandarli, the ancient Sinus Eliates. On the N bank of that bay, to the W of the estuary of the Bakarchai, once Caicos, rises the Kara Dog, 2559 ft. Cane Mons. Beyond Cape Maltep, a spur of Kara Dog, and the Hagios Georgios Islands opens the Strait of Mytilene, 9 m wide, lying between the island and the coast of ancient Mysia. On the right, far inland from Cabecum Bay, we sight the hills near Bergama, the famous Pergamum of the Greeks. On the hillside to the left, beyond Cape Malia, the S.E. point of the island, lies Mytilene or Castro Turk. Mytilene, its capital, with a Genoese castle. At the end of the strait, beyond the entrance to the harbor of Avili, Gr. Kydonia and the Moshanija Islands Hecatones, opens to the Ne. The broad bay of Edramid, on which rises Kazdog 5807 ft. The ancient Ida. We next steer to the W, through the Muselum Sound, between the N coast of Mytilene and the S coast of Troas or the Troad, where once rose the loftily situated stronghold of Assos. After passing Cape Baba Bernu Lectum Promontorium, the SW point of Troas, we follow the course of the direct steamers from Smyrna, past Cape Eski Stambul, Old Stambul, the site of Alexandria Troas, a town of the Diadochi, and through the Strait of Tenedos, 3 m broad. The island of Tenedos, famed in the Trojan Wars, now abounding in windmills, rises in a trachytic double peak to a height of 627 ft. At the end of the strait lies the islet of Gaïderinici, lighthouse. Far away to the W, in clear weather, we descry the island of Limnos, ancient Lemnos. To the NW, beyond Imbros, towers the mountain mass of Samothrace, 5250 ft. Beyond Basica Bay, in front of which lie the volcanic islands of Tavshan Adalar, Rabbit Islands. Once Caledony or Lagacy, we pass the hills bordering the W side of the plain of Troy, the legendary scene of the Homeric battles. Between Hagios Demetrios Tepe, hill of Saint Demetrius, and the Greek village of Yenisheir is the site of Sygium or Sygion. Near it, the tumuli of Achilles and Patroclus were the burial places of that Athenian colony. We now near the strongly fortified Dardanelles P Roman 34, the ancient Hellespont, now named after the ancient town of Dardanos, see below. The straits connect the Aegean Sea with the Sea of Marmora, a distance of 37.5 m, and average 343/4 m in breadth and 160/295 ft. in depth. They intersect a tableland, 820/925 ft. in height, of tertiary formation, yellow marl and marl limestone of the Upper Miocene. The surface current, P 557, sometimes setting as in the Bosporus at the rate of 5 m. an hour, causes serious difficulty to sailing vessels, especially if wind and tide are both against them. At the SW entrance to the Dardanelles, scarcely 2.5 m broad, lies a village on the Asiatic side with the ruined fortress of Cumcail, light. Opposite, on the peninsula of Gallipoli, the ancient Thracian Chersonesus, is the fort of Cid Elbar Calci. Beyond Cumcail we sight to the S, rising above the marshy plain of the Mendir Chai Scamander, the low hill which was once the site of Troy, near Hisarlik, with the debris of the excavations. On the shore, to the W of the mouth of the stream, lay the landing place of the Greeks. Passing the site of Dardanos on the right, we soon reach the narrowest part of the straits, about 1475 ids, commanded by the Dardanelles castles built by Mohammed Roman II. In 1470, with their new earthworks. On the European side is the picturesque Kilid Bar, Key of the Sea. On the Asiatic side is Kale Sultani or Baghaz Hisar, at the mouth of the Kojachai, Rodeos. Under the protection of the latter lies the town of Chanak Calci, Castle of Pots, usually called Dardanelles Pop, 16,700. While the steamer stops for wayleave, the potters of the place offer their curiously shaped and painted vases for sale. At the second narrowest part of the straits, 1585 ids, where they bend to the NE, once lay the towns of Sestos, left, and Abydos, right, now Fort Nagara Calci, quarantine station, lighthouse. This was the traditional scene of the romance of Hero and Leander. It was here that Lord Byron swam across in 1810. Xerxes crossed the straits here in 480 B.C., Alexander the Great in 334 B.C., and the Turks in 1357. On the coast, to the left, is the small plain of Aegispotamoi, now Karakova Dere, off which the Spartans won a decisive victory over the Athenians in 405. Near the NE end of the Dardanelles on the right lies the village of Lampsakos amid olive groves and vineyards. To the left, on the steep projecting coast, is superbly situated the decayed town of Gallipoli, Callipolis, beautiful town, the first European town captured in 1357 by Suleiman, son of Orkhan, p. 542. The Dardanelles expand into the Sea of Marmora P. Roman 34, the ancient Propontis, a basin of comparatively recent origin, extreme depth 4,450 ft, which, like the Aegean Sea, has been formed by the subsidence of large portions of the Earth's surface. On the Asiatic side, beyond Kara Buran, 381 ft, lies the Bay of Artaki, on the end margin of the ancient Troas. Adjoining the bay is the plain of the Biga Shur Chai, the ancient Granicos, where in 334 Alexander the Great won his first victory over the Persians. On the coast of ancient Phrygia rises the peninsula of Capo Dog, 2625 ft. Once Arctonisos Island, flanked by the Pasha Liman Islands and Marmora or Marmara, 2326 ft. where white marble for Constantinople has been quarried since ancient times. On the N coast soon appear the villages of Sharkioi, once Peristases, and Heraklitsa, Heraclea, then the town of Rodosto, Turk, Tekirdağ, and farther on Iregli, the ancient Perinthos. To the S we cite the islet of Kalalimni, 689 ft. Bispicos. Far beyond it are the Gulf of Mudania, or Gemlek, and the town of Brussa, at the foot of the Bithynian Olympos, 8200 ft, which is generally capped with snow. Off the beautiful Gulf of Ismid Nikomdea, to the NE, lie the equals Princes Islands equals Isles des Princes. Comp map P 557, the ancient Demones, Turk. Kizil-Adalar, Red Islands, so called from the color of their ferruginous rocks. Equals Principio equals the ancient Pityusa, rich in pines. The largest and most populous of these islands attracts many excursionists from Constantinople in fine weather local steamers, CP 538. On the N side of the island lies its capital, Principio Hot. Giacomo Dage 5D, 6 FR, Hot, Imperial, and others. Pleasant drive thence 2.5 HRS, there and back, 1-2 Megides, or ride a 1 Meg. To the highest hill on the S side of the island, crowned with the old monastery of St. George, 656 ft. View. On its way from Constantinople to Principio, the steamer first touches at Proti, 377 ft. To the right, we see the small island of Oxia, the most westerly of the group, to which in 1910 the famous street dogs of Constantinople were transported, and Platti, the flat, also called Bulwer's Island, after an English ambassador who here built 2 now ruined castles, 19th cent, in the style of Windsor. The steamer calls also at Antigone, 542 ft, and Chalky, 446 ft. Or Island, with a Greek commercial school and a seminary for priests. On the flat European shore, beyond the village of Kuchuk-Chekmekje on the lagoon of that name, we sight the Russian War Monument with its gleaming tower, a landmark of Constantinople, rising above the Cape of San Stefano lighthouse. A little later appears Stambul. Next, beyond the lighthouse fair, is seen the white mosque of Ahmed and the yellow Hagia Sophia. On the Asiatic coast, on the promontory which runs out into the beautiful Bay of Moda, there is situated in the ancient Bithynia Fener Bernu or Fener Bagshe lighthouse. Beyond, it is Kadıköy, a modern suburb of Constantinople, on the site of Chalcedon or Chalcedon. Farther on are the little harbor of Haydar Pasha, P 557, the station of the Anatolian Railway, and, at the S end of Scutari, P 556, the military school of medicine, the large Selimi barracks, and the Selimi Mosque. The steamer now rounds the Seraglio Point and enters the Bosporus, P 557. It passes the Golden Horn, the harbor of Constantinople, and the new bridge, and casts anchor at the Galata Quay below Pira. Landing, see below. The direct steamers from Athens to Constantinople steer from the Straits of Douro, P 529, to the NNE. For Tenedos, P 533. In clear weather we descry to the right the distant Chios, P 492, and Sara, P 529, and to the left Skyros, 2608 ft. The SE island of the Ensporides. On the right we next sight Mytilene, P 533, and on the left Hagiostrati, 971 ft. Halinissos. From Tenedos to Constantinople, CP 533 Constantinople. Arrival by sea. The French, German, and Romanian RR. 76-82 steamers are berthed at the Galata Quay, PL. HI-4 near the Dagana or Douane. Passengers of the French and German steamers have to pay pier dues, first class 5.5, second CL, 3.5 S payas. The Austrian, Italian, and Egyptian steamers also, on their arrival from the Black Sea, are mostly moored at the quay. But when coming from the S they usually anchor in front of it, at the entrance of the Golden Horn, landing or embarkation, with baggage, 2 FR or 10 payas. The porters, hamals, mostly Kurds of the harbor receive 5 payas, and a gratuity of 1 pias, for conveying baggage from the quay to the hotels. All trouble with boatmen and porters is avoided by applying at once to the guides, dragomans, or hotel agents. Footnote 9. In the following description, the transcripts O and U have approximately the German value, or the French of EU and U respectively. Equals money equals the Turkish pound lira, worth about 23 FR, or 18 SD, is divided into 100 piasters. There are gold coins of a quarter, a half, 2 a half, and 5 pounds. The commonest coins are silver piasters S. Pias, coins of 5, 10, and 20 S pias. But at the government, railway, and steamboat offices, in the tobacco shops, and on the tramways they suffer a slight loss, 5 S pias. Equals 4 3/4, 10 S pias. Equals a 20 S pias. Equals 19 piasters in gold. The piaster worth 2D is called gyrosh in Turkish, grossi in Greek. The 5 piaster piece is a çeyrek, or simply franc. The 20 piaster piece, about 3s 6D, is a mejidi. A piaster is divided into 40 parts called paras. The commonest para coins are the thinly silvered bronze metallics of 10 paras, about a half D. There are others of 5, 20, 50, and 100 paras. New nickel coins of 1 pias, 20, and 5 paras will, in 1912, be brought into circulation. A French or Greek silver franc passes in ordinary traffic for 4.5 S. Pias, and the Napoleon, the most popular of foreign coins, for 95 S. pias, but the money changers usually give 93 S. pias. Only, the average exchange for an English sovereign is 120 S. pias. For bank and circular notes, the exchange is rather higher. French banknotes can be exchanged only at the banks. Small change, of which there is always a scarcity, is obtained at the banks, p. 539, or at the money changers, the current rate of exchange being ascertained beforehand. Worn-out coins may be exchanged at the bank automane. Accounts are still kept in the provinces in bad çeyrek piasters. Of these there are silver coins worth 1 1/4, 2 1/2, and 5 pias, and copper coins of 1 1/4 and 2 1/2 pias. The Turkish pound contains 178 bad piasters, the mejidi 33, and the silver piaster 2/3. A pound sterling is therefore worth about 209 bad piasters, a shilling about 10 1/2, and a franc 8 1/3. Equals Turkish numbers equals 1 bur 2 iki 3 uch 4 dort 5 bish 6 alti 7 yeti 8 sekas 9 dokas 10 on 11 on bur 20 yemi bish 30 atas 40 kirk 50 ili 100 yuz 1000 bin. Catch para, how many paras? Bish gyrosh, 5 piasters. Baggage and passports, P. Roman 17, are examined in the Salon or Bureau des Passeports. The importation of weapons and ammunition and of tobacco and cigarettes is prohibited. Cigars, however, if declared, are admitted at an ad valorem duty of 75%. On showing their passports, passengers must state where they intend to reside. The passports are then stamped and returned to them. On leaving, the country passports are again examined, visés by consul, P. 539. So also is luggage, to prevent exportation of antiquities. On leaving the Salon, each passenger has to pay the harbor co 5 pias. In gold, also 1 pias, for each trunk and a half pias, for each piece of hand luggage. The equals station equals PL. H5, buffet on the side for departure. Rail, restaurant opposite of the Oriental Railway is at Stamboul, 7 min to the SE of the new bridge, P 545. The clock, which gives E. European time, is an hour in advance of mid-European time. As the officials understand French, the services of the hotel agents may be dispensed with. Small articles of luggage are examined at the frontier station Mustafa Pasha, registered luggage in the hall of arrival, and passports at the exit. Porter to hotel 11 pias. Cab from station to hotel 20-25 pias. Inkle, bridge toll of 2 1/2 pias. From quay to hotel 10 pias. Tariff, CP 538. Equals hotels equals all at Pira. Charges should be agreed upon beforehand. Pira Palace Hotel, PL. A H3 near the public gardens of the Petits Champs, P 544, R10 FR, 10C, 20 FR, B2 FR, 10 Dage, 5 FR, 25D, 6 FR, 30 Pens, 20 FR, 60-30 FR. 60C charges 3-4 FR. Lower from 15th June to 1st Sept, hot. To Catlian, Grand Rue de Para 180, recently rebuilt with restaurant and cafe, see below, R from 6 1/2 B 1 1/2 Dage, 4 1/2 D 5 1/2 Pens, from 15 FR, well spoken of. Hot. Bristol opposite the Petties Champs PL. H2 R from 5 B 1 1/2 Dage, 4 D 5 Pens, from 14 FR. With dependence GR hot. Messiri, Grand Rue de Pera 128, plain, hot. Delanders, PL. BH2, also opposite Petits Champs, are from 5 B1.5 Dage, 4 D5 pens from 12.5 FR. Hot Berliner Hof Royal and Dangelterra, PL. CH2 near the Garden of the British Embassy are from 6 B1.5 Dage, 4 D5 pens, 15 out of season 12 FR. Hot Continental opposite the Petits Champs, PL. H3 R410 B1.5 Dage, 4 D5 pens. 1220 FR. Hot Croker, PL. EH3 Rue Cabristan 3640 with Garden R410 B1 Dage, 2.5 D, 3.5 pens, 916 FR. Second class Khedivial Palace Hotel, PL. FH3 Grand Rue de Pera R46 pens, 1012 FR. Hot Grand Bretagne Rue Venedic R, 25 B1 Dage, 2.5 D3 pens, 610 FR. Hot St. Petersburg opposite the Petits Champs, PL. H2 rooms only from 2 FR. Constantinople Palace Hotel Grand Rue de Pera, PL. H2 R35B. 1.5 Dage, 3 D3.5 pens. 712 FR. Hot Pollock same street adjoining the Russian Embassy, PL. H3 R2A6 unpretending hot Reuben R from 2 FR. Equals restaurants equals European cuisine a la carte. At Pira. Tecatlion at the hotel of that name, see above. Gianni Brasserie Viennes, Grand Rue de Pera 396. Nicoli Brass, Suisse, same street, no 380. Restaurant Leban, same street, number 434. Restaurant Anzier near the Balak Bazaar, P 545, D 15 Payas. Well spoken of restaurants in summer in the gardens of the Petits Champs, in winter in the Winter Theatre concerts. At Galata. Restaurant DD. Dinner only, well spoken of. At Stambul. Railway restaurant, see above, with garden, well spoken of. Tecatlion in the Great Bazaar. Equals cafes, equals Tecatlion and Leban, see above, also in the public grounds at Pira in the Taksim Park, PL. I1 and others in the Grand Rue de Pera. There are Turkish cafes, well shaded, opposite the Hagia Sophia and in the small public garden there, PL. H7. Also at the piers of the local steamers, etc., small cup of coffee 20 paras. Those at Galata should be avoided. Confectioners. Tecatlion Leban, CP 537. Mulasir, Grand Rue de Pera, core of Rue de Polone. Equals cabs equals Araba. It is best to fix the fare beforehand according to the tariff. Drive of a quarter HR. 5 of 25 min 7.5 and of 40 min 10 payas, 1 HR. 15 each at it, HR. 10 payas. 2 hours after sunset charges are raised by 1/4 and from midnight till sunrise by 1/3, for the whole day 80 pias. Horses at Begir at Top Haine near the Yedicule station, etc., 5-10 payas. Per hour, according to bargain, and small gratuity to horseboy. Equals tramways equals comp. Plan, electric lines under construction. Most of the cars have 2 classes and a compartment for Turkish women. Fare 30-60 or 40-80 paras according to class, printed on the tickets in French. The passenger states his destination or names the station nearest to it. Equals 1, equals Galata at lower end of Yüksek Kaldırım, PL H4 to Galata Seri, PL. H2, 40 or 60 paras, Taksim, PL. I2 and Shishli to the N of PL. I1, equals 2, equals Asab Kapo, PL, G3 at the Old Bridge to Galata, PL. H4 Top Haine, PL, I3 Kabatash, PL. K2 Dalma Bagshe Beşiktaş and Ortaköy, P 558. Equals 3 equals Emin Ernu, PL, H5 at S end of New Bridge to Sirkaci Rail, Stat. Soyuke Çeşme Kapo Museum, Hagia Sophia, PL. H7 Kimberly Tash Kalan Brule, PL. G6 Sultan Bayezid, PL, G6 Aksari, PL, DE6 Change Cars and Top Capo, PL, B4 equals 4 equals Aksari, PL, DE6 to Yedicule, PL, a 9. Equals tunnel railway equals the chief means of communication between the new bridge and Pira, lower station, PL. H4 at Galata, Rue Yeni Jami upper station, PL. H3 in the Place du Tunnel at Pira. Cars every 5 min. 30 or 20 paras, book of 10 tickets, second CL, 5 payas. Equals local steamers equals comp. Inset maps on the plan, timetables in the newspapers, ply till sunset. Equals A equals on the Golden Horn to Iub from the pier PL, H4 to the W of the N end of the new bridge about every a quarter HR. Till sunset, tickets to Iub 30 paras, 20 paras more for cushioned seat on the pier. Mid-stations, CP 555. In spring and summer, smaller steamers ply between Iub and Kyathine, Sweet Waters, P 556, 40 paras, equals B equals on the Bosporus from the pier, PL, H5 at the S end of the new bridge to the E, where tickets are obtained to Bayekdere in 1.5 HR. Fare 160 or 100 paras plus a tax of 10 paras. There are 3 lines: European coast, Asiatic coast, and zigzag, recognizable by green and green flags. C to Scutari from the 3rd pier to the left E, PL H4 coming from the N end of the new bridge about every a half HR. Fare 50 or 30 paras. To Principio P 535 from the 1st pier to the left 5 or 6 times daily in summer in 2 HRS. Fare 160 or 100 paras. Equals D equals on the Sea of Marmara no piers from the Stambul Quay PL, H5 via Capo PL, G7 Yeni Capo PL, E8 and Simesha Capo PL, B8 to the suburbs of Makrakioy and San Stefano P. 535. Equals boats equals no tariff bargain necessary, to or from steamers CP. 537 otherwise 10 payas per hour. Ferry by one of the long flat-bottomed caiques with 1 rower to Stambul 1-2 payas, to Iub or Scutari about 10 payas, with 2 rowers 15 payas, per hour 15 pias. Equals post offices, equals British PL. H4, Turkish International, Rue Vaivode in Galata PL. H4, Grand Rue de Pera opposite the Galata Serai near the Yeni Valide Jami PL. H5 in Istanbul and at the railway station. France, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia also have their own post offices. French is generally understood. Postage within Turkey at 2 payas. For 10 grams, postcard 20 paras, foreign letters 1 payas, per 20 grams. Equals telegraph offices. Equals the Turkish International Post Offices. See above, send telegrams to foreign countries as well as within Turkey. Eastern Telegraph Co., at the Turkish Post Office, Grand Rue de Pera, see above. For foreign parts, to Great Britain each word 66C. Equals steamboat agents equals offices mostly behind the custom house at Galata, Comp. PL, H4. Messageries Maritimes, Mumhene Street. Npake and Co., T. Rabaul. Societa Nationale Barbaro Cité Francaise. North German Lloyd, Mews, Mumhene Street. Cherub Iskalesi 79 German Levant Line, Mehim Dali Pashahan. Austrian Lloyd, Mumhene Street. Khedivial Mail, Sili Galata Key, Maimanetli Han. Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co., Pechenev, Kayarch Kapu. Romanian State Maritime Service, Galata Key. Equals tourist agents equals those. Cook and Son, Rue Kebristan 12, opposite Pira Palace Hotel. Equals guides, equals the International Couriers and Guides Office, near the Pira Palace Hotel, P 537, provides reliable guides 10 FR. Per day for Constantinople and its environs, including the Bosporus. Equals embassies and consulates, equals Great Britain, Ambassador Right-Hun Sir G. A. Lother Office PLH2 in summer at Therapia, Consul General H. Ayres Office PLH4, Consul A.T.W. Vice Consul W.S. Edmonds. United States Ambassador O.S. Strauss Office PLI2. Consul General VACAT Vice Consul O.S. Heiser. Equals physicians, equals English, German, and others, addresses at the hotels or at the chemists. Equals chemists, equals in the Grand Rue de Pera, Aelikno. 579, Kanzuch and Janetti, number 247, Matkoich, number 420 Della Sutta, number 298, Liechtenstein, Helvegi Street, Galata. Equals baths equals at the hotels. Addresses of Turkish baths may be obtained at the hotels. See baths at the European places on the Bosporus. Equals banks, equals Bank Ottoman, Rue Vaivode, Galata, and Grand Rue de Pera 407, with exchange offices, Credit Lyonnais near the new bridge, Galata, also German, German Orient, Vienna, and others. Money changers, Saraf abound in the Rue Karakai, PL. H4, P 543, Grand Rue de Pera, etc. Equals booksellers, equals Economic Bookstore, Passage du Tunnel, Auquel No. 457 and S.H. Weiss, number 481 Grand Rue de Peyre. Newspapers, a quarter pièce. Levant Herald with Engel and Fr. Editions, L'Istanbul Moniteur Oriental, French, Osmanish Lloyd, German and French, all have steamboat and other timetables and notices. Equals photographs and picture postcards, equals all in Grand Rue de Peyre, Fruchterman, number 335. Kale, number 457. Saba and Joalier, no. 439. Berggren, number 414, line views of the city and environs. Photographic materials sold by Karakash Freers, nos. 675 and 398, and Weinberg, number 467. Equals theater equals in the grounds of the Petties Champs, PL. H2. A band plays on summer evenings in the same grounds and in the Taksim Park, PL. I1, Adam, 1-2 Pias. Equals churches, equals Church of England at the Chapel of the British Embassy, PL. H2, during summer at Therapia, CP 559, Christchurch, PL. H3, in the Rue Yazigi, Presbyterian Church in the Chapel of the Dutch Legation, Rue des Postes near the Grand Rue, PL. H3. Equals sites, equals antiquities, collection of See New Museum. Bazaar Great P 551, best visited early, closed 1 HR. Before sunset, Frid, Sat, and Sun are respectively Moslem, Jewish, and Christian holidays. Inexperienced travelers may bring a guide or the dragoman of their hotel, but see P Roman 26. Large purchases may be sent home by a goods agent. Baylor Bicere, P 558, Adam, as in the case of the Seraglio. Chinali Kiosk, P 547, see under New Museum. Egyptian Bazaar Misir Charshi, P 545, as the Great Bazaar. Galata Tower, P 543, all day 5 pias. Custodian with light 2 pias. Mosques Turk, Jami, very small masjid, all open to Christians till sunset. During Ramadan, the Muslim month of fasting, they are gorgeously lighted and then open in the evening also, comp. P 549. At the inner door the sacristan provides overshoes or visitors may take off their own. Hats also are removed, comp. P Roman 25. There is no charge for admission, but it is usual to give the sacristan a fee of 5 pias. Per person less for a party for the loan of overshoes. The tomb chapels Turk, Turbe are open on similar conditions, fee 15 pias, according to their importance. Museum Janissaries, P 550, all day 3 pias. Military Museum, in the Church of Irene, P 548, Sun 2s and 3s, 10-4. New Museum, P 546, daily except Frid, 9-5 in winter 10-3 Adam, 5 pias. Tickets available for the Chinali Kiosk also. Seraglio Palace, P 548. The consulates, to which application should be made a few days beforehand, arrange for visits to the treasury and part of the old Seraglio on Sun and 2s. Small fee. Turbe, see under mosques. 2 days when time is limited. First. Forenoon Galata Tower, P. 543, Yeni Valide Jami, P 545, New Museum, P 546, Chinali Kiosk, P 547. Afternoon trip on the Asterisk Bosporus, P 557, or to Scutari, P 556. Summer evening in the gardens of the Petits Champs, P 544, or the Taksim Park, P 544. Second. Forenoon Hagia Sophia, P 548, at Maidan, P 549, Great Bazaar, P 551, Suleiman Mosque, P 552. Afternoon Landwall, P 553, Ayub, PP. 555, 556, Saraskar Tower, P 551. Visitors should be on their guard against pickpockets, especially in Galata and Pira. Constantinople, Turk. Stambul or Stambul, Idil. Constantinople, Slav. Tsarograd, Emperor's Town, capital of the Turkish Empire and residence of the Sultan, since 1909 Mohammed V. B. 1844. Successor of Abdul Hamid, P. 544, is the seat of the government, the Sublime Porte, and also of the Sheikh ul-Islam, of the patriarchs of the Greek and Armenian churches, and of a papal legate. It lies on the Sea of Marmora, at the mouth of the Bosporus, in 41 degrees en lat, and 28 degrees 58 e longitude. The city consists of several distinct quarters. Stamboul, in the narrower sense, forms a nearly equilateral triangle between the Golden Horn, p. 555, and the Sea of Marmora. To the NE, on the slopes of the opposite bank of the Golden Horn and on the adjacent shore of the Bosporus, lie the Frank quarters of Galata and Pira and their suburbs. And to the E, on the gently sloping Asiatic shore of the Bosporus, lies the Turkish town of Scutari with its suburbs. According to recent estimates, Constantinople contains 1,125,000 inhab. Or, without the Asiatic quarters, 943,000 inkle, about 500,000 Turks, more than 200,000 Greeks, 180,000 Armenians, 65,000 Jews, mostly Spanish CP, 542, and 70,000 Europeans. The foreign residents are said to number 130,000. The situation of Constantinople has justly won the admiration of all ages. The vast city of Stamboul, curving over the slopes between the Sea of Marmora and the Golden Horn, the suburbs on the Bosporus, its green banks studded with villages, palaces, and mosques, the Golden Horn with its busy bridges and its countless vessels, all combine to form a picture of matchless beauty. The climate of Constantinople, which lies in the same latitude as Naples, p. 137, is unsettled and comparatively cool. During the greater part of the year, the city is exposed to NE, winds from the Siberian steppes, which sweep through the Bosporus and in winter occasionally bring snow. The best season for a visit is autumn, end of Sept to beginning of Nov. The summer, however, is usually fine and not unbearably hot, the coolest places being those on the Bosporus, a little to the N, which are sheltered from the due winds as Therapia, Bayakdere, etc. The mean temperature of the year is 57 degrees Fahr, that of the hottest month Aug, 74 degrees, and that of the coldest Feb, 41 degrees. The rainfall averages 28¾ in. History. Attracted by the striking advantages of the site, at the junction of two great portions of the globe and on the great water highway between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, the Dorians founded the colony of Byzantium about 660 BC, on the promontory, Seraglio Point, p. 536, commanding the entrance to the Bosporus. This colony, however, like the towns on the coast of Asia Minor, was unable to withstand the attacks of the Persians. When Darius I crossed the Bosporus in his campaign against the Scythians, the Byzantines were compelled to supply him with ships, and their town was afterwards destroyed by the Persians for taking part in the Ionian Revolt. The long but somewhat weak alliance of Byzantium with Athens was succeeded by closer bonds when the town was threatened by Philip of Macedonia. Being hard-pressed by Phocian, Philip was compelled to raise the siege of the town, 340–339. Under Alexander the Great and his successors Byzantium maintained its autonomy, but in 278 it suffered seriously from an attack by the Gauls, Galatians, settled in Thrace. In the wars against Philip Roman III of Macedonia, Byzantium became the natural ally of Rome, and this alliance continued to subsist under the earlier Roman emperors. In 193–6, Septimius Severus besieged the town to punish it for siding with the rival emperor Pescennius Niger and deprived it of its liberties and privileges, but he afterwards rebuilt the walls, regarding it as an important bulwark of the empire. In 269 Emp. Claudius Roman II here repelled the attacks of the Goths when they attempted to force their way south from the Danube. Having become master of the whole empire by the capture of Byzantium in 324 Emp. Constantine chose it as his new capital on account of its admirable situation on the threshold of the East. In 330 it was officially styled New Rome, but soon became generally known as Constantinopolis. Enclosed by Constantine's new walls, it now extended to the W to the region of the present Old Bridge, PL. F. 4 and of Sarmatia, PL. B. C. 8. The Romans retained the old division of the city into 14 regions, and they even found in it their 7 hills again. The environs as far as the 7th milestone Hebdomon, called the Exochionion, were assigned to the 7 miliarii of the Gothic bodyguard. Under Arcadius, in 395, Constantinople became the capital of the new Roman Empire. The rapid increase of the population and the necessity of defending it against the attacks of the Huns and Goths induced Anthemius, regent during the minority of Theodosius Roman II, 408–50, To build the new Theodosian town walls a 1/4 m to the W of those of Constantine. In 439 seawalls along the Sea of Marmora and the Golden Horn were added. And after 447, in consequence of an attack by Attila, and to repair the damage done by an earthquake, the land walls were restored and strengthened. Byzantium attained the zenith of its prosperity under Justinian, 527–65. He rebuilt the city, after its almost entire destruction in 532 during the rebellion of the circus parties, Nika Revolt, in a far grander style, and on the site of Constantine's basilica, founded the famous Church of St. Sophia. In the form of Byzantine civilization, antique culture survived until the Middle Ages, although finally in a merely torpid state. This Byzantine development, with its Greek language and independent Oriental Church under the patriarchal government at Constantinople, was an outcome of the late Greek, Hellenistic, and Roman culture. After the time of Justinian, the empire was shaken to its foundations by intestine disorders and foreign wars. The attacks of the Avars and Persians, 627, were succeeded by the eruption of the Arabs under the Umayyads, p. 485, who in 673–8 and 717–8 besieged Constantinople by sea and by land. About the same time, the Bulgarians founded an independent kingdom in the Balkan Peninsula, and they too, in 813 and 924, attacked the city. Russian fleets forced their way into the Sea of Marmara in 860 and 1048. Economically, too, Constantinople was on the wane, from the 11th cent. Onwards, the Seljuks were gaining ground in Asia Minor, and the Italian maritime cities were rapidly acquiring wealth and power. The quarrels of aspirants to the throne during the Angelos dynasty led in 1204 to the capture of Constantinople by the Crusaders and to the foundation of a new Western or Latin empire. In 1261, the Greek Emperor Michael Palaiologos, who resided at Nicaea, succeeded in driving the Franks out of Constantinople with the aid of the Genoese, to whom he presented Galata, see below, as a reward. But the Turkish peril came ever nearer. The Osmans, having conquered Asia Minor in the 13th cent, crossed the Dardanelles, comp. p. 534, under Orkhan in 1357, and under Murad I in 1361, made Adrianople the residence of the sultans instead of Brussa. They were weakened for a time by the attacks of Timur, p. 485, but in 1411 and 1422 they proceeded to besiege Constantinople. After a heroic defense by Constantine Palaiologos, the last Greek emperor, the city was at length captured in 1453 by Mohammed Roman II. Mehmed el-Fatih, the conqueror, and under the name of Stambul became the capital of the Osmans. Its fortunes were now at their lowest ebb. It was almost entirely depopulated and reduced to ruins, as had been its fate when captured by the Crusaders in 1204. But soon Turkish settlers from all quarters thronged to the new capital, and many Christians also, their lives and religion being safeguarded, while numerous Jews banished from Spain in 1492 found a new home here and have retained their old language and characteristics ever since. The building enterprise of the Turkish sultans, especially of Selim I 1512–20, the conqueror of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, and of Suleiman the Great 1520–66, as well as of the Turkish magnates, was directed exclusively to public edifices. They erected mosques, p. 539, on the model of the earlier Church of the Apostles and of the Hagia Sophia, or Church of St. Sophia, tomb chapels, p. 539, bazaars and warehouses, han and baths and fountains, sebel with running water, cheshme, drawell. In the midst of these sumptuous buildings lay a labyrinth of crooked streets and lanes, the brightly painted timber houses with their grated balconies, cafes being often of one story only, while here and there this strange sea of houses was relieved by gardens and burial grounds. To some extent, notwithstanding destructive fires, as in 1865 and 1908, and earthquakes, the last in 1894, the old Oriental characteristics of the city still survive in the old town of Stambul, the chief seat of the Oriental merchants and the petty traders, and also at Scutari, p. 556. Galata, on the other hand, the center of the European trade, is much like an Italian seaport town. Above it, to the N, lies Pira, a suburb which sprang up in the 19th century, and which, since a great fire in 1870, has been almost entirely rebuilt in quite European fashion. Of books on Constantinople may be mentioned: Grosvenor, Constantinople 2 vols, London, 1895; W. H. Hutton, Constantinople in the Medieval Town series, London, 1900; and Van Millingen, Byzantine Constantinople, The Walls, etc., London, 1899. A. Galata and Pira. Galata the oldest suburb of Constantinople, rises on the slope of a plateau on the end side of the entrance to the Golden Horn, p. 555, corresponding with the 13th region of the city of Constantine, p. 541. In the Middle Ages, it was usually called Pera. Its inhabitants are chiefly Greeks and Armenians. In 1304, the Genoese, see above, enclosed it with a wall, and down to 1453 held an almost independent position under their own rulers, podesta. The wall was often rebuilt and was at last removed, 1864. Behind the Galata Quay, PL. HI-4, constructed in 1879-95, lies a labyrinth of narrow and dirty streets, extending to the other side of the Grand Rue de Galata, P. 545, the chief thoroughfare to the N.E. suburbs. At the SW end of the latter are the still busier Rue de Caracay, PL. H4, beside the new bridge, P. 545, and the place Caracay, where the exchange rises on the left. In the old-fashioned W quarter of Galata are the ruinous palace of the Podesta, in the Persian Bay Bazaar, PL H4, and the Arab Jami, PL G4, the oldest mosque in the city, which was founded at the time of the Arab attacks, 717. Near it is the Yannick Capo, an old Genos gateway. A little farther on, near the old bridge, P. 552, is the Asab Kapu Jami, PL G3-4, erected by Sinan, P. 552, adjoining which is a beautiful Sebel, P. 542, with gilded railings and far-projecting timber roof, 18th cent. From the old bridge Pira is reached by the broad Rue Iskander, PL G3, and from the new bridge by the steep and dirty Yüksek Kaldırım, PL H3-4, partly in steps, and also by the tunnel or by tramway number 1P. 538. On the boundary between Galata and Pira, a little to the W of the end of the Yüksek Kaldırım, rises the Galata Tower PL H3, 148 ft. high, now entirely modernized, the ascent of which, P. 539, forms the best introduction to a walk through the city. It marks the spot where the new land walls on the E and W sides of Galata met in 1348. We mount 143 steps to the room of the fire watchman, and 72 more to the 3 upper stories. The asterisk panorama from the 14 windows of the watchman's room embraces Galata with the buildings on the quay. To the NE is the Cihangir Mosque, P. 544. Opposite, on the Asiatic coast, to the extreme left is the Palace of Beylerbe, P. 558. Farther to the S is Scutari, dominated by the Great and Little Bulgarlu, P. 557. To the S.E. lie the Prince's Islands, P. 535. To the S, above the S coast of the Sea of Marmara, rises the Bithynian Olympos, P. 535. With the aid of the plan of the city, we may easily locate the chief buildings of Stamboul, from the Hagia Sophia and the Ahmed Mosque with its 6 minarets, to the S, round to the Great Bazaar with its numerous little domes, to the Place d'Armes, Seyraskir Kapu, with the Great Tower, the Barracks, and the Suleiman Mosque, to the Mihrama Mosque, and to the Byzantine city wall at the extreme end of Stamboul. At our feet lies the Golden Horn, with the 2 bridges and the naval harbor. In the distance, to the NW, peeps the Mosque of Ayub, see inset map in Plan of City. The modern streets of Pira the European quarter, run to the NW from the Galata Tower, between old Turkish cemeteries and large gardens, across the whole hill. The embassies to the Sublime Porte, the European churches, schools, hospitals, and shops also are situated here. The Grand Rue de Pera, PL HI-32, the continuation of Yüksek Kaldırım, passes the monastery of the dancing dervishes Tekke, PLH3, whose strange performances may be witnessed on Fridays, except during Ramadan, usually from 7.3 to 8.3 Turkish time for a 3.5 HRS, before sunset, Adam. 5 payas. We may now cross the Place du Tunnel, past the upper station of the Tunnel Railway, PL. H3, P538, and follow Rue Cabrestan or one of the narrow streets to the left, farther to the N, such as the Rue Venedict, to the equals public grounds of the Petties Champs equals PL. H32, near the British Embassy, PL. H2 and the chief hotels, P537. They afford a beautiful view of Stamboul and the Golden Horn and are a favorite resort in the afternoon and evening concerts, CP 539. We return to the Eni by Rue Tepe Bakai to the Grand Rue de Pera, whence the Rue Yeni Teharki leads to the SE past the Galata Serai, PL. H2, Imper. Lyceum to Top Haine. Our street ends at the NW end of Pira at the Place du Taksim, PL. 1-2. Here on the right, adjoining the Kishla Jadisi, are the artillery barracks, one of the chief scenes of conflict on 25 April 1909 when the Young Turks fought their way into the city, and the equals Taksim Park equals, PL. I-1, Band CP 539, and on the left a large esplanade. From the Place du Taksim, we may ascend the Ayaz Pasha Boulevard, past the German embassy, or from the Taksim Park the Dalma Bagshay Dere, PL. K1, Dalma Garden Valley, past the Écuries Impériales to place Dalma Bagshay Dere. On the east side of this square, below the suburb of that name, rises the equals Dalma Bagshay Palace equals, PP. 558, 546, of which only the high walls with their superb gateways are seen on the inland side. The Sultan repairs hither weekly in solemn procession, Selamlik, to Friday prayer at noon, usually offered in the neighboring Valide Jami, Mosque of the Sultan's Mother, PL. K12. We may now follow the road to the Eni through the adjacent suburb of Besiktas, where, opposite the steamboat pier, rises the Turbe Caradin Barbarossa, P221, which is best viewed from the Bosporus. Farther on are the ruins of the Kairagan P558. From the pier of Besiktas, a road leads to the Eni to the equals Yildiz Kiosk equals, surrounded with barracks and high walls, formerly the residence of the now deposed Sultan Abdul Hamid, 1876–1909. The palace and its park, and the private Hamidi Mosque, built of white marble, are inaccessible. It is now best to return by tramway number 2, P538, to the large suburb of equals Top Haine equals, PL. I-3, inhabited chiefly by Turks, with the loftily situated Jihangir Mosque, 1553. Here, in the esplanade of the artillery arsenal on the Bosporus, are situated the Mosque of Mahmud Roman II, 1830, and a fine but now roofless well house of the time of Ahmed Roman II, 1703–30, resembling the Sebel at the Basab Kapo, P 543. The Mosque of Kilij Ali Pasha, PL. I-3, was built by Sinan, P 552. We now return to Pira by the Ruse Teachauker Boston and Yeni Teacharchai, P 544, or by the Grand Rue de Galata, PL. IH34, the busiest international thoroughfare, to place Karakai, P 543. B. Stamboul. From the Rue Karakai in Galata, the equals New Bridge equals PL. H45 crosses the Golden Horn, P 555, to Stamboul toll 10 paras, car 2.5 payas. It was originally built of timber in 1845 and called Sultan Valide Bridge after its founder, the Sultan's mother, and was rebuilt in 1877. The new iron bridge was begun in 1909. It affords beautiful views of Galata and Stamboul, of the Bosporus and the Asiatic coast, while its busy and picturesque traffic presents scenes of endless variety. At the S end of the bridge lies the place Eminyunu, PL. H5, called also Balak Bazar or Fish Market, beyond which rise the fine outlines of the equals Yeni Valide Jami equals PL. H5, or New Mosque of the Sultan's Mother. Begun in 1615 by Khoja Qasim for the mother of Ahmed I, after the model of Ahmed's mosque, and damaged by the Great Fire of 1660, it was not completed till 1663. In the middle of the outer court are ranged, as in all the larger Turkish mosques, the forecourt, Haram with its 3 portals, the mosque itself, and the Turbe P 539, all turn towards Mecca to the SC. The forecourt, with its two elegant minarets and large wooden roofs above the side portals, has a remarkably fine octagonal fountain of ablution, Shudrivan, in the center. Like the Suleimani, p. 552, the mosque is preceded by two colonnades. In the interior, the lower wall surfaces and the four massive pillars of the dome are encrusted with bluish-green tiles. The mihrab wall is connected with the pillars by a gallery. Adjoining it, near the mihrab or prayer niche itself, are the superb pulpit and the railed-in gallery of the Sultan. The adjacent asterisk private rooms of the Sultan still have their original decoration of faience tiles and stained glass. The turbe contains the sarcophagus of the Sultan's mother and the tombs of 5 sultans, recognizable by the turban and double heron's plume. On the W side of the outer court is the Misir Charshi PL G5 Egyptian Bazaar, originally for goods from Egypt, but now a general market, next in importance to the Great Bazaar, p. 551. Among the wares in the open shops of the vaulted street, the chief commodities are spices, drugs, and pigments. To the W of the Egyptian Bazaar, at the foot of Rue Ausanti Charchai, p. 551, rises the mosque of Rustam Pasha, PL. G5, vizier of Suleiman the Great, p. 542, and husband of his daughter Mihrama, p. 553. It was built by Sinan, p. 552. The interior is noteworthy chiefly for the superb effect produced by its faience tiles. We follow the tramway number 3, p. 538, to the SC through the Rue Bagshay Kapu, so named after the old garden gate of Stamboul, and the Hamidi Jadisi, crossing the broad Bab Ali Jadisi which leads to the left to the railway station, p. 537. Farther on we come to the wall of the Seraglio on the left, and to Tenmin, the Sublime Port, PL. H6, Vizierate and Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the right. Its central part, which contained the Ministry of Home Affairs, and the cabinet was burnt down in Feb. 1911. The Seraglio or Seri, PL. HI57, now officially called Top Kapu Seri, Seraglio of the Cannon Gate, with its neglected garden terraces and miscellaneous buildings, occupies the site of the Acropolis and oldest streets of Byzantium, p. 541, and the first of the 7 hills of New Rome. Within the extensive precincts, enclosed by a pinnacled wall and defended by towers, Mohammed Roman II. In 1468 erected a summer palace, which Suleiman the Great, p. 542, enlarged and made his residence. All the sultans resided here until Abdul Mejid built the Dalma Bagshay Palace, 1855, p. 558. In 1873 the railway was carried through the gardens, past the granite column of Emp. Claudius Roman II, 268–70 AD. Around the palace are grouped the old church of Irene, p. 548, several military and other new buildings, the Imperial Mint, and the School of Art founded in 1889. From the chief entrance, the Soyuke Cheshme Gate, PL. H6, we ascend to the right, past the Mint, to the first terrace. A road to the left leads thence, behind the School of Art, to the new museum on the right and the Chinali Kiosk on the left. The new museum PL. I6, opened in 1891, contains the imperial collection of antiquities, the arrangement of which is still incomplete. Adam, CP 539. Director Halil Bey. Ground floor. The first rooms, on the right and left of the entrance, contain the sarcophagi, including the famous coffins discovered in 1887 in the so-called royal tombs of Sidon, p. 470. The 2 vaults, in which the rulers of Sidon of the 6th cent. BC are supposed to have been buried, contained 26 stone coffins, some in the Egyptian form of a mummy, with sculptured heads, others shaped like Greek temples. In several cases their execution is highly artistic. The finest are in right room I, number 48, so-called satrap's coffin of Ionian workmanship, first half of 5th cent, *49, sarcophagus of the mourning women in marble in the form of a temple, influenced in style by the works of Praxiteles, 4th cent. In left room Roman II, no 75. Lycian sarcophagus, with lid in the form of a pointed arch executed under the fresh influence of the Parthenon reliefs, p. 517, *76. Alexander sarcophagus, an Attic original about 300 BC with traces of rich coloring, 90. Sarcophagus of Tabnet, king of Sidon, originally that of an Egyptian general 6th cent. Again, in room I, no. 1142. Tomb stele from Nisiros p. 490, about 500 BC, 45. Tomb stele from Pella, a fine early Greek work like the last, 3133. Fragments of Roman sarcophagi, Ulysses fighting against the wooers, etc. Also leaden coffins from Beirut, Coms p. 412, etc. Room Roman II contains also 6 terracotta coffins from Clazomni, 6th cent. BC. Among the objects in the other rooms, we note a large Lycian sarcophagus from Trieste, 2nd cent. BC. 1179. Late Roman sarcophagus from the region of Konya, with the recumbent figures of man and wife. A large room is devoted solely to the art and inscriptions of the Hittites, the dominating race on the upper Euphrates, in Syria, and in Asia Minor from about 1500 to 1000 BC, who were afterwards split up into small principalities and lost their national characteristics. From this later period, about 9/8 cent. Date the numerous objects from Sendrali in Syria, among others no. 873. 2 sphinxes as a base of a column. Other relics are from Marash in Syria, 840, lion with inscription, and from Elbistan, 835. Limestone pillar. 2 rooms are set apart for the Greek-Roman sculptures. Among the chief early Greek works 6th cent. BC are, no. 5 bis. Reliefs from a tombstone in the form of a pillar with scenes of peace and war, 8-133. Torso of Apollo and relief of Hercules drawing his bow, both from Thassos, 680. Tomb stele from Dorylaeum in Phrygia, 78. Head of a man, early Ionian from Rhodes, 32-33. Kybel from Kyme, 1136. Relief Birth of Athena from Chalcedon, of the 5th cent. No. 1189. Caryatid 1433. Hermes Propylios after the famous work of Alcamenes, Roman copy. 148. Snake's head from the tripod in the at Maidan, p. 549, among other creations of the Greek Golden Age, 4th cent. Are no. 1121. Statue of a youth, 114. Upper half of a stele from Kyzikos, 1242. Relief with a portrait of Euripides, 1028. Relief of a woman playing on the lyre from Mysia. Hellenistic sculptures from Pergamum, p. 533. Asterisk 764. Dancer from a large circular monument, asterisk 1138. Marble head Alexander the Great, 72. Marsyas hanging a good copy, also important, asterisk 709. Alexander the Great from Magnesia on the Sipylos, 685. Colossal head of Zeus from Troy, 9. Colossal statue of Apollo from Tralles, asterisk 1423. Relief of a boatman, from Tralles in the style of the Alexandrine reliefs. Of Roman origin, 31. Largest representation of the so-called Thracian horseman from a triumphal arch at Saloniki. In the room of the Byzantine antiquities we note number 164. Statue of the Good Shepherd, 3rd cent, 1090. Early Christian pulpit from Saloniki, with the adoration of the Magi in detached figures, 189-190. Fragments of a column with scenes with figures, baptism of Christ, etc., about 500. Also interesting capitals with figures and foliage ornamentation. 2 rooms form an architectural museum, Asia Minor relics. The first floor is occupied by the Babylonian Assyrian Antiquities, Inkle. The glazed terracotta sarcophagi from Nippur, and number 1027, votive relief of King Naram-Sin, about 3750 BC, the unimportant Egyptian relics and curiosities from Cyprus, p. 489, Himyar, region of Yemen in Arabia, and Palmyra. Then collections of bronzes and trinkets from Schliemann's excavations at Hisarlik, p. 534, from the Sidonian sarcophagi, p. 546, etc. Vases and terracottas from Asia Minor, Hisarlik, Myrina, Preen, Kos, p. 490, and Rhodes, glass vessels from Asia Minor, Cyprus, Syria, and Tripolitania, also a collection of coins. The N wing contains the museum library. The elegant equals Chinali kiosk equals PL. I-6. Faience Palace, one of the oldest Turkish buildings in the city, was erected in 1470 by Kemal ed-Din under Mohammed Roman II, in the Persian style, and was restored in 1590. In 1908 it was converted into an Oriental art museum. Adam, CP 539. The two-storied portico ticket office on the left contains tombstones, etc. The vestibule, with its original inscribed frieze, is adorned with well-preserved green asterisk faience tiles. The domed hall and 5 side rooms contain Arabian, Persian, and Turkish faience, Turkish pottery, seals, tuggers, firmans, and arraids of Turkish sultans, woodwork, Quran desks, cabinets, etc., leather, beautiful bookbindings, and metalwork. Also cut gems, Arabian and Venetian glass, mosque lamps, embroidery, and Persian carpets. The chief treasures of the collection are the asterisk prayer niche from the palace of the Seljuk Sultan Alidin at Konya, 13th cent, and a throne of Selim I, p. 512. Passing the mint, p. 546, we next enter the outer court of the seraglio. In the center rises the huge janissaries, plane tree, pl. I6, where the janissaries, p. 550, used to meet. To the left, the Orda Capo leads to the Seraglio Palace, Adam, CP 540. It contains the throne room Arsh Odasi of the time of Suleiman the Great, the library, the imperial treasury, Hasnehan, and the superb Baghdad kiosk, 1639, etc. Above the outer court rises, on the right, the Equals Church of Irene Equals, PL. I6, dedicated to divine peace, a domed basilica built by Constantine and restored first by Justinian after the Nika revolt, p. 541, and again in 740. After the Turkish conquest, it was used as an arsenal, but is now a military museum. Adam, CP 539. We leave the seraglio by the Bab-i Humyan, PL. I6, the superb modern gate of the Sultan, replacing that of Mohammed Roman II. In the Sarai Maidan, PL. I6-7, Seraglio Square, on the SW side of the palace walls, rises the Fountain of Ahmed Roman III. Erected in 1728, the finest sebel in the city with a well-preserved timber roof. Nearly opposite are the Hagia Sophia and the Ministry of Justice, PL. H17, which was the meeting place of the new Turkish parliament in 1908-9. The asterisk equals Hagia Sophia Mosque equals PL. H7, Adam, CP 539, formerly the Church of St. Sophia, 4 min to the S of the Soyuke Cheshme Gate, p. 546, is the most famous edifice in the whole city. Here in 326, opposite to his palace, Constantine erected a basilica, which he dedicated to divine wisdom, Sophia, and which after a fire in 415 was rebuilt by Theodosius Roman II. The church having again been destroyed during the Nika rebellion, Justinian caused the present sumptuous edifice, which was to eclipse all others in the empire, to be erected in 532-7 by Anthemios of Tralles and Isidoros of Maltos. The plan of the building is nearly square. Its axis, contrary to custom, runs to the ESE in line with that of the palace. It measures 82.5 by 77 ids, but if the atrium or forecourt had still existed, the length would have been no less than 184 ids. The edifice with its nave and aisles presents a curious combination of an ancient Christian basilica with a dome-covered mosque. Above the nave, which is 36 ids. In breadth, the Great Dome, 105 ft. In diameter and 184 ft. In height, but externally inconspicuous, rises on 4 massive pillars. It is continued lengthwise by 2 half-domes, relieved by niches, the large e-central niche forming the apse. The upper story of the aisles, borne by antique columns with capitals resembling imposts, and the galleries above the inner vestibule contain the gyneceum or women's seats. The Crusaders pillaged the church in 1204, p. 542, and many of its treasures were carried off also at the Turkish conquest. The mosaics were whitewashed, the minaret at the SE angle was erected, and the unsightly flying buttresses were added on the east side. To the further detriment of the general effect, the successors of the conqueror built the other 3 minarets, the mausoleums, schools, and outbuildings. A thorough restoration was undertaken by Fossati, an Italian architect, in 1847, when the outside was painted yellow with red stripes. The entrance for visitors is in the N side street, by a door to the left of the NW minaret. A few steps descend to the inner vestibule Isonarthex, from which 5 doors open on the outer vestibule, Exonarthex, and 9 portals lead into the interior. At the S end of the inner vestibule, opposite the N entrance, is a Byzantine asterisk bronze door, 9th cent, with part of the original panels. The northmost portal admits us to the asterisk interior, in which the immense central dome, in contrast to St. Peter's at Rome, dominates the entire nave. The marble pavement is partly destroyed and partly covered with carpets and mats spread obliquely in the direction of Mecca, SC. The mihrab or prayer recess has been placed, for the same reason, a little to the S of the axis of the apse. Beside the pillars of the apse are, on the right, the mimbar or Friday pulpit, and on the left the octagonal grated gallery of the Sultan, resting on 8 antique columns. The nave contains several open galleries or tribunes for prayer recitals. The Quran niche in the S aisle also is worth seeing. Visitors should be careful not to touch anything. During the nights of Ramadan, p. 539, visitors are admitted only to the galleries, which the sacristan will show at other times. On the S side of the mosque, adjoining the Hagia Sophia Maidan, rise 5 tuabes or burial chapels of sultans. The southmost, once the baptistry of the church, dates perhaps from Justinian's reign. The Hagia Sophia Maidan, PL. H7, a busy square planted with trees on the S side of the mosque, was the ancient Augustan or Agora, the greatest center of traffic in New Rome, whence the triumphal road led to the Golden Gate, p. 554. Down to the Turkish conquest, it was adorned with a mounted statue of Justinian. Adjoining it on the SW lies the Et Maidan, PL. H7, Horse Square, 330 ids. Long, partly occupying the site of a hippodrome begun by Sept Severus, p. 541, and completed by Constantine. From these 2 squares, and from the Sarai Maidan, p. 548, the Roman and Byzantine imperial palaces, with their dependencies and several churches, extended to the SE to the town wall on the Sea of Marmora. At the N angle of Et Maidan, where Rue Divan Yalu, p. 550 diverges, lies a small public garden. Farther on to the SW, passing a street fountain presented by Emp. William Roman II. In 1898, we come to 3 ancient monuments which still occupy their old places on the spina of the Hippodrome, Comp. p. 348. One is the obelisk of Theodosius I, dating from the time of Thutmosis Roman III. p. 456, brought from Heliopolis, with Roman reliefs on the pedestal of the imperial family viewing the races from the court stand of the Hippodrome. The second is the bronze snake column, once the central support of a huge tripod, which the Greeks erected as a votive offering at Delphi after the victory of Plataea, p. 506. The third is the so-called Colossus, an obelisk of unknown origin. No less conspicuous than the Hagia Sophia is the asterisk equals Mosque of Ahmed I equals PL. H7 on the SE side of Et Maidan. It was built by the young sultan of that name in 1608-14 as the second largest mosque in the city, and is the only one besides the Kaaba at Mecca that has 6 minarets. The large outer court, planted with trees and often used as a marketplace, is separated from Et Maidan by a broken-down wall. The lofty chief portal, with its stalactite niche and its fine bronze gate, leads into a forecourt flanked with domed colonnades where we notice the pretty stalactite capitals. In the center rises a superb hexagonal marble fountain with a railing. The interior of the mosque, 79 by 70 ids, in the style of the Maimedi, p. 553, resembles the Shahzadeh Mosque, p. 552, in the disposition of its 4 half-domes. The great central dome, 73 ft, in diameter rests on 4 clumsy round pillars, and around it runs a low gallery with depressed keel arches. The walls are lined with white marble below and with beautiful faience tiles from Nicaea above. To the SW of Et Maidan is the Janissaries Museum, PL. G.H. 7 Adam, CP 539, in which are exhibited wax figures wearing the ancient costumes of Turkish dignitaries and the uniforms of the Janissaries, or Old Bodyguard, 1328-1826. To the S of the museum, close to the railway, rises the asterisk equals Kuchuk Hagia Sophia equals PL. H78, or Little Mosque of Hagia Sophia, a kind of prelude to the Great, now containing a military museum. It was built under Justinian in 528, at the same time as San Vital at Ravenna, as a church of SS. Sergius and Bacchus. The building is nearly square, with semicircular niches at the angles, and encloses an octagonal interior, between the 8 corner columns of which are 4 semicircular niches and 4 straight rows of columns. The junction of the walls with the dome was masked, as later in the Sophia Church, by curved triangular spandrels or pendentives. Beyond the public garden P 549, we enter the Rue Divan Yalu tramway No. 3, P 538. At the end of it on the right is a railed-in burial ground containing the handsome turbe of Mahmud Roman II, d. 1839, and his son Abdul Aziz, Sultan in 1861-76. Entrance to the right in Rue Mahmoudieh. In the main street, now called Sedefciler Yalu, we next come to the second hill of New Rome, P 541, crowned with the so-called equals burnt column equals PL, G6 Turk, Kimberley Tash, stone with the hoop. This great column of porphyry was erected by Constantine on the ancient, triumphal way to mark the center of his forum and bore his statue in bronze down to 1105. It was restored in 1909. The street then leads past the Kalpakşehir Kapı on the right, the S gate of the Great Bazaar P 551 to the Beyazid Mosque P 551. From the burnt column, the Rue Nuri Osmaniye leads to the end to the white marble mosque of Nuri Osmani PL. G6, a bold dome-roofed edifice copied from the Selim Mosque P 553, but with a semicircular forecourt. Adjacent on the W is the equals Great Bazaar equals PL. G6 Turk, Bayak Çarşı, Great Market, one of the sites of Constantinople. It lies in a depression between the Nuri Osmani Mosque and the Saraskar Square Sea below and forms a distinct quarter of the city, enclosed by gates. As in the souks P 335, the crafts mostly have their own streets or districts. Most of the buildings have been re-erected since the earthquake of 1894. To the early 17th century belongs the still extant castellated Valide hand sea below of the early 18th century, are the Bezistan, the main central building, founded in the 10th century, and the Sandal Bezistan. Besides genuine Oriental wares, many European goods also are sold here. The Nuri Osmani Kapı, on the W side of the outer court of the mosque, opens on to the Kalpakşehir Bashi Caddesi, the main thoroughfare on the S side of the bazaar. Immediately on the right is the Sandal Bezistan, once the Silk Bazaar, now a warehouse, usually closed. The street on the N side, Restaurant Tokatlian, CP 537, leads to the W after a few paces to the equals Bezistan equals PL. Bez, G6, where artistic old weapons, gold and silver wares, inlaid furniture, etc. are displayed. In the street on the E side are sold jewels and trinkets, on the N side cloth, oriental antiquities and books, on the W side Turkish women's apparel and embroidery, on the S side leatherwork, etc. From the W gate of the Bezistan, we pass through the Bezistan Caddesi, with its clothes shops, to the Ausanti Çarşı, the main street ascending from the Rustam Pasha Mosque, P 545, to the S gate, Kalpakşehir Kapı, P 550. Going straight on, we may ascend through the curved Festçalar Caddesi, the Fez Market, to the Bit Bazar Caddesi, a street running to the N and S, the entrance to the left, second-hand market Bat Bazar, jestingly called Bit Bazar or Laus Market. In the other direction, a few paces to the N, is the Hakekler Sokak, with the stalls of the seal engravers, booksellers, etc., leading to the Beyazid Mosque. Those who intend to return from the Great Bazaar direct to the new bridge, P 545, may visit also the Valide PL. G56, see above, the seat of the Persian traders, situated in the Çakmakşehir Yokusu, diverging to the E from the Ausanti Çarşı. On the third hill of the city, the site of the Forum of Theodosius I, rise the Beyazid Mosque and the Saraskarat in its large court. The asterisk equals Mosque of Beyazid equals PL. G6 was erected in 1489-97 by the Albanian Karadin, under Sultan Beyazid, son of Mohammed Roman II, the Conqueror. The handsome portals of the forecourt recall Seljuk prototypes. The beautiful forecourt, enlivened ever since the time of the founder by countless pigeons, has pointed arcades with elegant domes. In the center is an octagonal fountain. The interior, tastelessly painted in the Turkish Rococo style in the 18th century, is a simplified imitation of the Hagia Sophia. To the end of the mosque, the Saraskar Capo, the modern S gateway, leads into the court, now a drilling ground of the Saraskarat PL, FG5 or Ministry of War. Here once stood the Eskaseri, the oldest palace of the Sultan's Comp, P546. The equals Saraskar Tower equals closed on Frid, Fee 35 Payas, about 200 ft. High, built by Mahmud Roman II. D. 1839, of white marble from the island of Marmara, p. 535, affords a magnificent view of the city. Behind the barracks on the end side of the Saraskarat, or by the Saraskar Jadasi to the right, we descend to the terrace of the Suleiman Mosque, which is surrounded by schools, baths, and the residence of the Sheikh ul Islam. The asterisk equals Mosque of Suleiman the Great equals Turk. Suleimani, PL, FG 5, erected in 1550-66 by the Albanian Sinan Mimar Sinan Agha, on the model of the Hagia Sophia and the Bayezid Mosque, is one of the two masterworks of this most famous of Turkish architects, the other being the Selim Mosque at Adrianople. The superb chief portal on the N.W. side is 3 stories in height. At the angles of the forecourt, 63 by 49.5 ids, rise 4 minarets of unequal height. The exterior of the mosque is embellished with 2 arcades. The smaller domes are charmingly grouped round the Great Dome, the latter, only 85 ft. In diameter, is loftier than that of Hagia Sophia. Notwithstanding the striped decoration with which it was marred at the time of the restoration under Abdul Aziz, p. 550, the interior surpasses all the other mosques of Constantinople in harmony of structure, in picturesqueness of perspective, and in magnificence of ornamentation, but is unfortunately badly lighted. Between the 4 pillars of the dome on each side are 2 monolith columns, 29 ft. high, with stalactite capitals supporting the upper stories of the aisles. The asterisk mihrab wall is enriched with beautiful faience tiles and with stained glass by Sirkash Ibrahim. In the burial ground behind the mosque rise the handsome turbes of Suleiman, fee 5 Payas, and his favorite wife Roxolana. From the outer court of the mosque, with its fine old cypresses and plane trees, we may descend to the E to Rustam Pasha's Mosque, p. 545, and the new bridge, p. 545, or we may go to the NW to the old bridge, PL. FG 4, p. 555, toll 10 paras, and the Rue Iskander, p. 543. From the W gate of the Saraskarat, or from the W angle of the outer court of the Suleiman Mosque, we may soon reach the 2-storied equals aqueduct of Valens equals, PL. FE 6-5, dating from the reign of that emperor, 368 AD, but much restored. It bridges the space between the 4th and 3rd hills of the city. On the S side of the aqueduct, near the scene of the Great Fire of 1908, rises the Shahzadeh Mosque, PL. EF5, Prince's Mosque, an early work of Sinan, see above, erected by Suleiman in 1543-7 in memory of his son Mohammed. The plan is similar to that of the Maimidi, see below. It is charmingly fitted up in the interior. In the 2 turbes repose the princes Mohammed and Jihangir and the princess Mihrama. As a rule, the muezzin permits visitors to ascend one of the minarets for a small gratuity. From this mosque, the Rue Chassadeh Bakai ascends to the NW to the equals Mosque of Mohammed Roman II, equals PL. DE4, Maimidi or Fatih Jami, Comp. P. 542, the holiest in Constantinople after that of Ayub, p. 555. It was built by the Greek Christodoulos in 1463-9 on the 4th hill of the city, on the site, and with the materials of the Apostles' Church. This church, founded by Constantine, had been restored by Justinian, and was famous as the burial place of the emperors. The outer court, planted with cypresses on the NW side of which a busy market is held, is surrounded, as in the Byzantine age, by a great many miscellaneous buildings. The plan of the mosque is probably the same as that of the Apostles' Church. The forecourt is commanded by 2 minarets. The interior, in the form of a Greek cross, has 4 half-domes in the 2 axes adjoining the central dome, 4 smaller corner domes, and 3 galleries. The whole building was modernized after the earthquake of 1767. The first turbe behind the mosque is that of the Conqueror. From the NW corner of the outer court, the Sultan Mehmed and Sultan Selim streets lead to the end to the Mosque of Selim, IPL. E3, Turk. Selimi on the fifth city hill, erected by Suleiman the Great in 1526 in memory of his warlike father Selim, IP 542. This is the simplest of all the Sultan's mosques. The outer walls are roofed with a single semicircular dome. To the S of Mamadi, between the fourth city hill and the Lycos Valley, among the ruins caused by a fire, rises Marcian's column, PL. DE5 Turk. Kiztash Maiden Stone, erected in honor of that emperor, 457. In the Lycos Valley to the SW of Marcian's column, once lay the barracks of the Janissaries, P 550, who were massacred in the Et Maidan here, PL. D5. Place of Flesh, after a revolt in 1826. In the Axare quarter, PL. DE6 on the ancient Triumphal Way, P. 550, lay the Roman Forum Boreum cattle market. The road ascended thence to the seventh city hill. Here, in the quarter now called Avrit Bazar, is still seen the pedestal of the marble column of Arcadius, PL. D7 Turk. Avrit Tash Women's Stone, the sole surviving relic of the Forum of Arcadius. From the Mamadi, a main streetcar, 5 payas, leads direct in a quarter HR, to the NW to the Eterne Capo, see below. Beside the city wall near Rue Eterne Capo is the sixth and highest city hill, on which rises the Mihrama Mosque, PL. C3, built in 1556 by Sinan, P 552, for the Princess Mihrama, P 545, on the site of the Byzantine monastery of St. George, and restored in 1910. From the Greek church of St. George, we walk about 250 paces to the NE, and then descend to the right, near the city wall, to visit the Kari Mosque PL. C2, once the church of the monastery of Kora, in the country, which probably existed before the time of Theodosius Roman II. It was restored in the 11th cent, and enlarged in the 14th, and contains famous Byzantine asterisk mosaics. Sacristan lives near. We now turn our steps to the ruinous Eterne Capo, PL. C2, Adrianople Gate, the Gate of Carisius or Cemetery Gate, Porta Polyandriou of the Byzantines. Outside the gate, where stretches the largest Moslem cemetery of Stamboul, we obtain an excellent view of the old asterisk equals land wall equals of the city, over 4 m in length. The chief part of it is the Theodosian Wall, P 541, extending from the Sea of Marmara to the Tekfir Sere, see below. This was originally a single wall, defended by towers, but after an earthquake in 447 it was doubled, the 2 walls being 66 ids. Apart and from the bottom of the moat, 100 ft. high. The S part of the land wall may be visited by carriage, 1 horse 10, 2 horse 10 or 15 payas. Bargaining necessary from the Eterne Capo, we drive past Top Capo PL. A4, Cannon Gate, once the gate of St. Romanos, famed in the siege of 1453 to Yedi Kule railway station, PL. A-B9, we may return thence to the town by local train, about every half HR. Or from the Yedi Kule gate by tramway number 4, change at Axare, P 553, or from Samesha Capo, PL. B8 by local steamer, P 538. Near the S end of the wall rises the castle of equals Yedi Kule equals, PL. A 7 towers, Adam, except sun, 2½ payas. Small feta lantern bearer, rebuilt by Mohammed Roman II, within which is the dilapidated Porta Aurea, Golden Gate, once the triumphal gate of the Byzantine emperors. On the Sea of Marmara, at the point where the land wall joined the Marmara sea wall, rises the octagonal Murmur-Kule, PL. A9, marble tower, the sole relic of a castle of the time of Emp. Basil Roman II. 976-1025. To the NE of the Eterne Capo, beyond the Greek cemetery, PL. C2, the Theodosian city wall is joined by the single but stronger wall of the Blascherny quarter, Marshland quarter. This wall served for the defense of the famous St. Mary's Church of the Empress Pulcheria, ca. 450, and for that of the Blascherny Palace, founded at the end of the 5th cent, which in the 12th cent became the imperial residence instead of the older palaces in the Augustan P. 549. The wall dates partly from the reigns of Emp. Heraclios, 610-41, Leo V, 813-20, and Manuel Comnenus, 1143-80, but was largely rebuilt in the 14th and 15th centuries. The ruined Byzantine palace rising above the town wall near the small Kirkoporta, PL. C2, the so-called Tekfurserai, Emperor's Palace, was probably founded by Constantine Roman VII, Porphyrogenitos 912-59. Of the Blasharni Palace itself, the foundations are still traceable between the Egri Capo, PL. C1, once Porta Caligaria, and the Avas Effendi Mosque. To the old terrace of the palace belonged the massive towers of Isaac Angelos and Anemas, PL. C1. On the end side, the land walls end with the picturesque castle of Brashanin or Pentapiagan, answering to the Yeti Kule on the S side. It lies between the inner and the site of the outer Blasharni Gate. Near it are buried the Arabs who fell in 678, p. 541. From the Avanserai Capo, PL. D1, which belongs to the old sea wall on the Golden Horn, p. 541, a broad road to the left and W, leads through the suburb of Ordikschiller, PL. BC 1 to 3/4 m, Iab p. 555. Straight on, we soon reach the Avanserai Pier, p. 555. See the Golden Horn. By Cake, p. 538, from the new bridge to Iab about 1 hr. To the Sweetwaters 1 a 2 HRS, there and back 20-25 payas. The row back is particularly fine towards sunset. Steamboat, p. 538, to Iab in 3/4 hr. Thence to the Sweetwaters 20 min. The equals Golden Horn equals, already named Chrysocras by the Greeks, an arm of the sea 4.5 m long, and at the widest point 1/2 m across, probably a submerged side valley of the Bosporus, is one of the finest natural harbors in the world. In the Byzantine period, it was closed for defensive purposes by a chain. It consists of the outer commercial harbor, PL. HI-45, with the Galata Quay, p. 543, and the new quays on the Stambul side, the inner commercial harbor, PL. GH4, between the two bridges, and the naval harbor, PL. EG2-3. The voyager on the Golden Horn is chiefly struck with the busy harbor scenes and the picturesque appearance of the crowded oriental quarters rising from the banks. Starting from the new bridge, PL. H4, the steamer crosses the inner commercial harbor to the pier of Yemiş İskelesi, PL. G4 at Stambul at the foot of the terrace of the Suleiman Mosque, and then passes under the old bridge, PL. FG4, p. 552, into the naval harbor. On the Stambul side, it first calls at the piers of Jubali Capo and Aya Capo, PL. F3, the latter lying below Selim's Mosque, p. 553. Next, on the same side, are the piers of Faner, PL. E2, the Greek quarter where a terrible massacre took place in 1821, and Balat, PL D2, the largest Jewish quarter. On the opposite bank, from the old bridge onwards, lie the dockyard buildings. On the bay of Kasim Pasha, calling place of some of the steamboats, is the Ministry of Marine Divan Heine, PLG-2-3, with its surrounding barracks, workshops, and docks. In front of it are anchored men of war and guardships. The steamer next touches at Turs Heine, PL. E2 on the E-bank at the end of the dockyard and at the Jewish quarter of Haskioi Haskui, PL. E1, then on the W-bank at Avanserai, PL. D1P. 554, where we have a fine view of the any end of the land walls and the beginning of the seawall on the Golden Horn, then on the E-bank at Kalaj Aglu, and on the W-bank at Defterdar Iskelesi, PL. C1 and Iab, see inset plans in Plan of City. In the suburb of *= Iab =, a few minutes' walk from the pier, is the famous Mosque of Iab, where the ceremony of girding each new sultan with the sword takes place. It was built of white marble by Mohammed Roman II. The Conqueror, in 1459, adjacent to the turbe of Abu Ayyub Ansari, the legendary standard-bearer of the Prophet, whose tomb here was revealed in a vision a few days after the conquest. The spot is so revered by the Moslems that until now no Christian dared set foot even in the outer court. Since the establishment of the new Turkish government, however, visitors may enter the deeply impressive court and even the mosque itself, but they should be careful not to remain standing between the railings in the center of the court and the gilded windows on the wall side. From the mosque up the hillside to the Eni extends the picturesque cemetery with its venerable cypresses. A path ascends from the mosque, past a monastery teke of the dancing dervishes, p. 543, to the top, where we have a splendid asterisk view of both banks of the Golden Horn. From Ayub, a smaller local steamer plies through the Stambul Liman, the shallow NW arm of the Golden Horn, 1/4 m long, to Kayathine or Kayahathane. This trip on Fridays or Sundays in spring affords an interesting picture of Turkish life. At Kayathine, 2 streams fall into the Golden Horn, the so-called equals sweet waters of Europe equals the Asiatic waters, CP 558, or Oduses. The eastmost is the Kayathine Suyu, in the valley of which, about 1/4 m up, is a chateau of the Sultan, the most popular holiday resort of the citizens of Constantinople. In the meadows, under shady trees, are erected huts and arbors, where music and amusements of all kinds are provided. The Moslems enjoy themselves sedately here on Fridays, the Christians come on Sundays, hitherto the people of fashion ride or drive. Shortly before sunset, a whole flotilla of boats on the Golden Horn returns home to the city. Di Scutari. Steam ferry boats from the New Bridge, CP 538, and Besiktas to Scutari. Those from the New Bridge to the minor stations Salajak, near the Leander Tower, and Harimiskalesi, below the Selimi Barracks, P 536, are less frequent and are seldom used by strangers. Carriages have the same tariff as in the city, P 538. Drive from the pier to the Chamlaja Spring and back via the Great Cemetery, about 2.5 HRS. 1.5 Mejides, 30 pias, horse to the Bulgarlu about 1 Mej. The steamer leaves the Seraglio Point on the right and steers to the E, 2.25 HR. The chief landing place at Scutari, which lies on the Asiatic shore, in a bay to the end of the promontory. To the right, off the end of the promontory, is a flat islet on which rises the so-called Leander's Tower, by the Turks named Kizkülesi, i.e. Maiden's Tower, from the legend that a sultan's daughter was once kept here, with a signaling station and lights. Scutari equals no European inns, Turk. Uskudar, the ancient Chrysopolis, the harbor of Chalcedon, p. 536, now a large suburb of Constantinople, contains 90,000 inhab, comparatively few of whom are Armenians and Greeks. Its fine old mosques, its crooked streets, and its small timber houses give it a more oriental character than Stambul. Until a century ago, Scutari was the terminus of the caravan routes from Asia Minor, by which the treasures of the East were brought to Constantinople. It is still the starting point of the sacred annual Mecca caravan. From the pier we follow the broad main street past the Bayuk Jami, Great Mosque, 1547, on the left, and the Yeni Valide Jami, 1707-10, on the right, beyond which a road to the right diverges to the Dervishes, Monastery, and the Great Cemetery. The street, inclining to the left, next leads to the quarters of equals Yeni Mahalle equals, with an Armenian cemetery, and equals Bagler Bashi equals. Then, past villas, to the village of equals Bulgarlukioi equals. Before the village is reached, a road to the left leads to 2M from the pier, the equals Chamlaja Spring equals, shaded by great plane trees, a favorite Friday and Sunday resort like the Sweet Waters, p. 556. We may thence ascend to the N, 1/4 HR. The equals Great Bulgarlu equals or Bayuk Chamlaja, 879 FT. Small cafe, bargaining necessary, which, in the forenoon especially, affords a superb asterisk view of Constantinople, the Bosporus, and the Sea of Marmora. On the way back, we turn to the left, skirting the Armenian cemetery, to visit the Great Cemetery, Bayuk Mezaristan, the largest Moslem burial ground in the east. The lower road through it leads to the end to the monastery of the Howling Dervishes, Rufa-i Tekke, no admittance. To the S of the Great Cemetery lies Haydar Pasha, p. 536, with a large military hospital, where Florence Nightingale, 1820-1910, first devoted herself to her philanthropic work. Adjoining the hospital is the British Cemetery, containing a tall granite obelisk in memory of the British who fell in the Crimean War. The Bosporus. Local steamers, p. 538, with 17 stations on the European side and 12 on the Asiatic, never all touched at on the same voyage. To Rumeli Kavak, the northmost station on the W shore, in 2 HRS. 5 in summer 6 steamers only. From any station it is easy to ferry to the opposite shore, 5-10 payas. The Thracian *= Bosporus = Oxford, from the Greek myth that Io swam in the shape of a cow from Asia to Europe, Turk. Kara Deniz Boghaz or Stambul Boghaz, Black Sea or Stambul Straits, which, like the Dardanelles p. 534, was formed by the subsidence of a river valley in the Tertiary period, Comp. p. Roman 34, connects the Sea of Marmara with the Black Sea. Length 20 m, breadth about 2 m, average depth 89 ft. Greatest about 395 ft. A surface stream, quickened by the prevailing NE winds and consisting of the fresher water of the Black Sea, fed by its copious rivers, constantly pours through the straits towards the Mediterranean, while the saltier and heavier water of the latter flows in the opposite direction in a strong undercurrent into the Black Sea. The steep coast hills of the N part, as far as Rumeli Kavak, consist of eruptive rock, basalt, dolerite, and trachyte. In the S part, the prevailing formations are Devonian, clay slate, greywacke, quartzite, and limestone. The peninsula of Stambul is of the Miocene formation. A trip on the Bosporus affords a highly picturesque and varied panorama of the scenery on its banks, and on the way back we suddenly obtain a striking view of the great city and its suburbs. The more important places only are named below. L signifies landing place or pier. West Bank, East Bank, Galata Quay and Tophane, see Leander's Tower and Scutari pp. 543-544. CP 556. Dalma Bagshay p. 544, with the seri of that name, built by Abdul Mejid in 1855 in the overladen Turkish Renaissance style, now the residence of Mohammed V. The facade on the Bosporus is over 700 ids long. In the lofty central building is the huge throne room. Beyond Besiktas p. 544, El Kuskanjuk El, a Jewish village, are the ruins of the Kairagan, separated from Scutari by a low seri. A similar palace, which was almost entirely destroyed, burnt down in 1910 by a disastrous fire in Feb. 1911. At Ordikioi El, a suburb with Beylerbe Els. The Beylerbe beautiful gardens and a pretty seri built by Abdul Aziz in Mosque, 1870. The city is seen, 1865, is the most tasteful sultans astern for the last time. Palace on the Bosporus. We round a headland and next come Chenjolkioi El and Vanikioi to the villages of Kuru Cheshme, El, where we lose sight of El and Arnatkioi El, the Stambul. We next pass Top Dog Ladder lies on the Akinti Burnu, 427 ft. Cannon Hill, famed for a headland swept by a strong, its view of the whole of the current. Bosporus. Kandili El lies on a headland opposite the Bay of Bebek. Bebek El, on a beautiful bay, with villas yali of wealthy Turks, an English and American summer resort. On the hill to the N is the Robert College, an American institution founded in 1863. Between Kandili and Anatoly Hisar, see below, opens the valley of the sweet waters of Asia, at the mouth of the Bayuk Great and Kuchuk Little Goksu, a favorite Friday resort of Moslem excursionists in summer. Above the cypresses of an old Anatoly Hisar El, Asiatic cemetery rise the picturesque castle, or Güzel Hisar towers and walls of Rumeli Hisar, beautiful castle. The El, European castle, built by picturesque castle by the sea Mohammed Roman II. In 1452, shortly which gives its name to the before the siege of Constantinople, village was erected by Bayezid I. p. 542, to command the narrowest, in 1393 as an outwork against part of the Bosporus, 722 ids. Byzantium only. Here, too, the current, Shaitan Akintisi, Satan's stream, is at its strongest. Beyond Emergen El, come the Kanlaja El, on a small headland palaces built by Ismail, Khedive of Beacon, Egypt d. 1895, p. 444. Stenia El, in a deep and Chibukli on the Bay of Beikos, sheltered bay, and Yenikioi El, where the British and French fleets Greek Neokori, both inhabited, met for the Crimean War, at the chiefly by Greeks and Armenians. At head of the bay, beyond Pasha, the end of the headland, are the Bagshay El lies Beikos summer seats of the American and usually the northmost steamboat Austrian ambassadors. Station. From Beikos we may ascend the Giants MT Yusha Dog 640 ft. MT, Joshua, an important landmark for ships coming from the Black Sea. The road to it 1 hr, car, a half mej. ascends past the palace of Mohammed Ali Pasha and through the grassy, well-wooded and well-watered valley of Hunkar Iskelesi, once a favorite country seat of the Byzantine emperors and the sultans. On the top are a mosque, the tomb of the giant Joshua, and a small cafe. View over the whole Bosporus, but Constantinople is hidden. Equals Therapia equals L, summer palace hot. Hot, Tecatlion etc. Pop. 5,000, a large and handsome village on a small bay with cafes by the sea and terraced gardens. On the quay, to the end of the bay, are the summer residences of the British, lofty white building, French and Italian ambassadors. On the end side of the bay is that of the German ambassador. The steamers plying beyond Beykoz proceed thence straight across the Bosporus to Yenikoi Sea above, on the European shore, where corresponding with them there are generally steamboats plying via Therapia, Sea above, to Mezar Bernu Sea below, and to Rumeli Kavak P 560. Thence they go on to the last station on the Asiatic shore, near the small Cape Kirch Bernu, with its battery and beacon. The Black Sea becomes visible in the distance. Equals Bayakdere equals L, hot. Bellevue, hot, Europe, hot, Platane, etc. Pop. 6,000 is one of the most frequented summer resorts of the wealthy Europeans of Constantinople, with handsome houses in the end part. The Bay of Bayakdere, Great Valley, forms the broadest part of the Bosporus, 2m. At the end of the bay are Mezar Bernu L, a small village, and Yeni Mahalle at the mouth of the Rose Valley, the terminus of most of the steamers. 5 or 6 boats only go on, equals Anatoli Kavak equals, a genuine Turkish passing the ruinous Fort Telly, village, lying on the Majar Bay Tabia and the Dikili Cliffs, to between 2 strongly fortified, Rumeli Kavak equals, a village near a headlands. On the N headland rises fortress built by Murad Roman IV. In 1628, also the picturesque ruin of the and restored in 1890. The walls of Byzantine castle of Euros Calci, the ruined Byzantine castle of called the Genoese castle since Imrose Calci, on a hill to the 14th century. In ancient times once extending down to the sea the headland and the strait, one of were prolonged by moles, like those, the narrowest parts of the Euros Calci opposite, so that a Bosporus were named Hieron chain could be carried across. Sanctuary, after the altar of the 12 gods, where Jason is said once to have sacrificed, and after a temple of Zeus Urios, the dispenser of favorable winds. At the end of the Bosporus, the banks, which bristle with forts and batteries, consist of almost perpendicular basaltic rock, above which runs a hill path. Between Rumeli Kavak and the headland Karabjay Calci, the little bay of Bayak Liman offers the first refuge to vessels of slight draft coming from the N. In the Majar Bay, vessels coming from the Black Sea have to show their papers before entering the Bosporus. Then comes Ketcheli Bay, bounded on the N by the Cape Phil, Bernu, and defended by a fort, as is also the Poiras Bernu, a little farther to the Ne. The Bosporus now expands at its N. Next, on the rocky coast, are the entrance to 2 3/4 m, near equals Rumeli village, and beyond it the low Cape Fanner equals, a Greek village, of equals Anatoli Fanner equals, with the Fenerkioi or Fanaraki, with an Anatolian lighthouse and a fort lighthouse and a strong fortress on rising above it. The rock to the end of the bay. To the E rise a number of dark basaltic cliffs, the Cyanean Islands or Symplegades, i.e. the rocks which, according to the ancient tradition, clashed together, between which Jason had to pass on the Argonautic expedition. Farther on are Kabakos Bay, in the basaltic rocks of which nestle countless seafowl, and at the N. mouth of the Bosporus, the abrupt Yum Bernu, with a battery and rescue station for the shipwrecked. Roman 9, the Black Sea. Route page, from Constantinople to Constanza, from Constantinople to Odessa, from Odessa to Bottom Yalta, 569, from Bottom to Constantinople. The equals Black Sea equals Turk. Kara Deniz, Rus, Chornoy More, P. Roman 34, the Pontus Euxinus of the ancients, sometimes deserves its name for the dark blue hue of its waters, which is markedly different from the blue of the Mediterranean. Its area, nearly equal to that of the Baltic, amounts to 163,689 sq. m, without including the 14,519 sq. m of the Sea of Azov, P. Roman 34, which is united with the Black Sea by the narrow Straits of Kerch, P. 570, and separated from the shallow Gulf of Odessa, P. 564, by the Crimean Peninsula. The basin proper of the Black Sea is a huge depression, falling away rapidly from its margin to its center, where it reaches a depth of ca. 7365 ft. Its flow and ebb are not perceptible. Owing to the great rivers it receives, its surface water is but slightly salt, 1.8%, but the deep water is more saline, 2.2 to 2.3%. The bottom is coated with black mud, impregnated with sulfuretted hydrogen, and is therefore entirely destitute of animal life. On warm summer nights, the phosphorescence of the water is very observable. As in the Mediterranean, the vessels are often followed by dolphins. During almost the whole of summer, gentle N and NE winds, with a clear sky, prevail in the SW part of the Black Sea. At other seasons, the wind is very variable. The NW and W winds often bring fog, which makes the entrance of the Bosporus difficult. In winter and about the time of the equinox, dangerous storms from the S and SE are by no means rare. From Constantinople to Constanza. M. Steamboats, agents at Constantinople, CPP. 538-539, at Constanza, CP 563. Equals 1, equals Royal Romanian State Maritime Service, Serviciul Maritim Roman, in correspondence with the North German Lloyd, Comp. R76 from Constantinople on twos and sat, aft, in 14 HRS. From Constanza on sun and thurs, night in 12 HRS. Comp. P. 563, fare 55 or 35 FR. Equals 2, equals Austrian Lloyd for Odessa and Nikolaev from Constantinople every other sat, aft, via Burgas from Constanza on thurs, night via Varna in about 1.5 days, fare 51 FR, 20 FR. In the reverse direction 44 FR, 20 FR. Also by line Braila B from Constantinople every other frid. Aft. Via Varna in 2 days from Constanza direct to Constantinople wed aft in 19 HRS. Fare 58 back 46 or 25 FR. Without food in second cabin. Equals 3, equals Societa Nazionale line Roman 13 for Braila from Constantinople sun, aft, from Constanza Moan, aft, in 17 HRS. Fare 40 or 28 FR. For Constantinople and the voyage through the Bosporus, CP 536 and PP 557-560. The Romanian and Italian vessels pursue a N course through the Black Sea, long affording fine retrospects of the precipitous shores of Anatolia and the fissured promontories of the Rumelian coast. Steering to the NW, the Odessa steamer of the Austrian Lloyd reaches the open sea off Rumeli Fanner, P 560. It again, however, approaches the Rumelian coast abreast of Cape Inayata Turk, Kuruburnu, the Thynia's promontorium of the ancients. Beyond the far-projecting Cape Kuratan or Zaitan Burnu, lights, belonging to S. Bulgaria, formerly E. Rumelia, opens the wide Gulf of Burgas. We pass the peninsula of Scyzopolis and the lighthouses of the islands of Megalonisai and Anastasia, and enter the Bay of Burgas, which runs deeply into the land from the middle of the Gulf. Equals Burgas, hot. Commercial, etc., the modern Greek Piagos, is the chief harbor of S. Bulgaria, 11,700 in hab, and lies at the head of the bay between large lagoons. The harbor is tolerably sheltered from the wind by 2 moles. The chief exports are grain and attar of roses. In continuing our voyage, we pass the peninsula of Mesembria, the ancient Mesembria, and Cape Emine Lighthouse, the N-horn of the Bay of Burgas, forming a spur of the well-wooded Little Balkan Range, the old frontier between E. Rumelia and Bulgaria. On the N margin of the Balkan MTS, lies equals Varna equals the ancient Odessos, now the chief seaport of Bulgaria Pop, 35,000, where some of the Austrian Lloyd steamers call. The entrance to the Bay of Varna, open towards the E, is bounded on the S by Cape Galata Burnu Lighthouse, and on the N by Cape St. George. The anchorage, between 2 long moles, is similar to that of Burgas. The Devna Canal connects the bay with Lake Devna. Farther on the steamer rounds Cape Kaliakra Turk, Chiliga Burnu Lighthouse, jutting far to the S, and rejoins the course of the direct steamer from the Bosporus to Constanza. Next comes Cape Shabla, lights, 10-12 m to the N of which lies the village of Ilinjic, on the border between Bulgaria and the Romanian Dobruja. At night, the position of the flat coast is revealed by the lights of the small port of Mangalia and of Cape Tusla, stretching in front of the lagoon of Mangalia. After a short halt in the open roads, all the steamers pass through the entrance to the harbor of Constanța and more, alongside the quays of the E-Mole. The landing place of the Romanian mail steamers, C below, is close to the harbor station. Equals Constanța, equals hotels crowded in the latter half of Og, and in Sept. Hot, Carol I at the end of the headland of the first class with garden R610 B1.5 Dage, 4 D5 FR. Lay, Regina Rainier, etc. Post and Telegraph Office to the E of the Chief Railway Station, branch office at the harbor. Cab 2 Lay. Steamboat agencies. Romanian State Maritime Service, see below, at the landing stage, Austrian Lloyd H. Rappaport, Societa Națională e Tazi. British Vice Consul Lionel E. Kieser. Lloyd's agents Watson and Yowell. Constanța, Rumen. Constanta, Turk. Custinje, a seaport with 17,000 inhab, and in summer a popular Romanian seaside resort, see below, lies on a small tongue of land rising boldly from the sea and enclosing with the E-Mole 1,500 ids. A sickle-shaped harbor. The latter, which is always free from ice, is not yet quite complete. Beside the S-Mole is the so-called petroleum harbor. Petroleum, agricultural produce, and timber are the chief exports. From the harbor station, the chief promenade of the town leads past the cathedral, left, and the new municipal casino, right, to the lighthouse at the end of the promontory. In the Pieta Independente, Independence Square, at the narrowest part of the peninsula, rises a monument to Ovid, who died in exile at the neighboring Tomi, afterwards Constantinople, in 17 AD. In summer there is a train service to a half-HR, Mamia, with a large bathing establishment. The sailings Sun and Thurs, and arrivals Sun and Wed of the Romanian mailboats are in connection with the arrivals and departures at and from the harbor station of the Ostend-Vienna Express, the Berlin Rapide, and the Bucharest Express, from Constantinople to Odessa. M steamboats, agents at Constantinople, CPP, 538, 539, at Odessa, P 565. Equals 1, equals North German Lloyd Mediterranean and Levant Service, RR, 23, 24, 77, 80, to Odessa and Bottom every other sun, evening in 1.5 days, 48 or 32 marks. Equals 2, equals Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co., A by the direct Alexandria line, P 491 from Constantinople Mon, from Odessa Thurs, Forn, in 29 HRS, 80 or 50 FR. B. 2 circular lines to Syria and Egypt P 466, each every other Thurs or Frid, aft, from Odessa Sat, in Ka, 1.5 days same fares, see Anatolian line P 571 from Constantinople every other Sat, from Odessa Mon, aft, in Ka, 1.5 days 68 or 42 FR, without food, equals 3, equals Austrian Lloyd Odessa and Nikolaev line from Constantinople every other Sat, aft. Via Burgas P 562 and Constanța C above in 2.5 days fares, first class 78 FR, second class without meals 30 FR. On the return trips 3.25 days the boats leave Odessa on Wed aft and call at Constanța and Varna P 562 equals 4 equals Societa Națională lines X and Zi Genoa to Odessa from Constantinople Thurs, aft, from Odessa Frid, even. Sometimes calling at Burgas or Constanța, in Ka, 1.5 days, fare 60 or 47 FR. Equals 5, equals Messageries Maritimes, Marseille to Odessa, from Constantinople Mon, from Odessa Wed in 3 days, 60 or 40 FR. For Russian money, CP 565, Russian time is that of E-Europe P, 537. For Constantinople and the voyage through the Bosporus, CP 536 and PP 557-560. The direct boats steer to the NNE. Across the Black Sea, P 561, all the way to the Gulf of Odessa, P Roman 34. Opposite the mouths of the Danube and about 26 m from the coast town of Kilia we sight, on the left, the Isle of Serpents, Rumen. Inns, Serpilar Greek Fidenisi, a bare islet of limestone rock with a lighthouse belonging to Romania. The flat coast of Bessarabia, with its numerous lagoons, Rus, Limen, is visible only in clear weather. On the Dniester Limen, or Great Lagoon of the Dniester, lie the towns of Ackerman, the ancient Tyras, and Ovidiopol and the lighthouse at the mouth of the Zergrad. beyond which we approach the abrupt edge of the Great Steppe of S. Russia, which is intersected by deep defiles known as Ovragi or Balki. Important landmarks are the Kovalevsky Tower, once the water tower at Lustdorf, p. 568, and the lighthouses on the promontory of Balch, Fontaine, at the Great Fountain, p. 568. Nearing the harbor of Odessa, we have a good view of the whole seafront of the city and of the series of villas, dachas, between the Great Fountain and Cape Lancheron. The steamer passes the Vorontsov Lighthouse on the outer mole, p. 566, and then anchors in the quarantine harbor. Odessa arrival by sea. The examination of passports and luggage, which not even the passenger bound for more distant places escapes, occupies a considerable time. If the steamer is not berthed at the quay, passengers are landed by small boat 40 kopecks with baggage 50 kop. In stormy weather 60-75 kop. At the Platonovsky Mole, PL. E45. Passengers going straight on by railway should take a cab direct to the main railway station, 70 kop. With pair 1 Raub, 40 kop, Inkel luggage, CP 565. The main railway station, Grand Gare, PL. D78 is the terminus of through express trains from Berlin via Oderberg, Krakow, Lemberg, Podvolochyska, and SH Marinka, 41 HRS. Fare 130 or 82 marks, and via Alexandrovo, Warsaw, Brest, Rovna, Kasatin, and SH Marinka, 42 HRS. Fare 122 marks 95 or 75 marks 90 Pfennig, and from Vienna via Oderberg and Podvolochyska, 35.5 HRS. Hotels, London PL, BD5 Nikolaevsky Bowel, 11 with Seaview R, from 2.5 Raub, B60 Kop, Dage, 1131 D382 Raub, St. Petersburg PL, CD4 corner of Yekaterinskaya and Nikolaevsky Bowel, also with Seaview R from 2.5 B1/2 Dage, 11 3/4 D17 1/4 Raub, Bristol PL. ID5, corner of Pushkinskaya and Kondratenko SDS, R1/15 Raub, B60 Kop, Dage, 11 3/4 D1812 Raub, Yevropeyskaya PL, DD5 Pushkinskaya 4 Commercial R from 1.5 B1/2 Dage, 11 3/4 D17 1/4 Raub, Hot, De Paris Perishskaya PL, FD5 Pushkinskaya 8 Hot, Passage Corps of Deribasovskaya and Preobrazhensskaya PL. C5, etc. Restaurants at the London, Yevropeyskaya, Bristol, and St. Petersburg hotels, also Alexander Park, P568, in summer only with beautiful view, Nikolaevsky Boulevard P566, in summer Dage, 60 Kop, D31 Raub. Exchange P568, D60 Kop. Bruns, Luncheon Rooms, Deribasovskaya 16, in the court. Cafes, Fanconi, corner of Yekaterinskaya and Deribasovskaya, PL. D5 Newspapers, Robinat Yekaterinskaya near Nikolaevsky Bowel. PL. D5 Liebman, corner of Preobrazhensskaya and Deribasovskaya, PL. CD5 Palais Royal Lancheronovskaya, PL. D5 Cafe Restaurant, D50 Kop. Cabs Isvishchik. To the main railway station with luggage 35 Kop. To or from the quarantine harbor with luggage 70 Kop. Drive in the town 20 per hour 50 each at it, a half HR, 25 Kop. To Lancheron 30 Kop. To the small, to the middle, and to the Great Fountain 75 Kop, 1 Raub, 10 1 Raub, 50 Kop. Carriage and pair, phaeton, cost double the above-mentioned fares. Tramways horse from the main railway station, PL. D7 through Ryshelyevskaya, Lancheronovskaya, and Khersanskaya to the hospital, PL. BC3 from the old churchyard, PL. C8 to a point below the Vyanispusk, PL. D4 every 5 min from corner of Preobrazhensskaya and Malaya Arnitskaya, PL. C7 to the little fountain, P568, every 10 min in 3/4 HR. With branch to Arcadia, from corner of Kanatnaya and Skoblivskaya, PL. E6 to Lancheron P568 every 10 minutes. Electric tramway from the Greek Bazaar, PL. 2 D5 to Lancheron P568 every 3 minutes. Steam tramway from Kulikovo Pole, PL. D8 to the Great Fountain P568 every 25 min in 3/4 HR. 15 kop. To the middle fountain, 20 kop. To the great equals General Post and Telegraph Office equals PL. 24, C45, Sadavea 8 post restant upstairs to the left. Foreign letters 10, postcards 4 kop. Equals banks, equals Imperial PL. 1D6, Shukovskaya 9 open 933, Chase, Richelievskaya, Kredit Lyonise, corner of Richelievskaya and Lancharonovskaya PL. D5 104. Equals money, equals the Russian ruble divided into 100 kopecks is worth about 2s, 2d. Money changer Gruber Deribasovskaya PL, D5. Equals booksellers, equals Becker and Wed burnt, both in Deribasovskaya. Equals sea baths equals at Lancharon Stony. The fountains, Arcadia, Lustdorf, more open sea, and other places. Equals consuls, equals British Consul General, CH, S. Smith, Canatnea 31. U.S. Consul J. H. Grout, same street, number 33, Vice Consul A. W. Smith. Equals police headquarters equals Preobrazhenskaya 38 PL. 23, C5. Equals steamboat agents. Equals North German Lloyd and German Levant Line, McNabb, Rougier and Co. Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co. Lancharonoskaya 5. Austrian Lloyd, Regier, Societa Nationale, Vital and Galleon, Messageries Maritimes, Seamonths. Equals theaters, equals Town Theatre, PL. 29D5, Theatre Square, Operas and Dramas, Sibiryakov Theatre, Theatre, PL. C4, corner of Khersanskaya and Kanya for operas and plays. Pleasure resorts, hot. Du Nord, Alexander Park, P568, Arcadia, P568, Little Fountain, P568, Circus Truzzi, PL. 4, C4, also a theater of varieties. English Club, PL. 6, D5. Equals English Church equals Remeslanea 15, PL. D67. Sites 1 day or less. Nikolaevsky Boulevard and Monument of Catherine, P567, drive through Yekaterinskaya, Preobrazhenskaya, Deribasovskaya, and Pushkinskaya as far as the Exchange, Alexander Park, P568, and Lancharon, P568. Odessa, 154 ft. In the province of Kherson, is the chief commercial and industrial place on the Black Sea and the fourth largest town of the Russian Empire, Pop. 500,000, including at least 175,000 Jews. It is the seat of an archbishop of the Greek Church and of a modern Russian university, and it is the headquarters of the 8th Army Corps. It lies in 46 degrees 28 in lat. And 30 degrees 45 e long, and extends for a distance of about 4 m, over the elevated and treeless steppe. The winter climate is consequently very severe, mean temperature in Jan. 25 degrees far, July 73 degrees, annual mean 49 degrees. Its wide and well-paved streets, crossing each other at right angles and generally planted with trees, make it one of the most regularly laid out and most handsome cities in Russia. Attractive parks have been, as it were, wrested from the barren soil, by dint of untiring perseverance and unstinted care. The rescript in which Catherine Roman II ordered the foundation of the town was dated May 1794, and its foundation stone was laid by Admiral J. de Ribas in August of the same year. The new city, which sprang up on the site of the small Tartar and Turkish village of Chachabey, was probably named after the Sarmatian harbor of Odessos, which is said to have lain in this neighborhood. From 1817 to 1859, Odessa was a free harbor. It was greatly improved by the efforts of two of its governors, the Duc de Richelieu, 1803-14, and Prince Vorontsov, 1823-54. During the Crimean War, the town was attacked unsuccessfully by the British and French fleets in 1854, and the blockade by Turkish warships in 1876-7 was equally fruitless. The excesses of the Revolution of 1905 were nowhere more ghastly than at Odessa. The harbor equals 347 acres in area, which in winter has sometimes to be kept open by icebreakers, consists of an outer harbor, 154 acres, and 5 inner basins. Effective protection against all sea winds is afforded by a breakwater, 1334 ids. Long, the quarantine mole, 1,120 ids. Long, and the so-called roadstead mole, 710 ids. Long, forming a continuation of the last. the so-called quarantine harbor, PL. EF5 is for foreign vessels, the new harbor, PL. E4 between the Platinovsky and New Moles and the coal harbor, PL. DE4 are for Russian traders, the practical harbor, PL. D34 is for coasting vessels. To the end of the town, opposite the suburb of Parisip, where a second breakwater and new docks are projected, lies the petroleum harbor. Opposite the New Mole, PL. E4 is a massive flight of granite steps, 193 in number, ascending to the level of the town. It is adjoined by a wire rope elevator, 3 or 2 cop. The finest feature of this part of the town is the Nikolaevsky Boulevard PL. DE45, a broad street 1/4 m in length, which stretches along the margin of the plateau above the harbor, commanding an unimpeded view of the sea. It is bounded on one side by a series of handsome buildings, on the other by 4 rows of trees and pleasant grounds. In spring this is the rendezvous of the fashionable world, just as the Deribasovskaya, P567, is in winter. Towards the end the houses end with the Vorontsov Palace. The Imperial Palace, PL. D5 is also the residence of the general in command of the Odessa military district. At the entrance to the Yekaterinskaya, a bronze statue of the Duc de Richelieu, PL. 32, see above, was erected in 1826. A little to the SW in Catherine Square rises the monument of Empress Catherine Roman II. PL. 31, D4 by Dimitrenko and Popov 1900. Round the pedestal bearing the bronze statue of the Empress are figures of Prince Potemkin in front, Count Subov on the right, Karl de Valent left, and Admiral J. de Ribas at the back. The monument is 35 ft high. From this point the Yekaterinskaya, one of the main streets of the city, leads towards the S just beyond the theater square. See below, we turn to the right and follow the Deribasovskaya, PL. CD5, a short street with the finest shops in Odessa, skirting the Deribasov Garden to the Sobornaya Square, PL. C5 with its pleasure grounds and fountain. On the W side of the square rises the Cathedral of the Transfiguration, PL. 13, founded in 1794, in length 114, in breadth 46 ids, and 164 ft high. It has a dome rising over the center and a tower 266 ft high. In the interior, to the right of the main entrance, is the tomb of Prince Vorontsov, d. 1856. See below. In the grounds to the end of the church is a bronze statue of Prince Vorontsov, PL. 22, P566, by Brugger 1863. On its east side, the square is skirted by the Preobrazhensky, PL. CD74, the longest street in the town. To the end of the Sobornaya Square diverges from the last-named street to the NW the Khersanskaya, with the building of the new Russian University, PL. 30, C4, which was opened in 1865 and contains archaeological, natural history, and other collections, open on Sun, 12-2. At the end of the Torgavaya, PL. BC45 is the Russov Picture Gallery, with modern Russian paintings, shown on application. At the end of the Sadovaya is the new Bazaar Square, PL. C4, where a market is held daily. The market hall is overshadowed by a massive building of 1847, the large Esraitinskaya or Novobasarnaya Church, PL. 18, with 5 domes. We return by Deribasovskaya to the theater square. The handsome equals town theater equals, PL. 29, D5, was erected by the Viennese architects Fellner and Helmer, 1887. A few paces to the W of Theater Square, at the S end of the Nikolaevsky Boulevard, P566, rises the Town Hall Duma, PL. 7, D, E5, an edifice in the Greek style with a portico of 12 columns. Adjacent are a fountain with a bronze bust of the poet Alexander Pushkin, 1799-1837, P570, and a cannon from the British man-of-war Tiger, sunk in 1854. In the square in front of the Duma is the Museum of Antiquities, PL 3, D5, with objects found at the Greek colonies on the Black Sea. From the Duma the Pushkinskaya leads to the main railway station, P 564. To the left, at the corner of the Kondratenko Street, is the Exchange, PL 5D6, a tasteful erection by Bernardazzi, 1899. To the E of the E end of the Kondratenko Street, above the Quarantine Harbor, p. 566, lies the equals Alexander Park equals, pl. E56, restaurant, CP 565, a popular resort where open-air concerts take place in summer in favorable weather. The monument of Alexander Roman II, a tall column of labradorite, commemorates a visit of that monarch in 1875. About a half m farther out is Lancheron, a sea bathing place, tramway, CP 565. From Lancheron, a series of villas, daches, and private gardens extends along the sea to the Little Fountain Tramway, with a garden restaurant band and good sea bathing Arcadia Tramway band, the Middle Fountain Steam Tramway, CP 565. Excellent beach, and the Great Fountain, reached from the terminus of the steam tramway by cab, 2030 Kop. A village with the extensive Uspansky Monastery, the goal of an annual pilgrimage. These three villages take their name from a spring, which once supplied Odessa with water. Still farther to the S is the German colony of Lustdorf or Algino, with vineyards and frequented sea baths, tramway from the Great Fountain in 20 min, fare 20 Kop. Cab 1 a 2 Raub. See also Baedeker's Russland or Baedeker's Russie, not yet published in English, from Odessa to Bottom. M steamship lines, agents at Odessa, CP 565, at Bottom, CP 570, equals 1, equals North German Lloyd, Mediterranean and Levant service, p. 563, from Odessa to Bottom. In Constantinople, every fourth Monday, passengers between the two Russian ports are not carried. Fares from Constantinople as at p. 571, equals 2, equals Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co. Direct Crimea and Caucasus line from Odessa to Bottom every Mon, aft, or even, from Bottom every sun. Night, via Sebastopol, Yalta, Feodosia, and Novorossiysk in 4 days, first CL, 41 3/4 Raub. Odessa, CP 564. The Lloyd steamers pursue a SE course straight towards Cape Chersonese, CP 569. The flat Cape Tarkankut lighthouse, the W extremity of the equals Crimea equals P Roman 34 or Tauric Peninsula, the ancient Chersonsis Taurica, remains out of sight. On the SE, the Yela MTS, extending to the Chatterdog 4990 FT, gradually come into view, along with the hilly district in front of them sloping thence to the rolling steppes in the end part of the Crimea. In clear weather we may descry to the Cape Constantine, the N horn of the Bay of Sebastopol Rus. Sevastopol, the best natural harbor of the Black Sea, measuring about 4.5 m from side to side. The higher parts of the town of Sebastopol, the chief naval harbor of S. Russia, famous for its siege, 1854-5, during the Crimean War, also are visible. As soon as we have rounded the flat Cape Chersonese, lighthouse, the S. W. extremity of the Crimea, we see before us the S coast of the peninsula, rising gradually to the precipices of Cape Aya. To the left rises Cape Fiolent, the Parthenium of the ancients, the supposed site of the sanctuary of Artemis in which Iphigenia served as priestess. Beyond it, above the steep and wooded shore, is St. George's Monastery, founded in 988. In the distance, between bare rocks on either hand, is the narrow entrance to the Bay of Balaclava, supposed to correspond with Homer's description of the Laestrygonian Bay Otis. X. 8694. The picturesque little town of Balaclava, the ancient Cymbalin Portus and the seat in the Middle Ages of the Genoese colony of Sambalo, was the chief base of the British Army in the Crimean War, famed for the gallant charge of the Light Brigade, 25th Oct. 1854, commemorated by Tennyson. Beyond Cape Aya, 1919 FT, which in clear weather is visible for some 68 m, opens the Bay of Laspi, enclosed by the W spurs of the Yela MTS. When abreast of Cape Sarich Lighthouse, the S point of the Crimea, below the Church of Foros and the Baydar Gate, 1634 FT. Celebrated for its view, the Lloyd vessels pursue an ESE course direct for Bottom. The picturesque and exuberantly fertile coast of the so-called Russian Riviera lies to our left, but all that we can descry are the precipitous Cape Caicnes, the range of the Ai Petri, 4046 FT, and the distant Cape Ai Toter, see below. The Russian steamer calls first at Sebastopol, P568, and beyond Cape Sarich steers near the coast. The chief points visible are Mshaka, Melas recognizable by its 4 towers, Cape Caicnes sea above, and the lofty and abrupt cliff of Devo below Lemony. We soon sight the superb shadow of Alupka, P570, with Mt. Ai Petri, the white Moorish shadow of Julber, and Cape Ai Toter, with the villa of Schwalbenist. Beyond the headland Yalta is disclosed to view. In the distance to the N.E. rises Iudag, Bear Hill, 1854 ft. We pass Orinda and Levadia, P570, and land at the mole of Yalta hotels. Rassia PL, A, R from 23 B 3/4 D1 1/4 Raub, Franzia PL C. Rather cheaper hot, de Yalta PL, D in a high site good R from 1/2 Raub, D from 80 Kop, to 1 Raub, Marino PL, I, Orinda, Metropole, Grand Hotel PL. F, etc. Restaurant in the public gardens D a 1 Raub. Cabs good phaetons and pair, drive in the town also to or from harbor 20-50 Kop. Luggage 10 Kop, hour 70 each at it, a half HR 30 Kop, post and telegraph office at the Orinda Hotel C above, sea baths 10-15 Kop, on the Naberezhnya Stony Beach. The Yalta section of the Club Alpin de Cremay arranges from April to Oct. Drives fare 1/2 Raub, and walks in the environs. In the clubhouse PL. 3. With museum and meteorological station, beside the police bridge, the program for the week may be consulted. Yalta or Jalta, the capital of a district, with 20,000 inhab, most picturesquely situated in a bay formed by the spurs of the abrupt Yala MTS. P568 is the most fashionable watering place in the Crimea, mean annual temperature 57 degrees far. The Naberezhnya or Marine Esplanade and the adjacent shady town garden, 20 Kop, are the chief promenades. To the E of Yalta and reached in 1 HR. By the upper road to Gursuf, see below, is the 3M beautiful park of Lower Massendra, car there and back 1 Raub. 60 Kop. Atom. By season tickets which are issued free of charge at the director's office on weekdays, 9/12 and 2/5. Adjacent, on the NE, is Upper Massendra, with a small imperial chateau. To the E of Lower Massendra are the vineyards of Maharach and 4.5 m from Yalta Nikita, with an interesting acclimatization garden, founded in 1812. In beautiful grounds about 2 m to the SW of Yalta are the 2 imperial palaces of Levadia. Atom. On weekdays, 9/12 and 2/5, on showing one's passport at the director's office. From the Park of Levadia, we may next go by the lower road to the adjoining Park of Orinda Kar. From Yalta 3 Raub, 20 Kop, which likewise is imperial property. Since it was burned in 1882, the castle has remained a ruin. A good view is obtained from the Krestovaya Gora, 614 ft, or Hill of the Holy Cross. About 11 m to the SW of Yalta Kar, 3 Raub, 20 Kop. Also local steamers on the coast lies Alupka with a beautiful park and a chateau in the Gothic Moorish style, built by Bloor in 1837 for Prince Vorontsov, P566. About 9 m to the NE of Yalta is Gursuf Kar, 5 Raub, 60 Kop. Also local steamers, in a charming situation with good sea baths. In the former chateau of the Duc de Richelieu Pushkin, P567, lived in 1820. Beyond Yalta, the direct Russian steamers continue their voyage along the coast, which farther on becomes increasingly level, to Feodosia or Theodosia, P Roman 34, the chief commercial port of the Crimea. Hence they steer to the SE, leaving the Straits of Kerch, sea below to the left, to the beautifully situated seaport of Novorossiysk. From the last port to bottom the steamers follow a similar course to that of the Lloyd steamers described below. See also Baedeker's Rusland or Russie, no English edition. The Lloyd steamer now makes for the open sea, leaving the Straits of Kerch or Yenikale, the ancient Cimmerian Bosporus. The entrance to the Sea of Azov, P561, far to port left. The SW slope of the Great Caucasus, the mighty frontier wall between Europe and Asia, which has been almost uninhabited since the emigration of the Circassians in 1865, does not become visible until we are abreast of Gagri. When we are nearly opposite the mouth of the Ngur, we may descry in clear whether the 2 snowy domes of the volcanic Elbrus, or, as it is sometimes called, Elbers, 18,468 ft. the chief height of the Central Caucasus. As the boat holds its course in the direction of bottom, the Audieria MTS. Lazistan, p. 571, belonging to the Little Caucasus, Armenian highlands, rise to the E, separated from the Great Caucasus by the ancient land of Chalkis, the marshy plain of the Rion, the ancient Phasis. The harbor of Bottom, opening to the N, is inadequately sheltered from the W and SW storms of winter by Cape Bottom Lighthouse. Bottom equals arrival. All the steamers are moored alongside the quay, hand baggage 5 kop, heavy luggage 10 kop, each package. Hotels: Franzia Mikhailivskaya, Imperial Kuriyskaya R110B, a half Raub, Oriental Naberezhnya, Post and Telegraph Office Mariinsky Prospect. Cab from harbor or station to town 40, drive 25 hours 60 kop. Consuls: British P.W.J. Stevens, United States A. Heingartner Vice Consul E. Matevich. Steamboat agents: North German Lloyd, Schutz and Zimmermann, Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co. Arkadaksky, Austrian Lloyd Marsitich, Messageries Maritimes de Cortens, Societe Nationale Valazie, N. Paquet & Co. Victor Darnaud. Bottom, a town of Ka, 30,000 inhab, was the ancient Bathes, a place of little importance. In modern times, under the name of Bathymy, it was a Turkish frontier fortress down to 1878. By the terms of the Berlin Congress of that year, it passed to Russia, along with Kars, and it is now the strongly fortified capital of the Russian province of its own name. The town, which has the most important harbor on the east coast of the Black Sea, owes its present prosperity to the construction of the railway to Baku on the Caspian Sea. The staples of its trade are petroleum products, annual exports 250,000 tons, manganese ore, licorice, silk cocoons, and wool. Along the beach runs the boulevard, above which to the S rises the Alexander Nevsky Cathedral, built in 1903. About 3/4 m to the S lies the railway station, and nearby is a Roman Catholic church. In the W part of the town, on Lake Nuri, is the Alexander Park, with subtropical vegetation. To the SW of the town, beyond Cape Bottom, is the marshy and fever-stricken delta of the Korak. See also Baedeker's Rusland or Russie, no English edition, from Bottom. 2.